हेलो गाइस, व्हाट इज़ अप? वेलकम टू अनदर स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो सब लोग? क्या हाल चाल सभी लोगों के? आज का स्ट्रीम बहुत मज़ेदार होने वाला है क्योंकि वीसीटी मतलब वैलोरेंट चैंपियंस पेरिस शुरू शुरू होने वाला है। आज पहला मैच ही इतने बड़े बड़े टीम्स का है ना। पीआरएक्स वर्सेस एक्सएलजी और सेंटिनल वर्सेस जायंट एक्स। बहुत मज़ा आने वाला है। अभी तो बस होस्टिंग एंड ऑल शुरू होगा। आज फर्स्ट डे है तो क्या पता कुछ मतलब सरप्राइजेस भी हो। बाकी आप लोग कैसे हो? जल्दी से जल्दी चैट में बता दो क्योंकि आज हम करने आए हैं वॉच पार्टी। ठीक है, बीआरबी का स्क्रीन हटाते हैं।
Everyone's desire, the Champions Trophy. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the
स्क्रीन सही आ
opening
रहा है
day
ना?
of Champions Paris. We're coming to you live from Les Arènes here in Paris, France, to talk all things
लेट्स
Valorant.
गो।
I'm your host, Dsouza. But before we get into nitty-gritty of things, let me introduce you to Ender
कैसे हो
and
गाइस सब
Doug.
लोग?
And I
लाइक
need to
ठोको
ask
पहले
you
तो।
the very important question of, what is your duo name? How do I address Ender and Doug?
This was not in the script.
I don't know if
know.
we've addressed this ever. Maybe just call us Ender and Doug.
Yeah.
How about like?
Well, I'd rather Doug and Ender just to.
What about End of Esports?
No, I don't know if that's the one. I don't know if that's the one for us.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's a challenge for you two. I'm gonna need you to give me a good name, and for you guys as well at home if you're watching.
ये लोग
we'll do a
पीआर
guest
मतलब
suggestion.
क्या बोलते हैं, पैसिफिक और
And
उस
that's our
रीजन
reaction
से है
when
ना,
we come on the
अमेरिका
screen.
से।
All right. Okay.
तीनों
I don't
रीजन
feel
से
that way,
बुलाया है
just-
मतलब क्या
I
बात
don't
है।
feel that way
I don't feel that way at all.
Yeah. Okay. Let's let the fans decide. How about that? How about that? You guys let me know throughout the tournament what we should call Ender and Doug. I want a good duo name. But before we get into today's matches, let's get a rundown of the format, and of course a reminder for you guys to fill in those pick'ems. I want to see who's going to be able to.
मेरा तो
come out
pick'ems completed
victorious.
है।
And without further ado, take it away, Golden Boy.
आवाज वगैरह परफेक्ट आ रहा है ना?
I hope you're ready to enter the ring. Lock in your pick'ems online. Watch the chaos unfold because it's Valorant Champions 2025. 16 Titans forged in the fires of VCT Americas, EMEA, Pacific, and CN stand ready to defend your group stage pick'ems should you deem them worthy. These 16 Titans will be divided equally into 4 bone-chilling groups, but only 2 teams per group will survive the fire and advance to playoffs. The undefeated #1 seeds will be randomly drawn against the battle-hardened #2 seeds into a double elimination playoffs bracket where they will once again await your judgment. Choose wildly because in the VCT, nothing is guaranteed.
अच्छे से समझाया। देख रहे हो गोल्डन बॉय, इनका नाम क्या है? गोल्डन बॉय है ना?
A champion spray, exclusive gun buddies, and a prestigious
ये पिकम्स का ड्रॉप है। बाकी अगर आप लोग वीसीटी ये देखोगे ना टूर्नामेंट, तो आप लोगों को एक्स्ट्रा ड्रॉप भी मिलेंगे,
something we've never done before.
कार्ड वगैरह ये सब मिलेंगे।
Ever, pick'ems will have factions.
हेलो जायरी, क्या हाल है? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो आप?
Valorant stars in your fight for max bragging rights in the community. Of these trailblazing faction leaders, the choice of who to give your allegiance to is yours. All the way from NA, it's Tens and Tarak.
फ्रैक्शन टीम है।
Boys from Brazil, Sati and TCK. El Rey de España, Mixwell. Say sayonara to the competition. It's Laz. And finally, the hometown heroes. It's Beaz and Lydia, Weeper, and Serator. But
क्या
that
बात है?
faction can't rise to the top without you and your pick'ems bracket. The stakes have never been higher. Don't just watch the action. Be a part of history. Make your picks and emerge victorious.
Thank you so much, GB. I am so pumped. Which faction are you
मैं
guys
ठीक
with?
हूँ, आप
Who did
बताओ।
you
मैं यार
join?
थोड़ी सी बीमार
I
हूँ,
heckin' love tents.
बट आज
You heckin'
मैचेस
love
है तो
tents?
मुझे
Okay,
आना
good
पड़ा।
choice.
I too.
आना
heckin'
ही
love tents.
come on,
पड़ा
be
Wait,
original.
can we
सजना,
it's just that she asked you first.
जालिम है
Can we
दिल
real quick?
की
Golden Boy
लगी।
was that's got to be a
है
peak
कि नहीं
moment
बताओ?
in his
Oh,
career.
आप
yeah,
किसको
yeah,
सपोर्ट
yeah.
कर रहे हो
I
वैसे
don't know
आज?
that anything. I don't think I've ever seen him that happy in his life.
I
I'm not
think
gonna lie to you.
I would agree, and I wish he also had a. We could
faction?
join his. Yeah, we
I
could
would
join
join.
his faction.
I would join.
also would. I think I'm Team Laz right now. I think
Okay.
I've
That's
snuck
pretty
my
fair.
way through the Laz one.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Yeah. And speaking of pick'ems, of course, here is Group A. Make sure you guys fill in yours, and the stakes are pretty simple. Some teams will be up for elimination kind of early doors. We definitely don't want to see that. But if you win twice, however, you are in a fantastic spot to head to playoffs.
It's always win two, you make it out,
Yeah.
lose two, and you're done here. And our Group A teams were already going to have that first step of the journey done today.
And I do love, for as much as it might feel bad to like have to see a team exit early, things like this, this is the pinnacle of our sport. This is where you're either going to be good enough to perform on the stage or you're
I
not.
am
And quite
supporting
frankly,
PRX.
that's my
क्या
favorite
बात है?
part
आपके
of
favorite
events like
player
this.
कौन है
Either you're
फिर
good enough or
PRX
you're
में
not.
से
That's
बताओ?
kind of all there is to it.
And we have traditionally seen some upsets at the group stage,
Yeah,
right? It's not
yep.
all the big names that go through. But how does our team stack up against each other? Let's have a look at the VCT Global Power Rankings brought to you by AWS. Now, G2 and PaperX are right up there. I actually personally will put PaperX a little bit high. I think these are the obvious two favorites, but my bias is leaning a little bit more towards PaperX.
For sure, of course, with
Global
PaperX
Power
coming off of the
ranking
Masters
G2
1
first
win,
में
where
है,
G2
बाप रे।
disappointed a little bit.
Second number
I think
पे
this, of course,
PRX.
is factoring in G2's complete dominance
Edit
of
कर
the
सकते हो
Americas
क्या अपने
scene,
picks
first
को थोड़ा?
place in every single stage we've had, only dropping that one
मैंने
series at
कहीं
the
पे तो
top. But
RRQ
those
को
two teams
drop
at the top
कर
are
दिया
our
था
clear
हल्का
favorites.
सा।
Right, and I mean PaperX as well. It's so funny to look at the gap between the two. I think it was like 7 points.
Yeah.
Between the two in the global power rankings. PaperX has lost 2 series since the beginning of Toronto.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you've got 2 heavy hitters at the very top.
4
and I think it
second
sets the stage
favorite है,
really
क्या
well for the
बात
rest of
है?
the tournament.
Yeah, and shout out to NRG as well.
क्या
You
लगता
know,
है
it's
इस बार
been a while
PRX
since
जीत
we've seen them
पाएगा?
at a global event, and the
Champions
power
बताओ।
rankings are putting them really high.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes off the back of their stage 2 run, besting Sentinels, getting all the way to second. So I think they're a team that you cannot necessarily overlook coming into this tournament.
Really helps that they upgraded their IGL. I think that's got to be... We'll talk about it when NRG plays. But it's time for our MasterCard fan poll. And we'd like to know which region you think is going to take home the Champions Trophy. Scan the QR code to cast your vote, and we will have the results a little bit later on. And
Hello
while you're at
राजू,
it,
कैसे हो आप?
make
Welcome
sure
to the
use the
stream.
hashtag
क्या हाल
Valorant
है?
or VCT so we can feature you and your based opinions on the broadcast. You got any based opinions before I move on?
No based opinions.
That's a based opinion.
एक
I
बात
think having the
बताऊं,
sample
बताओ
one
यार
needs to know
शिन,
that.
क्या
I'm
बताना है
gonna cut
आपको?
myself short here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doug?
No opinions.
I mean, I've got a couple, but I got to save them for later in the show.
XLG
It's not
नहीं
time, it's not
जीतेगा,
time,
मुझे
it's
भी
not
ऐसा ही
time,
लग
but
रहा है
I
यार।
have like a dark horse
PRX
heavy
you know
hitter that everyone's gonna laugh at.
फुल फॉर्म में है
Oh,
मास्टर
okay, I love
टोरंटो से
that.
उन्होंने
I can't
ब्रेक
wait.
नहीं
But
किया
if
है
you guys
उनका
cannot
फॉर्म।
make your mind up with your pick'ems and you need some help, then you might want to look
आज
away
तो
because
PRX
it's
जीत
literally
जाना
group
चाहिए,
quality.
बट ये VCT जो है मतलब Valorant चैंपियंस, इसमें कुछ भी हो
Welcome to
सकता है।
Groupology, where we're going to be going group by group and telling you who is going to be winning and making it out of the groups here in Valorant Champions. Tom, let's start out with Group
आप
A.
लोगों ने
PRX
पिकएम्स
and
में
XLG.
मतलब किस
Let's
किस
just
को
like,
रखा
get
है?
through this one nice and fast. I don't believe
मैंने
we
तो
have much
PRX
time.
और
Obviously,
SEN को
I think
रखा ही है,
Sentinels have been in for a
सेम
while. PaperX, they are the reigning
मतलब
champions.
क्वालिफाइड और
PRX
नीचे
are
जो
immediately
डिस्क्वालिफाइड
going
वाले
down
हैं
because of
ग्रुप
that,
ए
but
से,
versus
उनको ऐसे ही
XLG,
रखा है
I
मैंने।
think that there's a good opportunity
तबीयत
for
कैसी है
GX
आपकी?
to maybe
तबीयत
come
थोड़ी
back
सी
through,
खराब है यार,
and then
मैंने
they'll probably
दवाई
end up
लिया
playing
है,
Sentinels.
एंटीबायोटिक
I
नहीं
think
लिया है,
PaperX
एंटीबायोटिक
goes through on
से
that
और
one,
थोड़ा
and then
वीक हो
Sentinels
जाती
at the
हूँ ना।
end. Nice and easy.
I mean, I think you're on a good track. The only difference is I think we're looking at GX there. Come on, Ara, he hasn't been playing for a bit. These guys have been playing good Valorant. They've been focused on individuals for this last week. This prep is...
That's that group A.
फेंक
Group
दिया
A is
भाई
done.
इसने, भाई फेंक दिया। देख रहे हो जायंट टेक्स का वो?
It's surprisingly normal.
इधर
was
चाइना
it
का
called?
होस्ट, अच्छा वो
Usually
लोग इंग्लिश
Groupology
नहीं
is
बोलते
like
इसीलिए नहीं
hectic,
रखा है
like
क्या?
Brandon
That's what I
and
mean.
Sideshow
देखो
got some
एंडर
blows.
अमेरिका से
Yeah.
है,
But this was
ये
a good
यूनशी
group. This was
EME
good
से है,
overall. It makes sense.
ये पैसिफिक
Honest,
से है
good
अपने।
old-fashioned groupology.
Yeah, but you know when that happens is when the curse. That is like prime.
Yeah.
Teams are about to get cursed.
I will say, and maybe this is ominous, maybe this is
आप
indicative
लोग
of
कैसे हो
a
गाइस
curse.
और आप
I do
लोगों
agree
को
with
क्या
Tom
लगता है? आप
on
लोगों
every
के
pick.
कैम्प्स के हिसाब से
he's a
चलेगा
smart guy.
VCT? या
I don't
फिर
think I've
मतलब
ever
कुछ भी हो
agreed with
सकता है
Tom on
बीच में।
anything, but that's a
This is
मैंने
saying
यार
that
एक
PRX
गलती
isn't
कर
making
दी,
any
RRQ को
Wow.
थोड़ा सा
yeah,
वो
it
कर
sounds
दिया
like
मैंने।
what you just said.
No, Paper X are. Paper X, you're right. You're so right. I mean, they're winning the whole tournament. What do I know? We are, however, I'm playing on a different patch. We're playing on patch 11.05 in Paris.
क्या क्या
There's
है
a couple of
बैरियर
important
और
changes. Doug, run me through those.
Yeah, I think the two big ones
अच्छा
are for namely Sage and Chamber.
अच्छा,
As you
ये लोग
see,
जो पैच
the
में खेल
orb,
रहे हैं
the
उसमें
wall
सिर्फ
going up
ये
and then the
अपडेट्स
rest
है
from
अभी
further
के लिए।
distance,
अरे अभी
particularly
20
for the
मिनट
Sage,
बाकी
I
है।
think does
हाँ
play a
वही
little
यार,
bit on how committed you need to
मुझे
be
लगा
when
था
you're
कुछ
trying to rest the game,
सरप्राइज
when you're
वगैरह
trying to
भी
get the
होंगे,
wall up
आज
to commit
फर्स्ट
to
डे
a
है
close
यार
situation.
VCT
I think for
चैंपियंस
Chamber,
मतलब
the full range
वैलोरेंट
and not
चैंपियन
being
पेरिस का फर्स्ट डे
restricted
है।
to space on the trademarks help a lot.
I think the chamber one matters a whole lot more, and I think we'd already
agree.
started seeing
अच्छा,
a lot
आइस
of
बॉक्स
teams
गया,
playing
मैं
the
पोल
chamber,
में अभी अबीज आ
even
गया,
during
नाइस।
stage 2 and especially into playoffs. Now with a map like Abyss
फिर भी
re-entering in
लोग
the pool
तो
as well,
लोटस
you're going to
वगैरह
know there's
उठाएंगे,
quite a few
PRX
teams
तो
that are going to want to
उठाएगी।
play that chamber on that map, make use of the ability to, you know, free off and just dominate those long-range fights. The Sage changes to me, I don't
मुझे
think
लगा
are going
था
to
कुछ
spike
तो
Legion's
स्टार्टिंग शो
priority, but
वगैरह
for
होगा
teams like
यार।
G2 or PRX that play it on a couple maps, it's certainly nice.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I was
लोग
wanting to go
कितना
towards.
हाइप
Is
बना
maybe
रहे
not
थे,
to the
बोल रहे
same
थे
degree that
डुओस
Chamber has
बंडल
seen a
वगैरह
lot
कुछ
more
देंगे।
prevalence in the pro meta. We have seen Sage kind of sprinkled in a little bit here, and maybe not the most optimal place to play her, but she does get some love on Korot. She gets love on a couple of other maps, so I would
कौन
be
सा
shocked to see a
मैप
little
फेवरेट
uptick,
है
to be
देखो।
honest.
I'm looking forward to seeing
मेरा
which team is going to
फेवरेट
put the
मैप है,
whole, you know,
सबसे ज़्यादा
Abyssy into
फेवरेट
the
अगर
map
मैं
pool,
बताऊं तो
or
डेट
if
हैव
it's going
टू
to
बी
be a bit more
SN,
abysmal. Sorry, I'm just getting it all
आइस
out the
बॉक्स,
way.
I didn't
I'm
really
getting
know.
it
लोटस,
all out the way on day
बाइंड।
one. But what we
एंड
should
द
talk
मैप
about
आई
is that
हेट द
naturally some
मोस्ट,
teams are going
रीजन
to
के साथ
benefit
बताऊंगी
from
मैं, ठीक है।
Icebox leaving and Abyss
कोरोड,
coming in. I think
सो
there's some
मैनी
obvious ones
कॉर्नर्स
here,
भाई,
but I
सो
really
मैनी
just want to shout
कॉर्नर्स। हम
out
लोग लो
PRX
रैंक
because
प्लेयर
I
है,
think some people felt
कहीं
like
पे
they
भी
were one of the
बॉक्स
weaker
पीछे
teams to make
ओडिन
it in,
लेके
but with
जज लेके
Abyss
बैठ
being
जाते हैं
in,
हमारे
I think
ओपोनेंट्स, ठीक
their
है। सो
skulls have
मैनी
just gone
कॉर्नर्स
through
टू
the
क्लियर,
roof because
और
I
हमारे
firmly
टीम
believe
में भी
they
जो
were
लोग आते हैं
the
क्लियर
best
नहीं
Abyss
करेंगे।
team in
आप
the world.
लेफ्ट देख
Yeah, I
रहे
mean,
हो,
I
वो
think
लोग
both
राइट
PRX
क्लियर नहीं
and Team
करेंगे।
Liquid have incredibly high
एक
win rates
रीजन
on
हो
this
गया।
map. Team Liquid have never lost the map,
और
so
बाकी
we're very
आपका
excited to
नेक्स्ट
see
है
what they can do on here and what
अभी
on
उधर मैं
this
ज़्यादा
wider map as
कूद
well,
नहीं
what
सकती हूँ,
they
बिल्कुल
can
भी
accomplish
कूदने
in
से
terms
डर
of
लगता है
these
उधर।
long-range fights.
I think MIBR is another
कोरोड
that
बेस
we've
मैप
got
है,
to
मैं
talk about.
ओडिन
I
लेके
think they
हेवन
have
पे
only
बैठ
one
जाता हूँ।
blemish
अरे मैं
Yeah,
on
ओडिन
their record
चलाती
on
नहीं हूँ
Abyss
यार।
all time. And so
Is this
लुक्स
the
वाइज
cope
तो
you're trying to
कोरोड
sell
को
me?
बहुत
Abyss is what
प्यारा
MIBR
बनाया है,
gonna
बहुत
have
सारे
to
हिडन
win?
I
ईस्टर
will just
एग्स
say
है,
this. I
कितने
think there are
सारे
a lot of
क्यूट
people who
बनाए
are
हैं,
sleeping
लेकिन
on
बहुत
MIBR and for
कॉर्नर
good
से
reason.
यार।
I mean, I think they bombed
अभी
out
इस
of
पे मैं
Toronto.
कूद
They
नहीं
were
सकती,
pretty
इधर
poor in
उधर वो
stage
बी
2, and
साइड
they
पे
had to
स्पेशली
make
प्लान
playoffs,
करने वाला जो
and they
एरिया
had
है
a
ना
little
कॉर्नर
uptick at the
पे,
end of
वो
the
वाला
regular
नहीं कूद
season, but I
सकती।
do think
ए में जो एक
Abyss
ब्रिज
is
बना हुआ है
very strong
बीच
for them. I
में,
think they historically have had
उधर मैं
success
नहीं
there,
कूद
and
सकती,
I
इधर
don't
उधर
know why we
करूंगी
would
गिर
think otherwise
जाऊंगी
here.
मैं आराम से।
Counterpoint, Kong with
फिर
EG
ब्रीज,
broke the kill record in a best of
इतना
5
बड़ा
on
मिड,
Abyss.
Honestly, the
So
एक
fact
टनल
that
बना के
PDD
रखा हुआ है,
champs
टनल से जा
again, and
सकते हो आप,
Abyss
इधर
is
से आ सकते हो, उधर से आ सकते
the
हो, मिड
script
इतना
writers are
बड़ा
getting
है।
a little bit lazy. But
ये
Doug,
तीनों
you
मैप
are-
मुझे नहीं पसंद है
before
रैंक
this,
वाइज।
I was thinking, am I a believer? And now you've
बाकी
really
सारे
convinced me.
मैप में
That was
खेल
it.
लूंगी,
That's all
भले
it
ही
took.
हार
I
जाऊं,
believe
बट
I am.
पसंद है
Yeah,
खेलना।
MIBR playing
Yes,
Abyss is all it took.
100%, 100%.
You didn't. Okay, you must not have watched enough of regular season.
आपको
I
सबसे
did.
ज़्यादा कौन
You
सा
know, I
मैप
had to
से
stay up till
नफरत
like
है
3
बताओ?
a.m. to watch that garbage.
Okay.
So
इनफैक्ट मुझे तो फ्रैक्चर भी अच्छा लगता है।
don't you come for me.
It's good.
Don't you come for me. But what's also very exciting is we have
चलो
some
आप
players
गैस करो
making
फर्स्ट
debuts,
मैप कौन
not
सा
just
होगा अभी।
on the
फर्स्ट
global
मैप
stage, but also specifically champs as well. It's
आइस
a
बॉक्स रोल आउट हो चुका है
long
ना।
list of names. What stands out to
फर्स्ट
you guys? Which one
मैप
stands out to you guys?
Maybe
मैं
this is a
एक्सेल
cop-out
जी
answer,
का
but I think
बहुत
this-
मतलब
I love
कम
that there are
वो
this
देखती
many
हूँ,
players
मतलब
debuting on
मैं
the Champions Stage for
चाइना
the first
वीसीटी
time
इतना
because it
फॉलो
means
नहीं
the future
करती
of the
हूँ,
sport.
तो
I think
एक्सेल
having
जी
new
का
names
मैं
come
क्या
in,
गेस
having
करूँ?
a lot of that injection of youth. You take
फर्स्ट
again,
मैप
we were just
माइट
talking about
भी
MIBR.
क्या
A
बोलते
lot
हैं,
of these guys, all 4 of them debuted on the
माइट
international
बी
for the
might
first time in
be,
Toronto.
Yeah.
And now they're here for the very first time at Champs. And yes, you may argue it's a global, right? But the stage
एसेंट
is a
हो
little bit
सकता है
bigger here.
फर्स्ट
The lights are a
मैप्स,
little bit brighter,
मतलब
and that
पिक
does make
के
a
ऊपर
difference.
डिपेंड
coming
करता है.
from
अगर
Americas, I'm
एक्सेल
so
जी को
excited to
पहला
see
पिक
Mata
दे रहे
in
तो
the
दूसरा
Americas,
कुछ
no
होगा.
I know I did EMEA
PRX
2
को
years
दे
ago,
रहे
remember
हेवन
it's
नहीं तो
happening now.
लोटस.
No, but Mata has the all-time record in Americas for number of aces.
Yeah.
सनसेट,
In his
आप
rookie year.
सनसेट को
Yes,
हेट
and his
करते हो.
I think the next closest is like 6 or 7.
अपना
It's
उसका
like not
सेज
even
लेके
remotely close,
खेलो.
and he's just done it in 1 year. Like now seeing him on
सेज
the big
लेके
stage,
बस
I'm
मिड में ही
so
खड़े
excited.
रहो.
Are you on
आपको
like, are you
जरूरत
last
ही नहीं है
call
एक
Adam?
साइड
Are you
डिफेंड
like
करने
that?
की. मिड
You
आप
guys,
वाल
I don't
कर
think they
दो,
know each other like that.
उधर ही खड़े रहो.
I don't think
जिधर
so.
आएंगे उधर चले जाओ आप.
Did you know that Mata
आप
is
अगर
Adam's
उसके लिए हेट
backcourt?
करते हो
That's
कि
my
लाइक अरे
favorite
यार
of
ये
the
में
Americas
मार्केट
because
से
I
घुस रहे,
love
इधर
that
से
toast.
घुस रहे, उधर
It
से
was
घुस
so
रहे.
good.
It was a good one.
But you're
And you
not.
know what? There were
मैं
too many
सेज
of us
में
that
नहीं
did
हूँ.
not
क्या
know
बात
that
है भाई.
and
Oh.
learned from that
सेज
graphic
खेलने में
event.
तो
Yeah.
सनसेट में
Okay,
मजा आता है.
I'm
हेवन में
happy
मजा
to
आता है
know
सेज
that. But
खेलने
did
में.
you know Doug.
जो
That
मैप
Paper
पे
Race
मतलब
1-0,
मिड
which
साइड
means
एक
that
है,
they-
उधर
they
सेज
could
खेलने
be
का
doing
अलग
back
मजा
to
है.
back coming into this.
Whoa.
Yeah,
कोई
which
भी
would be
साइड
wild.
मत
And
रहो,
again, to do it and
बीच में
chance
रहो,
to do
जहाँ
it
है उधर भाग
on
जाओ
the
आराम से.
biggest event of the year, I think would mean so much more. And the truth is, they come into this tournament, as we mentioned earlier
सनसेट
on,
जब
as
शुरू
heavy
शुरू में आया था ना,
favorites. There are
मैं
people who
तब
expect
हेट
them to be
करती थी
competing for
सनसेट
that
को.
trophy at the very end of this event. And
सीखने
so
में मुझे
there's a lot
बहुत
to be
टाइम
excited
लगा,
about for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped a
क्योंकि तब मैं
series in
वैलोरेंट पे
stage
भी
2.
न्यू थी,
Yeah,
To
तो
say to
कहाँ
Doja,
क्या,
don't
कहाँ
know what
प्लान
happened
होगा,
there,
किस
but
तरफ से
we move
निकलूँ
on.
मैं.
It's fine.
It happens. It
Yeah.
happens.
बट
So
जब
bad.
से मैंने
certainly does, but this
फॉरवर्ड
team
अभी
came in,
ब्रीज का
to
नया
Toronto's
वाला
a
रूप
completely
देखा है,
different
तब
story
से
to
मुझे
the
सनसेट
champions, where
पसंद
they're
है.
coming in as the bottom seed from Pacific. No one really had it. Okay, not no one.
सेज के
One
वॉल के
person
पीछे
had
बैठ
it
जाओ,
done.
ओडिन
You can see
लेके,
right
जैसे
here.
वॉल
But
ब्रेक
they
का
went on
ओडिन
this
स्पैम.
crazy run to end up dominating at the end
मैं
of the
ओडिन
tournament. Now they're coming
खेलती
in as
नहीं
the
हूँ,
number 1 seed. So
मुझे
it is a
ओडिन
different
करना
level
आता ही
of
नहीं है.
pressure on them, of expectations for this team. To now
हेलो
go to distance
नीरज,
and to
क्या
lift that
हाल है?
championship.
वेलकम टू द
Yeah, and
स्ट्रीम.
I prefer to stay within 2025 when it comes to conversations like this, but I do think it's unique for Paper X because they have been around for as long as they have and because they have lost internationally. And so they've
मैं
been there.
सेज
They
सिर्फ
know what it's like
हेवन
to lose.
और
It's not
उसमें
like they're
खेलती हूँ,
just riding
सनसेट
this
में
high,
सेज खेलती हूँ.
much
कोई
like we
ना आप
saw
क्लासिक
EG a couple
लेके
years ago,
साइड में
where they
रहना
were
है
able
क्या?
to kind of take off and go. They have been in
बट
this
मैं
spot. They
नहीं
know what
दूंगी
it's like to
हेवन
lose,
और
and I
वो
think that
क्या
makes a
बोलते
massive
हैं,
difference when you're talking
सनसेट
about the
में मैं
gauntlet
सेज
of this
नहीं
event.
दूंगी.
I will say that on the other side, this is probably
क्या
the
हाल
venue
चाल?
that
आप
well,
भूल
because
गई
I've
हमें?
always
नहीं
been
भूली
a
यार, मैं
Paper
बीमार हूँ
girl.
थोड़ी
But this is
सी.
probably the first event that they've come in as true favorites. Every
Oh,
event
yeah,
is sort
yeah.
of like there's a Genji, there's a DRX, there's a
Right.
even in their region they've never been considered as the ones that should win.
Right.
Does that change the pressure and expectations on them that
मेरे
this is
से
an
तो
event that
स्टिंगर
they
नहीं
should
चलती,
win?
स्पेक्टर
I
लॉन्ग
honestly
रेंज में
feel
नहीं
like
चलती है.
it doesn't because of how PaperX just operate as a team. Like I feel like they're a team because you think about their history. Right?
लोटस
For
में
so
इनका
long, people are like,
60%
they're just
हो
a
गया
team that like
पेपर
runs
एक्स
at you.
का.
They play kind of
Yeah.
like messy Valorant, sloppy
लोटस
Valorant.
तो
Like
इनका
I
होम
think
ग्राउंड
they've
हुआ
been
करता था
discounted
ना.
so much that the opinion of outsiders does not matter to them anymore. They're always going to play their
हेवन
brand of game,
स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट
and
है,
even if they are
बाइन
coming with higher
स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट है.
outside
ओके,
expectations, what matters to them
क्यों
is
क्या
their
हुआ?
own
वायरल
expectations,
फीवर
and
वगैरह हो
that's
गया
what they're
यार,
coming into
बहुत
this
मतलब
expecting to
तबीयत
win it all.
खराब
And
रहने
I do
लगा है
think
मेरा.
when you're talking
ये
about
जो
this
मैंने
outside
पोल पे
noise and
विराट
influence
कोहली
and kind
लगा
of
के
changing
रखा है,
mentality,
जिन्होंने
I
भी
look
विराट
at the
कोहली को
coach
वोट
to
दिया
be the
है.
one to
थैंक
keep
यू
him
सो
on the straight
मच.
and
इस
narrow.
बार
And
आरसीबी
I
ही
do trust
जीतेगी.
Alex to be the guy to do that, but there is something to be said about having the target on your back.
यार
as opposed
लोटस
to
तो
being the one
PRX
hunting.
का
And
होम
for this,
ग्राउंड हुआ
for the very
करता
first
था,
time,
होम
Dsouza, I'm
एकदम
inclined
घर
to
की
agree
तरह
with you.
हुआ करता था.
They're the
Yeah.
ones with the targets on their backs.
आज
They're the ones that
टेबल
people are coming
टूटेगा.
for.
I mean, you said there's something to be said. Would you say there's
आप
said to
मुंबई
be
से हो ना?
something
नहीं, मैं
as well
आसाम से हूँ.
on the other side?
North
I
East
would-
Assam.
I would not, but that's a great segue.
Yeah, that's something.
आप
something,
लोग किधर
something.
से हो बताओ?
Of course, the MVP, and it's
Something
almost
चलेगा.
kind of funny. It's really hard to win MVP on PaperX.
Yeah.
There's always
मेरा
like
जिंगू
4
भी
other
खेलेगा.
guys
Yeah.
that's ahead of you.
Yeah.
But again,
जिंगू को
definitively
दिखाना
for the
था
first
क्या?
time going to a global event, something looks like the best.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely smashed
Yeah.
in the grand final in Pacific. I think he played the
अरे
Euro on
बाप रे,
every
मैं तो
single map,
मुंबई
was
से हूँ.
completely
क्या बात है?
dominating round after round. I
कैसा
feel like he
गया
is
फिर
such a
आपका
skilled
क्या बोलते
player
हैं गणेश
at
चतुर्थी?
finding those windows, right, where he can take the more aggressive angle, at finding those pockets he can play inside of, and there was just not a team in Pacific that could deal with him.
Yeah, and I think watching something develop into the player he's become has been so much fun. You guys remember his international debut? There were a lot of people who were like, something's going to be sick, he's going to be insane, he's going to
Yeah.
light the world on fire, and he was serviceable. But for him to grow
बाप
the way that
रे,
he has
something
and to
का
now
KD
perform on this
सबसे
stage and
ज़्यादा
to be probably the star of
Yeah.
the event
देख रहे
when
हो?
before things kick off is just such
सभी
a
प्लेयर
drastic
से
difference.
ऊपर है,
He has
किको
grown into
वगैरह
this
से भी
role
ऊपर है.
perfectly.
As you can see here, he's now the
जैमकिन
global
से भी
KD
बाप
leader.
रे
What's
भाई.
Oxy doing in there? Sorry.
No,
नजर मत
you didn't
लगाओ.
watch Oxy.
अरे
Oxy's
अरे हाँ
getting
हाँ.
so
I'm
many
kidding.
kills.
I'm actually
अरे
kinda
एक्सेल
kidding.
जी
Get
का
him up
मैच
here.
अभी तक
Shout out
मैं
to
नहीं
Brooks
देखती
who
हूँ
could
ना,
be number
कभी
2
भी
on
उनको
that
मतलब
graphic,
खेलते
but
हुए नहीं देखा
he's
मैंने एक्सेल
definitely a
जी को.
heavy hitter. Also, I think the confidence matters a lot for
गाइस
this team,
बीच
right?
में
When
अगर
they're
आपको
confident,
अलग
it
सी
just
एक्टिंग
doesn't
देखने
even
को
matter
मिल
who
जाए
they're
तो
playing
समझ
against. It's
जाना.
impossible. And what's going to be more
कुछ ऐसे
of a
जिंक्स
confidence
वगैरह
boost
मत
than
लिखने
coming
लग
into this
जाना
event
की टूट
as
जाए।
the MVP. Did you see the gold keyboard?
बढ़िया गणेश चतुर्थी में फुल मजाक
Yeah, yeah,
किया
that
और
video,
मोदक
yeah, yeah.
खाए दबा
Yeah,
के।
that is
क्या बात है
insane.
यार,
I
मोदक
honestly-
इस
Is
बार
he
मैंने
playing
भी
with
खाया।
I hope
वैसे
it is.
चैंपियंस का
What a
स्टेज
flex.
ऐसा,
Can
इससे
you imagine
अच्छा
looking
तो
over at the
अपना
guy
पैसिफिक
opposite
का
you on the stage and
स्टेज
he's got a
होता
gold
है।
keyboard?
You know what would go great with
पैसिफिक
that
में
gold
यार
keyboard?
जो मतलब
MVP
वो
bracelet.
टीम है ना,
Oh,
मतलब
yeah.
टेक्निकल टीम बोल लो आप लोग, मैनेजमेंट
So
टीम,
fashion
बहुत
forward. Look at you.
बढ़िया,
I will say
मतलब
though,
बहुत
Forsaken was
बढ़िया है।
talking about in the press conference how he's only worn his
जिंगू
bracelet once. He did not bring it to Paris.
नहीं
It's
खेल
just
पाओगे
at
जिंगू,
home,
नहीं
locked
खेल
away in a
पाओगे।
safe because, you know, They don't want to bring him.
आप
And
असम
Funkel's
से हो
exactly the
सच्ची?
same.
हाँ,
Yeah,
मैं
he did
असमी
not
से हूँ
bring
यार।
his bracelet.
But honestly, yes, valuable. You don't want a thing to happen to
टोक्यो
it.
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स
That's in the
तो
past.
अलग ही
That
लेवल
was
का
that
था,
is
वही
an
ना।
entirely different
मैंने
tournament. It's an
लिटरली
entirely
सोचा
different
आज
year,
ओपनिंग
and
डे
this
है,
is the
कुछ
stage
बड़ा
that they're playing
करेंगे।
on now. And
पेरिस
so honestly,
इतना
like
मतलब
from a competitive
एडवांस
perspective,
जगह
the
है,
mindset,
इतना
I love that.
फ्यूचरिस्टिक जगह है,
That
कुछ
was
तो
done
अलग होगा इस बारी।
long ago. This is a
Yeah.
new stage.
मैं
This is a new
लिटरली वो
tournament,
सोची,
and you still
पता
have
है।
something to prove here.
I
हाँ
love
हाँ,
that
तुम
because
उल्टा
maybe
बोलो।
a player who could be the present and future of
क्या
Valorant.
क्या,
Pac-Man
मैंने
is
कुछ
joined
नहीं
by
पढ़ा।
Mika Fabs. Let's see what he had to
अरे
say.
देखो ना, डर रहे हैं वो लोग, देखो PRX वाले डर रहे हैं।
Mika Fabs here, and I am with
असम बहुत
Pac-Man.
ब्यूटीफुल है
Pac-Man,
यार,
I
एक
will
बार
dish
ट्रैवल
first
करना
of
है मेरे को, जरूर आना।
I
इतना
wanna ask
क्राउड
you,
फैन
you
मीटअप
started out
में
this year as a
वही ना,
rookie,
इतने
and
लोग यार
now
अपने
you
बिग्स
are
को मिलने
Masters
आ जाते
champion,
हैं मुंबई
and
के
your
मॉल्स
team
में।
is here at Valorant Champions Paris, expected to be one of the teams to win it all.
मुझे
How are you
लिटरली
keeping
लगा
up?
था
How are you
कुछ
coping?
मतलब
Sumusobra ba
बड़ा
yung
करेंगे
pag-overwhelm ba?
ओपनिंग में, वो इवेंट
To be
वगैरह
honest,
होगा कुछ
we're
तो।
not pressuring ourselves. We're happy to be here among like
बैटमैन
almost 40 plus
आइए,
teams in the world, and
ये भी
we're
नहीं
like
खेल पाएगा, देख
here
लो।
like top 16 teams.
बता
So it's
रही हूँ
just
मैं।
really a big achievement for us to be here, and for us to keep it like how to
मुझे
be
लगता
consistent
है
is like
चैंपियंस में
just
अब
have
वो
fun
बात
still
नहीं।
and don't pressure ourselves, of course.
Eager to see that fun on stage. Good luck.
मुझे सच्ची में लगा था ओपनिंग सेरेमनी में तो कुछ करना
I
चाहिए
hope
था।
he gets to enjoy this stage. Of course, it's going to be his first time at Champs. Of course, you know, he was tweeting
At
about how
least
excited
like
that
कुछ
Taylor Swift is dropping
challenges
an album
वगैरह,
while
मतलब
he's,
you know
in Paris. Hopefully
चैलेंज
that's a good
गेम
omen.
वगैरह
That's
करते थे
gonna
ना
push
प्लेयर
him
वगैरह,
forward.
शायद
But they do
अभी
have to get
दिखाए वो
past,
पता नहीं।
an opponent here
कुछ
first
चैलेंज
today
गेम
on
वगैरह
their,
करते थे प्लेयर्स
debut
के
here,
साथ ही।
which of course is going to be
ऑडियंस है कहाँ पे?
XLG.
हेलो।
For them though, the pressure is crazy because as you guys can see on this graphic, and of course I want you to focus on the championship points because the
बिगेस्ट इवेंट
Ascension
बस
winners
नाम का
DRG and
सीजन
XLG,
एंड
they're going
हो
to
रहा है,
be
कुछ तो
battling
करो।
to see who's going to
ऐसे तो अपने
remain
नॉट
in
विन के
VCT for
इवेंट
next
होते हैं।
year.
अरे
Whoever
अरे
makes it the furthest in this tournament in Paris will get to keep their spot, and the other team will have to fight through Ascension. In the event that both
यार
teams get knocked out
स्टार्टिंग
at the
डे में तो
exact
कुछ
same
ओपनिंग
stage
सेरेमनी
because of
होना
the
चाहिए
championship
था।
points, XLG will get to remain. And we've never had
होप
a
टीम
situation
का
before. This is
एंट्री मतलब
entirely new
दिखाए,
for us.
थोड़ा
Yeah, it's
पहला दिन है आज यार,
absolutely
कम ऑन।
crazy that one of these teams is going to have to fight for it. But for XLG, they because of how well
ये
they did
देखो
back
इधर
in
भी
stage
खड़े हुए
1,
होते ना
that's why
लोग,
they
इधर
have the
लोग
advantage. Keep
बैठने
in
के
mind,
लिए
this
ही
team,
है।
well, they're coming in as the 4th seed to this tournament. They
बॉक्सिंग
dominated
का
China
इवेंट
in
थोड़ा वो
stage
लग रहा
1,
है।
dropped one
इवेंट
series
ना
on,
करे बट
went on that
एटलीस्ट
huge
स्टेज तो
run, had
बड़ा
higher
हो।
expectations going into Toronto,
आई
and then
थिंक
lost to two
फाइनल्स में कुछ
American
कर
teams
सकता है।
back to back, didn't win a map, bombed out. And
फाइनल्स के
since
लिए
then, it
तैयार
has
करके
not
रखा
been
है आई
that
थिंक
same
कुछ,
story for the squad.
And I
होपफुली।
think that kind of pressure, that's something that slips through the cracks. That's something that shows up on the stage, and that's a lot. That's a lot to wrestle through. And then you think about each
प्लेज
of their
ऑफ में आई
respective
थिंक
first round
चेंज कर
matchups.
दे, क्योंकि ये
You're
तो
talking
स्विच
about a
स्टेज
night
है
and
ना,
day
इधर से
difference.
क्वालिफाई करके
This
प्लेज
is a
ऑफ में
tough
जाना
thing you have to
पड़ेगा
climb
आप
through.
लोग को।
I
Yeah.
will say the caveat is they did play with a sub
Sure.
last time they were a global.
और आई
This
थिंक
time around, they're
ऑडियंस
actually
अभी
coming in
फिलअप
with the
हो
guy
रहे
that
हैं,
they've been
बाहर
playing with
स्टोर
during the
वगैरह
regular
भी है ना,
season.
तो घूम
Exactly,
रहे
and I
होंगे।
also think it's important to say that while they're coming as the 4th seed, it's not like they
वो
were
तो
scraping
पेरिस
by
ये
on
सब क्या
championship
बोलते हैं
points.
ना,
They
ये
lost
सब
to
जगह में
DRG
तो भाई
and
बहुत
EDG, two
सारे
teams above
राइट
them.
एरिना
Where is that
होंगे
man?
ऑब्वियसली।
No man. There's actually they're playing with
There's
no man.
no man.
There is no
Oh,
man.
there's the man.
I will say though, I want to just glaze Noman for a second. I freaking
But
love him.
still
I'm
जगह ही
so
छोटा है।
happy that he's getting his shot in tier
प्लेज
1.
ऑफ
And
तक
for
कुछ
people that are
होगा
really
आई
upset
थिंक,
about
अब
Wolves not making
पता
it,
नहीं
wanting to
क्या
see
करे
Super
राइट
BB,
वाले।
he brings really
Me.
similar vibes. He is that guy he's always got a smile on his face. He loves standing up. He loves giving it. And a
एक्सएलजी
lot of the
चाइना
times when
की
his teammates are clutching and
सीट
doing
4
crazy
टीम
things,
में आई
and
थिंक
they
सो।
are a little bit more shy.
मैं
they don't
चाइना
want to
इतना
track
ज़्यादा
back.
नहीं
Noman
देखती
will
हूँ, मैंने
stand up
बस
and do it
देखा
for
था
them.
सीड
He
वाला,
does this
तो
when he's
4
like
एक
bottom
लिखा हुआ
fragging.
था, वो
I
आई थिंक
love this so much,
एक्सएलजी था।
and I think he will
शिलाई गेमिंग
100% make the
यही नाम है
most
ना।
out of this stage here in Paris.
You're completely selling me on him because, like, you tell me all that. I now love him outside of the game and
मैं
outside of what he's
लिटरली
doing in the
सोची
server.
कुछ
But
गाने
I
वाने
also
का
think he's
शो
just one
होगा,
of the
वो
most
कुछ
versatile players
शॉर्ट्स
inside the
डाला
server.
था आई
He
थिंक
plays
VCT के
every
चैनल
single
पे ही।
agent under the sun. He'll play a Raze. He'll
कुछ
play a
मतलब
Chamber. He'll
प्रो
play all the
लोगों
other
से
Sentinels.
गाना
He's
कुछ
got the odd
हेडफोन में
Sky
सुनवा
he'll
के
bust
रिव्यू
out
कर
on
रहे हैं,
Bind.
कैसा
Like,
है इस
no
बार का
one can
थीम
really
सॉन्ग। strong.
hit every single agent in the game
वो
like
सब
he can.
सोची मैं.
Yeah, his agent pool is insane. I think a lot of the intangibles into
I
that you were
think
just talking
seed
about are
1v4
also hard to measure. I mean, I guess that's why they're called intangibles,
team
but those are
matchup
things
है
that make a
तो
difference
हाँ
on
ऐसा है.
on a global run. And so I think if there is somebody who is kind of going to get them over this bump, if there is an X factor, if you will,
टू
that might
टू
give
आपका
them a
क्या
shot
बोलते
here
हैं
against
टू
the
आपका
heavyweights of
सेंटिनल्स
PRX.
है आई थिंक
it would be this cat getting out of his seat.
You need a hee hee ha ha.
One
vibes,
G2
man. You
है.
just do, and I think Noman
इसीलिए
will be
two
that guy.
That's what he's
Sentinel है.
bringing?
Yeah,
I love it.
He's
And
not
the
bringing.
haha.
He's not bringing any man, but he's bringing the vibe.
Right, okay.
But we do have to talk about, I think,
XLG
probably
का
the
सब में
best player
percentage
on the
कमी
team,
है.
and for me, maybe even the
Bind
best
एक बार ही
player
खेला है
in CN
100%.
behind Blazey right now, which is Happy Way. He's so good.
Heaven
That is
इनका
insane.
बढ़िया
Even when
मैप है.
XLG won that good
4
against
बारी
on the
खेला है,
global
4
stage, he
बारी
was
जीता
good.
है.
Yeah, he was still
नहीं,
like the
Sen
player
third
going
is शायद, ऐसा
positive
क्या?
in a couple of those games. And I think that Happyway, for me, because he's usually playing on the defense side in particular, I think is where he can take over. He's
Hopefully
usually
इस बार
playing on the
MIBR
weak side of the
मतलब
map. He'll have maybe
खेल
one
लेगा.
other guy next to him, and he'll take the slightest of pixel angles. But he is so quick on his reaction speed
अच्छा,
that he's still
regional
finding kills. He's
finalist
almost
first,
never going to
second,
go
अच्छा.
down just for free on that side of the map. He is so hard to dislodge on the sides of the map that he's anchoring.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is showing the team's trust in him and the fact
जो
that they
team
continue to put him in
champions
positions
points
like
से
that
आए
where he
हैं,
is
वो
often
third
without
fourth,
resources,
ऐसा
where he
क्या?
is often
Okay.
without help, and he's asked to hold down a site, hold down a side of the map, essentially by himself, or maybe with a little bit of support. And so for Happyway to
America
be
का
able to
मतलब fourth
continually
फिर
deliver
MIBR
in those
होगा ना?
hard positions is another part that XLG will
या
have to
फिर
rely on if they want to best
बहुत
paper X today.
confusion है
They
यार,
might
बहुत
just have to,
confusion.
I think Paper Race, they don't need this, but they might have to see Ned this play a little bit, like find Happy Way and be like, oh, let's just run to the other side.
हाँ, MIBR
Just
ही
to,
है.
give them the best chance. But then again, I don't even think Paper Race
यार
need
टीम के
any
एंट्रीज
advice
को
from me
दिखाओ यार,
specifically.
No, I don't think
प्लीज.
they're listening right
मुझे
now.
देखना है, अगर
Maybe they don't
एफएनसी
even
में
listen to their
बोस्टर ने
coach,
नाच
you know?
नाच
They're
के
just
एंट्री
gonna-
नहीं लिया तो मैं रो
I mean,
दूंगी.
he's definitely Happy Way a massive win condition. Raga, however, we're going to talk about him in a second because for now,
G2 is
he
first.
spoke
हाँ,
to me
ग्लोबल में भी
a little
फर्स्ट है,
bit
PRX सेकंड है, थर्ड RRQ है.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm here with Raga of XLG. Now, Raga, as the duelist on the XLG squad, and you are now going
यार
head to
अगर
head with a
बोस्टर
team
ने
that is
एंट्री नहीं ली ना,
notorious for playing
नाच
like
नाच के
5
पहले मैच
duelists,
जब
how are
उनका
you
होगा
feeling about that?
एफएनसी वर्सेस, मैं
I feel
रोऊंगी
great
बैठ के.
because I can play
RRQ से
versus
तो
them
उम्मीद नहीं मुझे.
on the one stage.
मैंने यार
So I
उनको
want to
पिकैम्स
show
में भी
I'm
थोड़ा
not
सा
like
नीचे रख दिया
someone else,
उनके
and I can
ग्रुप में.
beat them maybe.
Should be exciting. Good luck.
मेरी बैन बच जाएगी अगर RRQ ने खेल लिया तो.
When it comes to the duelist, though, the other players that play his role, it is a really tough competition. I know Ender last time he spoke to you about how he didn't think he was the best. In fact,
he's my
the
humble king.
opposite.
Yeah, I was like, I asked him in Toronto, like, where do you see yourself stacking up with the other duelists in the tournament? And he was like, last. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, I have to prove myself, like he has to do that first. And I think Toronto for him was a bit of a miss. And he's going to be coming in now with a lot more to prove himself personally.
I do think even the
GX
approach
मैंने
that he
भगवान का
had
नाम
in that
लेके
conversation
Sentinels
was notably
choose कर
different
लिया
to
है.
the one he had with you, where he was like, yeah, I am
GX
thankful
जीत
for the
सकता है,
opportunity
वही
to
ना
play
यार,
on the
उन्होंने
stage
इतना
to show them
तगड़ा खेला
I'm
है
not
पूरे
just
लोअर
another
ब्रैकेट
guy.
Yeah,
And I do
EMEA
I'm now
में.
the second one. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, maybe. And
अपने टीम को
it's
उन्होंने
tough because
एलिमिनेट
this-
करा है ना.
This might be the most lopsided opening match.
मैं
that
भगवान
we
के भरोसे
will have,
सेंटिनल
and
रख
so
दी.
I mean,
they're-
Masters winners were the 4 seed.
Right,
You know?
right. Like
चुपचाप
this is
ये
there is a
में
massive gap
फाड़
between
दिया
these two
था वो
teams,
लोगों
but
ने
they do
वही.
have a little bit of like, we want to show them that we belong.
It's champs. Anything can
Yeah.
happen. Anything can happen. And for now, it's time to reveal the results of our Mastercard fan poll. Earlier, we
एफएनसी को
asked
भी
you
निकाल
which
दिया
region
था,
was going to
PH
take
को
home
भी
the
निकाल दिया था, आई
Champions
थिंक BBL को भी
Paris
निकाला
trophy.
था, if
And
I'm
the
not wrong.
results are in. 63% of you said that Pacific will win champs. Honestly, I was one of the 63%.
I mean,
I'm
that
not gonna
checks
lie.
out.
Yeah.
Then we've got Americas with 20, EMEA with 14, and CN with 3. Now, the last time y'all underestimated CN, who won champs 2024 again?
I don't remember.
Who was it?
I don't
know.
Do you recall? I don't
Yeah,
recall.
that's what I thought. So 3% I think is really low.
You're saying that,
हाँ,
and you
BBL
voted
को हराया
for
था फाइनल
Pacific,
में,
which
नेक्स्ट
makes sense
स्टेज
because they
भी
won
वीडियो होने
King
चाहिए.
off the
Mark
stage, or
Phillips
Masters won
instigating from the other side of the desk. What is
Crazy.
this?
Crazy.
सेंटिनल थोड़ा सा मतलब
take a
यू
look
नो
at the
वो
predictions.
अमेरिका स्टेज 2 के प्लेस ऑफ के टाइम से थोड़ा सा ऐसे मतलब गड़बड़ा गया है.
The global power ranking powered by AWS, and I was
Sure.
like, oh,
I
this is
don't know,
telling me
Bang
PRX has a
वगैरह
better
नहीं
chance.
Yeah, to clarify, in the top left next to Achilles, our prediction king, GPR global
वही
power ranking,
पैसिफिक को
this
देख
will
रहे हो,
basically just put whoever is higher
वोटिंग
in
में
that
भी
global
आगे
power
निकल गए,
ranking
इस
will
बार
predict
कौन
them through.
जीतेगा.
So because PaperX is rated higher than
प्रेडिक्शन
XLG,
देखो,
they're chosen,
PRX
and Sentinels
everyone.
over Giant X also going to get locked in there. So we also get a battle against the power ranking.
Are you surprised
सेंटिनल में
that,
ही वो
your
क्या
fellow
बोलते हैं साइड
America's
शो,
caster sideshow
फिर
decided to betray
एंशु,
Sen?
फिर
He's not
मिक्समैन,
from Americas
इन्होंने
anymore.
वो
Yeah,
GX
no.
को
Have you heard
Oh,
of
चुनाया.
what happened?
Yeah.
No, I've never
Prediction
actually heard
तो है,
him talk. Now
prediction
you
तो है।
mentioned it.
I
Predicting
think
against Sentinels is
Mixmen
naughty,
gonna
naughty,
win.
naughty.
I
वही
just mute him normally. But yeah, is it really that
अगर
astute, you
BBL
think?
आता ना उनको भी
First match,
हल्के
you
में
know,
नहीं
as
ले
you said,
सकते थे भाई
Sen XLG, sorry, Paper X XLG.
मैग्नम वगैरह ऐसे
Paper X
पलट
favorite, but
देते
is Sen
राउंड
the overwhelming favorite for the second one?
I don't think to the same degree. No, I think that match is going to be a lot closer. And I think, again, like
मिक्समैन
Christy was saying, we're talking
कान
about
भी
Masters 2
रॉन्ग
winners
नेम
versus the
में
number
ही
4
मिक्स
seed out of
है
China. That,
वही
it
ना
just feels like a massive gap. But between those two teams in the second match, I think it will be
BBL
a lot more
क्वालिफाई
competitive.
नहीं हुई नहीं
Third seed is a fluke from Sentinels. They're going to come in hot.
Oh,
उनको
Unbelievable.
फाइनल्स में
wait,
आना
you
था
mean
ना
like they should have been
क्वालिफाई
higher
होने के लिए
seeds?
चैंप्स में
Yeah,
तो वो
I
लोग
mean-
फाइनल्स में
fluke,
नहीं आ
it
पाए
makes
थे
it sound like they should have been lower.
No,
Yeah.
no, no.
Yeah.
But
I would
mean,
never.
I think people agree with that. I think
अगर
it's just that
BBL
maybe
आता
the
तो
gap
वो
isn't
लोग भी
as
तगड़ा
big.
कंपटीशन
That's
देते
all.
We will find out later because that's the second game. Our teams have fought tooth and nail to make it all the way to champions. And for Paper X, XLG, GX, and Sentinels, today is where their run
चलो
will
स्टार्ट होने वाली
begin.
है
What happens here could make or
दे
break
प्लेड
their
वेरी
chances
गुड इन
for the title.
मास्टर्स बहुत
So
बढ़िया
please
खेला उन्होंने
join me
इसीलिए
and
तो
kick
बुरा
off
लगा
day one of Champ
जब वो
Paris.
लोग एलिमिनेट हो गए जय माता दी बिल्कुल कुछ भी हो सकता है फिंगर्स क्रॉस लेट्स गो पहला मैच है पेरिस का मतलब चैंपियंस पेरिस इन्हीं दिनों में डिसाइड हो जाएगा कि कौन है PRX से इसीलिए डर लगता है वही ना यार जो जितना चाहिए वही मतलब उधर ही समझ रहे हो हार्ट अटैक वगैरह
Pourquoi brûlons-nous? Pour l'amour.
फर्स्ट मैच ऑब्वियसली मोस्ट हाइप टीम का है वही
I was just playing in the shadows. I had a tough time with my career.
वो सबका जर्नी लिया गया है ये बढ़िया है
I was going to retire.
ऐड नहीं है ये वो है
I
सब
was
प्लेयर्स
already
का ये
planning
देखो
to be
नेट्स
like working as a lawyer.
ओ लॉयर बनने वाला था
Then I
नेट्स
found Valorant, and everything changed. Through all the dark times, you just keep chasing this.
ऑल द बेस्ट यार सभी टीम को बहुत मेहनत से
It's
पहुंच
like
रहे हैं ये
a
लोग ऊपर
love
तक
story that I started and was eager to continue.
हेलो अल्टीमस मैं यार थोड़ी सी बीमार हूँ कल ही दवाई ली
Valorant reminded me of why I was
खांसी
chasing my
होगा
dream.
ऐसा टाइप का है तबीयत ठीक
think
है
that's
अब
the
या
beauty of
नहीं
the
तबीयत ठीक नहीं है तभी ये बंदे पे इतना दिमाग है लॉयर माइंड वही ना चिल भी रहता है वो एकदम इंटरव्यू देखा था उसका जीतने के बाद कितना चिल था वो बोल रहा था वी जस्ट नीडेड टू विन ऐसे करके बस इतना चिल बोल रहा था वो एकदम मैच्योर की तरह एकदम मतलब कुछ भी नहीं हाँ बहुत काम है नेट्स बहुत काम है उसको IGL दिया है बहुत सही दिया है ही डिजर्व बेस्ट IGL एक IGL को ऐसा ही होना चाहिए ऐसे नहीं किया अग्रेसिव नहीं अरे जा तू इधर से जा ऐसे नहीं अच्छा वो वाटर पार्क वाला गेम जो था वो वर्क कर रहा है ऑफ स्ट्रीम आना ओके डन है तभी TL इज़ द ओनली EMEA टीम आई लव मुझे FNC और मतलब हेयरटिक्स भी पसंद है बट FNC थोड़ा ज़्यादा पसंद है मुझे NMIBR इज़ द ओनली अमेरिका टीम आई लव क्या बात अरे बेंजी फिशी लेट्स गो
The ache of
एनवी
silent
कहाँ है
inches
पता नहीं यार गाइस कम ऑन सब लोग लाइक करो फटाफट
The knife twist of nearly.
हाँ बेंजी फिशी थोड़ा गुल्लू मुल्लू से था क्यों थी
We're still under the shadow of last year.
मेडिसिन लिया तूने हाँ ले लिया एक ही लिया है 2 लेना था दूसरा वाला थोड़ा असर करेगा इसलिए नहीं लिया MIBR G2 यार बढ़िया लोकेशन पे बनाए हैं यार
L'amour. Il a bâti des royaumes, puis les a réduits à néant. La passion
Jogomo
brûle comme le
let's
feu,
go Wood
sans discernement, sans pitié.
PRX for the win. बिल्कुल, fingers crossed. अरे Demon 1 भी वापस आ चुका है ना DRG में, I think.
I had nothing left. I felt empty. I didn't know where I belonged anymore. G2 was waiting for me at the doors. And now that I'm back, I'm ready to show
क्या बात है?
who the real world champ was.
Demon 1 भी वापस आ चुका है. यार इन्होंने बनाया तो है ये वाला. Thank you so much guys. पोस्टर को थोड़ा नाचते हुए दिखाते तो मजा आ जाता मेरे को. आसपास आइए, कीरा आसपास.
Chaque pas que nous faisons, chaque instant que
We want the prime आसपास जिसने
notre balle la plus meurtrière.
40 kills plus ड्रॉप कर दिए थे सेंटिनल्स के अगेंस्ट. कम ऑन, फुल शॉर्ट मूवी बना दिया. लोकेशन कितना प्यारा लिया है, देख रहे हो? हिस्ट्री म्यूजियम ऐसा लोकेशन लिया है क्योंकि इन प्लेयर ने भी कहीं ना कहीं से तो शुरू किया है. इनका तो कुछ और भी प्लान्स हो सकता था बट इन्होंने वैलोरेंट में कैसे आगे हिस्ट्री प्लेस ऐसा ही चुना है. Oh my god, crashes and booster, the cuties. यार ये दोनों मुझे चाहिए. जिंगू को नहीं लिया अभी तक. यार जिंगू का नहीं दिखा रहे मेरा. उसने तो मिलिट्री ट्रेनिंग वगैरह भी करी है कोरिया में. ये दोनों क्यूटीज है यार, क्रैशेस एंड बूस्टर. माय गॉड, वेलो है. स्टैंडर्ड मेंटेन रखना पड़ेगा. दोनों चाहिए, मतलब स्टफ टॉय थोड़ी है मुझे चाहिए. पहले जिंगू चाहिए मेरे को. जिंगू
사실 이전에
यार
챔피언스들이랑
जिंगू
좀
कहाँ पे है?
다른 느낌이긴 해. 진짜 힘겹게
यार
왔지.
बहुत बढ़िया लोकेशन दिया है. रायट इज कुकिंग.
처음에 챔스 진출했을 때는 솔직히 내가
रायट
여기에
इज कुकिंग नाउ.
있을 정도인가라는 생각이 들었어.
अगर जिंगू को नहीं दिखाया तो मैं मुंह फुला के बैठ जाऊंगी. अभी के अभी जस्ट नाउ, राइट नाउ मैं मुंह फुला दूंगी.
너가 첫 챔피언스기도 하고 너한테 부담이 될 수 있겠지만 너가 DRX 미래거든.
Il unit une seule braise
रायट इज कुकिंग यार.
en une flamme partagée. Un rêve partagé.
हेलो स्टोरी सो गुड, क्या हाल है? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. रायट कुक हार्ड बहुत बढ़िया बना है ये. इनको कितना टाइम लगा होगा एक एक लोकेशन डिसाइड करने के लिए कि यहाँ पे ये शूट करेंगे, यहाँ पे ये होगा, यहाँ पे ये होगा. इस टेरेस को भी ले सकते हैं, इधर ये बेंच को भी ले सकते हैं. भाई थैंक यू राइट, थैंक यू.
Quand ce lien prend racine,
वाह क्रिश कहाँ गायब हुई ना, ये गायब हो गया देख रहे हो. यार अभी तक जिंगू को नहीं दिखाया, मैं बता रही हूँ ये नाराजगी में बदल जाएगी.
il se bat.
Demon 1 is back. Let's go guys, let's go.
You have to sacrifice everything you have. You can never think about
एक
going
सेकंड
back.
में सेट कर रही हूँ. यार PRX गाइस दिखाया. लेट्स गो. जिंगू को दिखाओ, जिंगू को दिखाओ. ये आईफिल टावर. ये थीम है. लेट्स गो. क्या बात है, क्या लिखा है? जिंदगी के खेलों में इतना उलझ गया हूँ कि अपने लिए टाइम निकलना मुश्किल हो रहा है. बाप रे. ओ माय गॉड, लेट्स गो यार. थीम सॉन्ग है क्या ये? एनवी भाई पेड वर्क का डिमांड करो, मैं तुम्हारे साथ हूँ। बाप रे, देख रहे हो? मुझे भी वॉच पार्टी सेटअप करना है, कैसे करूँ? आप गलत चैनल पे आके क्या ध्रुव ब्लेजर, आप अगर वॉच पार्टी करना चाहते हो जस्ट ऐसे ही वॉच पार्टी कर लो, कॉपीराइट वगैरह इतना नहीं लगता है, बस मतलब सॉन्ग वगैरह का एक बस वार्निंग आता है आप लोगों को। फेस कैम वगैरह है तो बहुत ही अच्छा है, मेरे पास अभी सेटअप नहीं है, वरना मैंने आज बहुत ट्राई किया था भाई फेस कैम का। गाइस लाइक करो, कम ऑन। बाइंड आ गया, सनसेट एक्सेल ने जाना था, चीन पहुंच गए, जापान, क्या बात है, कर दिया लाइक, थैंक यू सो मच। आपको अगर देखना है ना वॉच पार्टी वगैरह करना है तो आप ऐसे ही शुरू कर सकते हो, जो आपका ओवरले वगैरह स्ट्रीम पे है लगाते हो वो सब लगा लो, बाकी स्क्रीन वगैरह तो आपको शेयर करना आता ही होगा, वैसे सेटअप कर लो यार। और फेस कैम वगैरह आपके पास है तो वही फेस कैम को एक्सेस वगैरह दे दो दिखाने के लिए, और बाकी कुछ आपको क्या बोलते हैं मीम्स वगैरह सेटअप करना है वो सब यूट्यूब चैट जीपीटी से देख लो। थैंक यू सो मच, वेलकम टू। वैसे आप लोग किसको सेटअप मतलब किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, मैं किसको सेटअप कर रहे हो बोलते हो, जो लाइक नहीं किया उनको अल्टीमेट हरा के मारेगा। लोटस पहले बैन किया गया, अन्याय हुआ है जज साहब। अब चलो एडवाइस देने के लिए 2002 नहीं फेस कैम ने, बिकॉज आई डिडंट रिवील माय फेस, ऐसा क्या? तो आप कुछ भी एनीमे का गिफ्ट वगैरह लगाना चाहते हो, कुछ भी आप यू नो आजकल करते हैं ना वर्चुअल कैम, मुझे तो मैं तो रिवील कर सकती हूँ, बस मेरा सेटअप नहीं है। चलो मैच शुरू होने वाला है, यस नाइस आइडिया। हाँ वर्चुअल कैम वगैरह हाँ यूट्यूबर बन सकते हो। बहुत लोगों को आपने देखा होगा कुछ यू नो कार्टून फिगर या फिर कुछ यू नो डॉग हस्की वगैरह का वो कैम सेटअप कर देते हैं, वो जब बोलते हैं तो वो हिलता रहता है, एनिमेट होता है, वो कर सकते हो। चैट जीपीटी से आइडिया ले लेना, आप बहुत हेल्प करता है।
That's a great question. How do they do it? Ultimately, I think that I want to see how good they can be on the defensive side of things up against Paper.
क्या बात है गाइस, कौन से टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो पोल पे वोट कर दो, चैट में बता दो। आई एम सो सॉरी, मैंने मोबाइल को थोड़ा सा चार्ज में रखा है तो माउस को थप्पड़ मार रहा है थोड़ा सा। देखो एजेंट, देखो ये देखो
Yes, live agents select, of course.
योरू ये बाइंड मैप तो इसमें तो भाई पेपर एक्स का 100% है।
Surprising, except for the fact that we spoke about the waylay that whole time, and they're just gonna bin it instantly.
I don't know if I like that or hate it, to be honest. I am not a big waylay believer. To be very candid with you guys, I don't necessarily love it, so I love that they've moved away from it, independent of itself, right? But the problem is you're going against one of the best teams in the world. This is not a surprising different comp. This is drilled into it.
I'm going to be honest though, I don't care. I think Raze is a better agent, and I do really like being able to combo the Gecko and the Sky. I think Gecko being able to put down green
वगैरह के लिए भी कैम वगैरह लगता है क्या?
Paper X on site. Paper X, if you watched Sideshow's video, you know they're a team that flood into site, want to fight you heavily against that, and I think having the benefit of not having to force someone to be a plant bot is going to be nice.
Yeah, it just surprises me because Raga, you don't normally associate with him.
Basically, I am Sentinel supporter, but for this game, PRX, क्या बात है?
We have everything locked in, map ready to go, agents ready to go, so it's time
हाँ लगता
to
है
introduce
मॉनिटर
our
कैप्चर
casters.
करने के
Show
लिए
some love for Mitchman and Thomas.
सेन सपोर्टर तो क्या बात है
Yinsu, Valorant champions.
यार मैंने अपने पिकएम्स में भी सेंटिनल को ही रखा है।
PRX versus XLG.
मोशन तुम्हारा होता है, मॉडल वर्चुअल होता है, ऐसा क्या?
Yeah, it turns out when you have a team that won the last international event facing off against a team who's never won a map at an international event, it puts it down to a fairly one-sided look
प्यारा
at
है
affair, but I do
क्योंकि
think
आने जाने के लिए जगह तो रखा है, वरना बहुत कंजस्टेड हो जाते हैं आप लोग।
Now obviously
सेंजी नहीं है
a little
तो
bit
क्या हुआ,
sad to maybe not
सेंटिनल
see
तो
the waylay. That was
सेंटिनल
what made
है
them a little bit different. But I like the Rays. I think it's a better choice overall on this map. And well, coming into their map choice, they need to prove why they've taken us to find in the first place.
And speaking about something to prove, I think Rarga, we heard it in the interview. He wants to show that he is able to battle out with the best, able to take down PRX, and he is happy to just play on a stage against them. But I think he wants a little bit more than that. Show that he can dominate them. For PRX, expectations are clear, as we said. This should be a series that they are winning. We'll see whether XLG can put a bump in the road early as doors. Ready and waiting for this fight, but no man and Rarga, they take it into the lead for XLG. A surprise swing from Divide, though. They're not expecting 4 players there. Why would you? And now it's down to a 2v2.
Yeah, clearly having a good read initially, but I feel like considering that stack up, XOG have come out of it all right. A little bit wary of the positioning of the player and want to make sure they can get that spike back without too much of a problem. Now, there's been some aggression out from Devi as well.
मुझे लग रहा है इस बार 4 सेकंड और जिंग बढ़िया परफॉर्म
करेंगे. Happyway now winning the battle.
पूरा टीम PRX इवेंट समथिंग भी बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहा है.
He's taking the TP as well, so they've got the info before the flank goes down. Pistol round से किसी को जज नहीं करेंगे. जब proper by दोनों टीम में होगा तब से शुरू करेंगे हम. Nice one, XLG good start. XLG start this out with a win.
Yeah, a solid start from that. As said, it was mentioned by
chair बढ़िया है यार, gaming chair जो है.
They have this sort of aggressive style on the PRX side that tries to disrupt you from getting the plant to begin with. So that early fight towards B-Long look to do just that, but the fact is XOG managed to sort of hold on to their and then even find those isolated battles to bring themselves back in. An early pistol and rounds like that, they're going to be worth their weight in gold because, as we said, in terms of who's favorites here, PRX are miles ahead.
Yeah, when those rifles come out, but for now, PRX are left with a Sheriff and a Ghost. An attempt to go for that TP. Through being long to catch players in shower, but no one's there. Look how patient and passive XLG are being. Now they have a reason to play like this. They've only got 1 pistol brought into this. And a Marshall, I suppose, you can live or lose it, but
right now.
3 rifles in play. They can't afford to lose too many, and already seeing the PRX are willing to do this like 4-man early hold on B-Long. You have to be wary of another trap play, and that could do damage even in a round like this.
I like the fact that they are taking the time with their initiators to sort of scope out some potential aggressive spots, but with both pieces of that
मेरा server आप join करके रख लो exclamation Discord.
I think PRX can now make the read like, okay, no one's come to retrieve that. We should start pressuring this side of the map, and the timing, oh, it's not going to work out. Luckily, Coconut looks back at the last second. Well, I was going to say he gets an upgrade, he does not.
Well, this is getting a little dangerous. 1 player down, another low. Jing's able to escape as well. You're still in this 3v4.
They're going back though.
आपका लाइफ टाइम क्या है? दोपहर को आती हूँ मैं 2 बजे से या फिर उससे थोड़ा पहले. फिर वो शाम के 5 या फिर 4:30 बजे तक चलता है. फिर रात को मैं आती हूँ 8 बजे से 11 तक मैक्स टू मैक्स या फिर 10:30. कभी पगला जाओ तो किसी रैंडम टाइम में भी आ सकती हूँ.
Versus the pistol, you'll sometimes get that second bite of the cherry. Patman obviously on the wrong side of the map, but
exclamation Discord आप join कर लो, उधर सारे notification आते रहते हैं क्योंकि मैं shorts वगैरह भी डालती रहती हूँ.
See No Man already getting fairly close to having his ultimate if a kill or 2 extra goes his way, and I don't think with how they play, you don't want Seekers online. As they're going to get in your face, they're going to take map control. Seekers ruins that completely, so I think it will just be death to the spike, and that will mean that those 4 guns are kept through into the next round, although the Marshal might be removed anyway.
Patman is trying to secure them, but that TP is going to be taken, and they will be far, far away.
Does he go in?
He's going through, and there's one! A little more would have been beautiful. Yeah, it's only going to be the Marshal removed in the end. XLG, a comfortable 2-0 start.
It's not bad. I think ultimately, if you'd lost the rifle, this was the timing. I was so ridiculously close to potentially just having the full force of PRX swinging in onto them. Of course, for either side, like we've seen some strong results. Obviously, for PRX, I think it's over the last few months, they're 5-0 on this map. So it is a very bold call to pick into this as a choice. Although a dominant victory for XOG versus DRG maybe is the reason. They were stellar on their defensive side, but then again, we didn't get to see much of the attack.
Round 3, few upgrades over on XLG. They brought another rifle through. They've got a Bucky.
I was about to say, is the Bucky the upgrade?
And you know, you see, no, the other rifle, the 4th rifle is, to be clear, the Bucky is an interesting choice. On defense, you can see there's so many areas that you can use shotguns in, whether it be lamps or hookah. We've seen rounds won because of judges, buckies, or even shorties.
Yeah.
But on attack, it's a little bit harder
क्या
to find space to use that.
कर सकते हो for
He's currently using the sheriff as a
in a
primary
collab
weapon and the
if
Bucky
you
is
are
the
okay
backup.
on Discord.
Maybe
मैं
if they can
सबके
get
साथ
into
खेलती हूँ यार,
some
मैं
sort
जब
of
भी
post-bomb
Valorant
where he has
खेलती हूँ
his
पार्टी
utility
कोड दे
available,
देती हूँ,
but
आप लोग आ जाया करो, मैं
looking
सबके
for
साथ
a little bit of
खेलती हूँ,
pressure
और
back
जो लोग
towards
खेलते हैं वो
London.
लोग
Prowler
Discord
will
में
be
भी
used
ज्वाइन
by
होके
Patman.
बातें वगैरह कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि मैं इन गेम
They will
ऑन
have
नहीं
a
रखती,
reasonable idea.
नॉइस
Again, it seems
सप्रेशन
like
वो
XOG's
नहीं है
plan
ना
for
इन
the
गेम.
most of this is to try and sell a ruse on either side.
हाँ
And it's
नहीं
worked.
यार,
They've kept 3 players over on A. They've put smokes in on that side of the map. It's whether or not the rest of the team now rotate in towards A, and whether or not PRX get back in time. They were halfway to the B side.
Of course, after losing all that B-long control and a player, now the rotates come back through, players flood the site, and PRX are here on time. They're ready for the battle, but the smokes are blocking them out as the plan goes
nice
down.
one.
Undeniable.
Something,
though,
oh
has
my
managed
god.
to find 2. That should be mostly,
Something
if
is
not all,
doing
of the
everything.
smokes. Another
Come on.
from Jing, but they're holding on. They still have a chance on XLG. 2 players sitting inside a bathroom. The flash blinds the first. Happy way good on the swing, but
Nice
they know
one.
exactly where No Man is. With no element of surprise, close as this may have been, 8 HP with regen shields on
क्या
Jing.
बात है W.
PRX are still going to find the round. Pretty costly.
Lock in PRX.
Yeah,
Come on.
I don't mind the idea. Like, it's almost sold as a double fake. Like, you get that early kill after putting all your smokes in. It's an attempted ruse, and then you teleport back at the last second. I think the only actual problem, or the real spanner in the works, was Forsaken putting the Molotov. It means that the only space you're fighting from is the showers. Like, there's no other angle, even though you could see that PRX were diligent in checking those positions. I think they also had a snakebite late into the round. I do wonder if maybe that could have gone through a little bit sooner, but nonetheless, there's still going to be another purchase coming in for XLG. That was a bonus of sorts. And now there are some weaknesses on the side of PRX, a stinger in play.
That's the downside of losing so many players. Monsters on the loose right away, something able to TP away, but lots of space taken. That gets them very early on XLG in towards the lamps. They haven't got control of each other. Back through to take that space. They'll look for this deep fight alongside his teammate Divide. The flash popped. Here close though. He's able to already find the first. Raga from further back cleans up more. XLG. They're looking phenomenal. With rifles in their hand, barely a
flawless
scratch, and indeed a flawless round for XLG. The underdogs, but it doesn't look like it.
No, that was really, really clean from them. I think they almost lose Raga on the way in initially, but other than that, just successful in taking those fights together, not allowing the sort of pressure of those sort of fight backs in. And they were very ready for any of that aggression. It's surprising that there wasn't even a trade in the mix of it, like Tomatoes from his teammate, but ultimately managed to get the job done, and a huge early breakback, considering 2 players were only surviving in the last from his incredibly poor for PRX going into the next one.
That's about as bad of a start as you could expect. And you think about pressure in this scenario.
आप
on one
दोस्तों
side
के
of the
साथ
stage
नहीं
for
हो क्या?
XLG, there's almost
Watchparty
none.
solo
Losing to
दोस्त नहीं आए
PRX,
यार.
no one's going to question that. But on the other side, PRX, this is a game that run here. If you're going to continue to defend that title, well, this one you'd almost want it to look clean.
Time out लिया है.
XLG,
चलो
they're
time
pulling
out
all the stops, and they've got a timeout
हो
from
बस.
PRX. This pressure.
ये हो क्या रहा है? उन्हीं का दिक्कत है या
This is
मेरा
a big
दिक्कत है?
blow on the other side, but we know PRX. They're a squad that's capable of bouncing back. You certainly can. They've got a and like you said, the credits are going to be in tatters. Although also knowing PRX, those are the kind of rounds they win.
Yeah, that's always the issue. I like the fact that we are seeing.
Guys, सब लोग like कर दो, poll पे vote कर दो,
if
किसको आप
there's
लोग
any
support
coach
कर
in
रहे
the
हो.
world that I have faith that he can spot the bad tendencies of its team, it is that man. I think there was a thing earlier, how early will he slam the desk? I don't know if we caught one within round 4, but it might have been the case just because of how clean that was. For now, though, after that early check-in, and now looking at XLG, you want to get these early starts. As said, the last time out when they played in Toronto, they didn't manage a map. In fact, they weren't particularly close. The best scoreline they had was a 13-8 defeat to G2. But this is a new tournament with a different player within the roster. No Man, probably one of the few players that has played within the Chinese league and also played Northeast in EMEA. I don't think there's going to be too many of those.
Oh, the blind was so
Blind ने
well
वो
timed.
कर दिया वरना बाकी
Forsaken was
से
about to
crack
throw a
तो
spanner
था.
in the works up close
4
with the
second
bookie.
का एक crack
A
तो
taste
था
of the
इधर.
same medicine XLG tried to feed their opponents just a few rounds ago. But the blind stopped any of that impact from coming through. XLG still sitting on full health, full shields on all players. Spike left back towards the spawn. This early posturing from the team is just about denying that control from PRX, finding the points of the map where they like to play aggressive, which I think by this point is very clear to see. It's been long. And then late on, making the decision on where they go.
But normally they have a look. That's the difference. Every other round they've had one player probing the other side of the map. Now, a TP back to the other side would be so risky when you don't have any space. So instead they are walking into the stacked up side.
Nice.
Jing is waiting. Showstopper popped as well.
Oh,
and this
hi.
is exactly what you were talking about. Just moments of madness coming in. No man, 10 seconds.
No man अकेला है. Hi, nice one. PRX 50.
Too quick. A MasterCard thrifty. And well,
मुझे लगा था ये वाला तो गया टाइम आउट के बाद भी बट उन्होंने 50 निकाल लिया. क्या बात है
What it's all about. A 4-1 lead looking likely for
पर
XLG, and it
पर
has
बोलते
shut
यार.
down the Bucky. One of the heavier investments they had, it doesn't find much. It's taken out of play, and the pistols, alongside the showstopper, are what gets it done in the end. For PRX, well, that is certainly one way to correct the flow of the game, but XLG, even having a flawless round in the mix of rounds they won, they're in a decent position to still buy up into this one. They've got credits to their back, and the showstopper that made all the difference for Jing is now online for Rarga.
It's definitely a bit of a worrying sign, though. As I said, what they were doing especially in their bonus round, they did very well to sort of like keep space on both sides of the map. And I think you see the problem if they don't. Like, they didn't have that information. They went into the sight blind. And that's where some of those superstars can thrive. But now at least, they are still in the lead.
एक की तरफ बस वाइपर ही है
Orbs once again. Coconut is getting ever closer to having his thrash for, I believe, the second time already in this map.
Round 6, a minute left on the clock. It's XLG's time to decide where they go. Big TP comes through. Still players around here in a deep push that's already come through from Forsaken. He's looking the wrong way. Gets flanked on, but not before he takes it halfway. Giving them a chance still as they push forward. The showstopper desperately searching for Jing, and it's found him. A connection that puts the advantage in their favor for just a moment.
No man बहुत बढ़िया खेल
2
रहा है.
versus 3 with the old pop by something. He's finding these players at least one spotted already. I don't know that he saw the Bath fade away, but he has given Devi the information. Devi knows there's a player around one of these corners, and they'll fight this together, but Rarga goes back. And XLG just need to buy time.
Got plenty of positions that need to be cleared. Devi needs to win this fight. They're going to have a chance with Rarga instant on the trigger. I think that's the moment that something realizes, okay, 3 players to find. I managed to get the first, but anything more than that, and my operator is at risk. So he's going to have to fade out of the round. Another victory for XLG, and honestly, after losing a round like they just did, a very good recovery.
Well, that's it. A wise man once said, it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep on going. And for XLG, that previous round, that was a lights out connection to the jaw, but they managed to bounce back here and now, and it's even with some of these extra plays from PRX, sneaking a player straight down through mid, man behind enemy lines, and still they deal with him every step of the way, catching that flank as well early, and Rarga showing that he's got the brawn to deal with Devi early on.
Well, what I was going to say, that is still a bit worrying for me, that late TP. Because I don't mind the Sky Flash that cleared things out, but if Forsaken is looking the other way, that round could have gone very differently. So I think it's something to keep an eye on. XOG are gambling a little bit with some of their rotations, and this round, well, it's much more direct.
They're already taking so much space. Lamps pushed back by the nade, but they're going to stand on that corner, ready for the
nice
fight.
one, Jing.
And it's Jing to take 2. XLG down by 2 men. Spike lost as well. They've got a big fight on their hands. And the Prowler actually didn't re-clear anything that isn't being held already. The flash going through. There's no one following it up. They're burning utility here on XLG. They need to start winning fights and start winning them soon. There's 3 players on this spike. How can they possibly get it back? Fighting through those numbers, and one of the players up close has a judge in hand. This looks like a death sentence if they even try it, but they've got to.
Yeah, they were dreaming of having an ultimate or 2 in this scenario. And well, Happyway does have the Viper's Pit. could try and put it into lamps. It would be a very bold strategy, but it would at least lower the HP of some of the others.
Nice Molotov.
Molotov instead will force Forsaken forward, and he's been cleared, and there goes the Viper's Pit. They just want to try and cover these players off, and then they put the Molotov in front, so nobody could be in position.
Nice one,
Jingo once again has managed to catch another, and they have spotted that this is not being planted. They know it's going back the other way. This puts something in a position where he could catch them.
Yeah, already on
nice
the angle.
One.
It's a clean shot from something. Last man spotted. 12 seconds on the clock. A plant at this point seems impossible. Indeed,
nice
it will be
one,
with so many players here. Happy Way has no choice but to save this weapon, and PRX will be taking a third. The gap is closing in on XLG.
Nice round.
It's one where I just think a lot of it comes down to Jing. Like those first opening kills, like sure there was a player with a judge in position, but it's Jing that ends up landing both of those shots. I think he also then gets the next kill that they find as well in the mix of all the madness. Yeah, that was it. It was No Man sort of running back out, and then even just Devi having that little bit of extra information. I don't mind the adaptation though. I said the molly into the Viper's Pit, it's not a bad idea. It's just the fact that something was still weighing on the other side. Like PRX had that contingency plan.
Yeah, I think a walkthrough from Devi as well got them early information. Wrapping around that pit, it could have ended there. Deep play from Jing.
Nice.
Reveal is great.
Oh, bhai,
and
Jing.
he'll get two from it. It didn't see anyone else, but he knows there's corners to hide in. Waiting for his moment in the smoke as another two push down. Already having cleared outside of Hookah, and now it's time to make that big swing. In goes Jing, in goes Forsaken, and out goes XLG. Their lead no longer in play. It's a 4-4 scoreline between PRX and XLG. An early fight from the attackers, but now they're starting to cool down.
It hasn't yet shattered the economy. That's the one saving grace, but it's also just the manner they're losing some of these rounds. Jing is on fire. Like, you've tried to put Raga in onto the Raze, and don't get me wrong, he's not been bad. But when Jing is currently 11-3, you put down a reveal, and he's able to get 2 kills.
ये हुआ ना PRX वाला round. I am so glad Jing 2 kill के बाद आगे नहीं गया.
It's a scary prospect. Because we already know that when this man is playing the Raze,
टाइम इनको कंट्रोल करना आ गया है. एग्रेसिव नहीं है इतना. जब मतलब वो दवाई ने एक को निकाला, उसके बाद जब 2 बचे हुए थे, इनको पता था कि वो लोग उधर ये तो एक साथ उधर से भी कुछ के इधर से भी कुछ करना है.
back-to-back trophy, and XOG know that, hey, we might be playing one of the best teams in the tournament, but you go into that lower bracket, it might not get much easier.
Exactly, and the reality is, I think this is
irrespective of the position
in the tournament, just looking at the game and how we got here, it could
slow
have
and
been a
steady
4-1
wins the
lead
race.
with an anti-eco going away, something XLG should have secured, and lapses in judgment, little mistakes. And that's given the breadcrumbs the trail for PRX to fall back into this game from the coaching staff perspective. You got to get in there early, highlight those things that when you're talking about them in scrims or after scrims, you're doing your VOD reviews, you identify these problems, but putting them into action on the day, on the stage, that's a different thing entirely. And now that challenge for XLG, as you said, the economy still pretty healthy. They'll get full buy. Some regen shields have to be bought up, but for the most part, we're in a healthy spot. Also online for both squads. But this is a turning point. They lose this economy of the bin, PRX on a streak.
It's going again.
And it's the same play through B. Reveal sees nothing, Flash gets nothing,
so
but now it's all onto the A side.
Yeah, they've got so much information that they're already starting that flank seconds into the round, and that was a pixel shot that takes that one. Molotov over the top as well. Something just sat at the back. He knows that he doesn't need to re-aggress from this point onwards. Viva needs to put up a play, and in fact, it's going to be the orbital strike committed to just try and force them back. That will buy his team not only some space, but a little bit of extra time.
Oh, and here we go. The showstopper activated. Jing on a tear has another to work with, and it's Coconut down. The player deep towards the bathroom is Viva, and he is out of the action, but No Man and Raga making it happen on site. Defuse tap, but Seekers see that no one's on it. Spray almost dropping a few. Look how low the health bars are for XLG, but they are holding on tooth and nail to No Man's come on, and now it's all under Viva. He's got to be quick. Down to the 1v1, but time is already gone. XLG up to 5 with a Red Bull clutch.
It's just chaos.
आसपास जेट के साथ ऑपरेटिंग करता है और अपना समथिंग यूरो के साथ.
Just the pace of that flank, I thought it was going to be a massive problem, but
हाथ से गया यार ये राउंड हाथ से गया literally.
That's just filthy. Like I don't
ये
know
देखो Dsouza दिखा भाई Dsouza ये भी like
just the reaction to someone like something, but yeah, just being able to deny that flank long enough, you could see the rest of the team then garner extra space. Otherwise, they were going to be stuck in that corner. And a big clutch to be won.
Good round. So many.
Still though, economy-wise, I think XLG
हमने
is still in a worse spot here.
कर दी थी
Those
राउंड में
ultimates that
वही
they
ना
had have been expended, and the only one that wasn't expended
Blaze
by
and
PaperX
Brim
has
का
been now.
उन्होंने भी Brim का ult करा
for
था.
early control. Be long, as we said, it's been a focus for those early fights of PaperX, and we've certainly seen it with the deep dives from Jing. I think that's been more apparent. But now the aggression's coming in elsewhere. Forsaken. Oh, he's looking the wrong way again. His timing. It's through no fault of his own. It's just being slightly off. And XLG, they find the advantage as a result. But still to deal with is something on that operator. And once they walk through that wall, big danger awaits. Jing's the one to draw first blood. Patience on something might get him a reward. Instead, he goes for the wingman. Delays the plan.
PRX can win, lag रहा है.
Falling for the rotation of the remaining players,
Attacking
but it's a little bit labored. I think the amount that XOG have been taking those TPs has started to get into the head of PaperX, conditioning them to not rotate quite as quickly as maybe they would. Something though. Well, talking of quickly, this man is so fast with that operator and already clearing out that lamp's position. It leaves just two. Make that one standing. Only Viva left. A nice couple of shots though. Maybe in with a chance, and he gets all four. A Red Bull clutch from Viva. How has he done that?
That is going to haunt PaperX for the rest of this game, maybe this week, maybe this tournament. Two players not even looking. They're so locked in on this fight.
It's day one. It's map one. We can't be having clutches like this already. Like, this is a 1v4. And look at this final kill. He didn't even know where the Jing was. He didn't know where he was being shot from. It's like, oh, this hurts.
That is one of the most ridiculous things I've seen. PaperX, they win the rounds they should, they lose the ones they should. Something on the market now. PaperX are angry, they're getting aggressive, but Viva, he is fighting right back. 6 kills in a row for him now. He's only got 9 in the map. I mean, I don't know what happened to him since last round, but XLG 4v3, and it's all thanks to Viva.
4 मार दिया. Hello यार, कैसे हो आप? Welcome to the stream. किसको support कर रहे
I don't know
हैं?
what's going on, but whatever happens, anybody who walks into the crosshair
Viva
of
bhai,
something
come
over the
on,
last couple of rounds has ended up dead.
Oh, happy way. He's got the flank. Again, it's the same scenario. The guy from PaperX gets immediately shot in the back. The timing.
Something को अच्छा सा pick मिल जाए ना तो मजा आ जाएगा.
Back to a 2v2 though. That op is still lurking around, but on this side of the map, it's only Divine. He doesn't last long. No Man's Sky able to take him down.
ये क्या है? अच्छा ये Valorant का tournament है. Pro teams जो है वो खेल रहे हैं. ये main वाला tournament है. इसके stages जो थे qualify करने वाले वो सब पूरे हो गए.
Something is alive.
कुछ नहीं. Operator है आप.
Knows at least
Operator
where
God
the
हो
opponents
आप.
on the other side are sitting.
हमारे भावनाएं
Try and just get it to half. Honestly, that's not bad. He will have to deal with the
Sky
Tiger.
Dog को देख
And they
लो.
now have to swing this. They have to go looking because he's already
आ
managed to get it halfway
रहा. Let's go.
What? A 1v2 where he has an operator.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रही. कुछ नहीं बोल रही. कुछ नहीं.
Both fights.
कुछ भी नहीं.
It makes no sense, Mitch. It makes no
बस
sense.
यही बोल रही भगवान है कहाँ
I
रे
don't know what's going on in this
मैं
game,
कुछ भी नहीं
man.
बोल रही.
Another Red Bull clutch, another 4K. This time it's on PaperX's side. This swing wide as well. Caught Happy Way off guard. He thought he had the jump on him.
Operator God for a reason.
Jumps to his feet.
+1.
A frustrating loss. What could have been a 7-4
अरे
lead, a
Alex मत बनवा
guaranteed lead at the
शांत
halftime.
Alex नहीं बनते.
They won a 1v4 the round before. Like, if we're going, balance has been restored in the world.
Absolutely.
Come on, Viva, ace क्यों नहीं हो रही
All
पढ़ाई?
rounds should be. Back and forth we go, but for PaperX, this is where they want to bring it up one more. 6-6 at the halftime. 3 pistols that PaperX are up against. A huge advantage to the defenders, but already a lot of space taken by XLG.
a large amount of invested utility. That's most of what they have. Dimensional drift utilized, but an immediate first kill. The trade again has gone back the other way, but this time the weaponry advantage starting to take control. It's left all on to Happy. A 1v4, but this time only with a pistol, and there is no hope. There should be no hope, and eventually the job gets done. It is a dead even half.
Good half, बहुत मजा आया attacking defending देख के दोनों टीम. अभी switch में देखते हैं क्या होगा.
Certainly not the half I expected.
XLG ने भी बढ़िया खेला यार, no doubt. बढ़िया
Not the
खेला.
half I expected to see either. Because XLG were
But
dominating.
something is doing everything.
There was some stuff happening
come
there.
Come on.
Avenging.
I'm here for the 4K Red Bull clutches all day long. This has been a competitive one, and like we said, XLG underdogs, but there's no reason to count them out. PRX, even in rounds where they're underdogs, they show us just how hard
nice
you can swing
half, good half,
when you're fighting up, and I think after this
ये
half,
होता
it's
है
anyone's
finals,
guess
मतलब
what
finals
is
तो
going
नहीं
to be
मतलब
going
ये
on
पूरा जो
when we go to
stages का
half number
finals
2. But I'll
लीग
tell
है
you
ये
what,
पेरिस.
before we get there, we've got a
आपकी
halftime
लाइफ
break,
का
and during it,
लिंक
we're going to go over to Lou,
सर्वर
who's
से
standing
मिला
by
ऐसा
with a special
क्या?
guest.
Oh my god,
It's
thank you
James
so
Bond.
much for joining. आप Valorant खेलते हो?
Pour ce premier jour des
ये
Champions en
जिंगू
direct des arènes avec la
जिंगू की
maman
मम्मी
de
है
Jing
ये.
qui a voyagé à travers le monde pour soutenir son fils.
English,
It's
English,
a pleasure to welcome
subtitle
you,
दो.
girl, to Champions Paris, following Jing as always.
हाँ
So this is
खेलता
gonna
हूँ.
be my
अच्छा
first
तो आप
question.
VCT वगैरह
What
देखोगे
makes
ना
you
वही है
follow your
Valorant
son
के जो
in
मेन
all
टूर्नामेंट
his
सारे
adventures?
स्टेजेस
What are you the
कंप्लीट
most
हो
proud of
चुके
him?
हैं. ये मतलब क्या बोलते हैं फाइनल वाला यही है इधर जो चैंपियन बना वही है. बस टाइम पास के लिए. अच्छा ऐसा क्या? बहुत ही बढ़िया यार.
I think that's a pretty good answer. And you know, you always need your mom's help, you know, for this stuff, even if you're an adult. Donc première question, qu'est-ce qui fait que vous venez soutenir votre fils comme ça à l'autre bout du monde? Et bah tout simplement, il ne sait pas faire sa valise. Donc je suis avec lui pour un petit peu toutes ces étapes-là. Second question, we're speaking about Paris, you know, the city of light, the city of love, but also the city of very good food. So have you been able to try any? What do you want to try?
प्यारा पोस्टर लेके आती है यार वो जिंगू का.
Escargot?
It's really good and my son's favorite. And also we went to this really good
आपका DC सर्वर है? हाँ, exclamation Discord आप लिखो, Discord सर्वर मिल जाएगा मेरा आपको. उधर बातें वगैरह भी करते हैं, कभी-कभी मूवी प्लान वगैरह भी बना रहे हैं कि मूवीज वगैरह देखेंगे.
Est-ce que tu as pu tester un petit peu de la nourriture française?
और लाइव के नोटिफिकेशन कुछ अपलोड करके उसके नोटिफिकेशन सब उधर ही मिल जाएंगे.
J'ai testé les escargots, Jing a adoré, c'est son plat préféré. Et moi de mon côté, on a aussi goûté du chocolat chaud. Donc voilà, on y
retournera. अभी दे देना चाहिए नाइट
And let's see now if
इधर गया मेरा काम
brings
नाइट
back the victory on this first match. Let's get back to the game.
Let's go.
Chocolat chaud, escargot. Not a bad palate, I have to say. Some sweet treats in there. And when you look at this game, another sweet treat for us and all the folks at home and here in the venue at Paris. This
चलो दीदी मैं जाता हूँ काम में थोड़ा बाद में आऊँगा. बाय बाय. Story so good. Thank you so much for joining. Bye
back and forth game. We get into the Coinbase econ report.
Yeah, no surprise to see Jing is very high up on that one. He's been having a pretty damn good game so far, but in all honesty, it has been this sort of like, who is going to win the round for PRX, or on the other side, it feels like anybody can step up. Jing and Something definitely leading the way in terms of just the individual brilliance. 16 and 7, 14 and 7, both have had their rounds, but yeah, that Viva clutch, the 1v4 to start the tournament, I don't know, that's going to be difficult to top. I'm sure somebody will at some point, but honestly, madness in this first half. And the good thing is, obviously data incredibly low because we haven't seen much of it from the side of XLG other than their victory versus DRG, but they were way better on defense. So it's possible that they come in and this is now their favorite half.
That's exactly what Andrew was saying on the desk, right? Like, you wanted to see how XLG would perform on the defense because yes, this is a squad that evidently has the individuals to match up. But the reality is, for PRX on the attack, that is where they can really pull out all the stops, where they can play like madmen. And we'll look at this pistol round to finally give an advantage in this half to one team or the other. For PRX, it was 4 players towards B-Long on their defensive side. They had a firing squad ready and waiting, but still, XLG took the cake. Will it be the same in half number 2?
There are 3 players ready and waiting on the A site. The TP is still available. You never know if they'll double back in. They're using the Viper screen to take themselves a lot of additional space. Jing has already made it round the backline. Nade over the top is going to make this very awkward for Bieber in position. In fact, not awkward, he's gone down. The remaining two players still in position, but Jing is just running right. Eventually he should fall, but there's a trade to be had.
Yeah, finally it comes through. Something sneaking about. He's gone into the spawn, and Happy Way was none the wiser. No man, the last one standing. No man to help him but himself. And a big swing to come through from Devi. He's the first to fall. Now down to a 1v2. Bite-sized, manageable, but his back turned to something, and that will be a death sentence. He won't escape. PRX 7-6. Pistols 1-1.
Yeah, they've now taken themselves the lead in the game, and we'll be looking to see if there is any sort of response. The amount of space they were able to get just off the back of the Viper screens, maybe not something you'd expect in most rounds. Maybe a little bit of extra utility available in that part of the map, but it did make it quite difficult once that wraparound had already come in through the lamps to have any sort of map control or site control for XLG. A Happy Way, he had a Bucky on attack. Now he's got a Bucky on defense, but I'm a little bit happier to see where he's playing with it in this round.
Yeah, perhaps a bit more normal. As we said, whether you're in lamps or hookah, those shotguns can do a lot of damage, and I think there's good reason the PRX are avoiding those closer range engagements straight up through B-Long. Again, this has been, I feel like, the hot spot on the map for this team, but it's not looking too good to start. Luckily, Jing's there to pick up the pieces. Patman down. They lose that fade utility. They lose the ability to see what's behind that wall. Do they decide to still go bursting through, as XLG have made the rotate?
Witnessed early the power of that double flash, the Sky Gecko. A guaranteed blind. Okay. Oh, okay, he gets through. The Bucky does at least a little bit of damage, but there were definitely some weaker weapons in hand. So, although I think the Marshal has been kept over a Spectre, it really doesn't make much of a difference, and they will at least keep themselves the rifles.
Marshal over a Spectre, I'll take that deal any day coming into the next round.
It depends what your plan is.
No, I'll take it any day. We've already seen the no-scopes work. But we'll see as we move on to the next. This is where XLG, you know, all those good deeds will be forgotten if they end up going out with 7, 8, 9 rounds. We want to see them battling tooth and nail. We want to see them taking the fight to PRX here, but it's not easy.
दोनों टीम पे ही बाय है, बस एक
bulldog है. One bulldog that's at a disadvantage for the attacking side. Sprays through again. B-Long, 4 players there. It seems like this is just PRX's first 15-second plan in so many of the rounds, and it does almost get them first blood. No man's on half. The nade is, oh, that's doing a lot of damage. Desperately low. He's in the open. Somehow gets one before he falls.
I'm surprised he didn't just take the TP, but yeah, clearly don't want to give up that control. Something they're willing to sacrifice his life to battle for, especially when his teammate had full control over showers already. So it wasn't even a risk, really, going through that TP with the Viper screen available as well. Forsaken, even on low HP, still brawling though. 45 when he took that fight, but now leaves a couple of opponents tagged up as well.
Yeah, if Eva walks out of this round with a 4K, I think we pause for an investigation. Down to 6 HP, 25 up on the shields, at least the regen.
आप कौन से गेम खेलते हो? मैं जो मतलब क्या बोलते हैं वैलोरेंट अभी ज़्यादा खेलती हूँ, CS वगैरह भी खेलने लगी थी, बट अब और नहीं खेलूँगी CS। फिर मैं क्या बोलते हैं ट्रेंडी गेम हो वो खेलती हूँ, स्टोरी मोड में माफिया वगैरह खेल रही हूँ।
Can Patman escape? They've had to use a smoke across and spams. That was the problem. He didn't make it into the TP in time. Forsaken had hit his timing, but the rest of the team were fairly well committed. Maybe a little bit of a mix-up in what was the plan. And while for Forsaken, his only choice now is to run, grab the spike, and try and plant on the A site. I don't think he has time for that anymore. Too wary of where his opponents are going to be. XLG, just based on, I feel like the havoc that PRX caused themselves, have been able to win the round.
Yeah, indeed. You know, you look at this situation as if you just stick that play towards the A side. Already so much of the utility burned up from XLG. They don't have the mosh pit to deny. Then maybe they could have found success. Great pick from No Man, considering he was so desperately low. But yeah, you start seeing players fall back, pull forward. It becomes complete chaos.
Oh, and then it's like one of the last
Alex को गुस्सा आ गया भाई, Alex को देखो.
Ends up dropping the spike, which could have made it to the DP a little bit earlier. Not singing from the same hymn sheet here in PRX, where they have fallen apart because of it. Still, that was the quote-unquote bonus round. Now they come in with a Guardian instead of the Bulldog in the previous, but a big weapon that is in play is the showstopper, and it's right onto Viva.
This is a
वो तो छुपा हुआ है निकलते ही
angle though
मारेगा.
from Braga. He's landed in the smoke. Well, doesn't get rewarded for it.
अच्छा हुआ टाइम से हट
Doesn't
गया,
at least deny
प्लान
the
डिनाई
plant
हो
for now,
जाता वरना.
but the amount of space is already there. It seems like it's going to be a lot more commitment in this round from PRX, not risking the rotate back. They've done well to clear out Jing though, and we'll even things up once again.
4v4.
It's going to be a very late play coming in from something. The wraparound taking quite a while. The steps are going to be hurt. He's hurt Coconut, but Coconut didn't hear him and pops the ult. It's disastrous. Something's going to be right on them with no man in the dog as well.
Nice.
It's a double kill. Something. It looked like he was late to the party. But he ends up winning 9-7 for PRX. That is a great flank from the Yoru. And a 9th round for PRX as a result.
I think with just how direct that initial take was, I don't think there was any expectation that somebody would be lurking on the other side of the map. Like, if they're a little bit quicker, that could have all gone wrong, but instead, and rightly so, they go back and they go, okay, yeah, let's try and take this one slow. Let's use the Thrash to clear out all of these risky positions, and because of it, they get caught, they get bitten.
Happyway is having a terrible time.
21 kill Jing.
9-7. Unfortunately for XLG, that was all of their money invested. Forsaken is going to spot this out, but this is just a shooting range. Up against no weaponry, and while Happyway he's trying to take this fight with a bucket. There's absolutely no hope. A flawless round for PRX, and any economy problems are immediately dissipated.
Here it is, the new skin, the new finisher. 3 more needed for PRX if you're having trouble figuring out what's between 10 and 13. And this is what we're worried about, right? It's about once that ball gets rolling, a snowball effect on PRX, the individual confidence sky high. Something playing one of the latest lurks in the previous round, and it working out. It's a terrifying sign for XLG. They need to bounce back. It's going to be a good time to put in their pause. I see the timer frozen, and indeed it is going to be a pause from XLG. I don't think that takes many brain cells to work out, though.
Timeout by XLG.
And slide, and it's PRX, who seems set to take
मैंने
this
तो
map.
RCB को वोट किया, क्या बात है, जीतेगी तो RCB ही, इस साल का नाम दो.
Whatever we think about that, they must have ideas.
Oh,
RCB जीतेगा.
I think that it's a map that, okay, maybe they had a slip up versus Zeta, but that does feel like a bit of a weird week for PRX in general. Other than that, confident win over T1 and over the last
कोई
few
भी
months
मैच
have
हो,
had big
किसी के बीच
victories
में भी
versus a
मैच
lot
हो,
of top
कोई
teams.
भी
So
गेम का हो,
I don't
कोई
think they're going to be
भी
too worried
स्पोर्ट्स का हो,
going into that
RCB
matchup.
जीतेगा,
On
RCB
the
को
other
ही
side of
ट्रॉफी
things,
मिलेगी.
wow, XOG got decimated by DRG on that map. So I think that this is,
और
even though
MVP
this is a very
विराट
good
कोहली
map for PRX
always.
and maybe
I show
overall a
speed
solid
के
side for
language में
XOG,
विराट कोहली.
you also have to then consider the rest of the group. Like an informed looking GX Sentinels. Like I don't think most people would have PRX Sentinels making it out based on previous tournaments. And for XLG, although a loss to PRX is nothing to be ashamed of, it's very similar to what we saw at the prior event where, oh, you lost to G2 and SEN. You didn't do bad though. It's like, well, it doesn't matter.
But exactly, as we said, the pain of nearly. For XLG, that's what's going to haunt them. They come in today, you tell them you're going to lose 2-0, 2-1 to PRX. Okay, fine. As long as we put up a fight, but then you tell them you could have won, you were close.
Yeah,
you had the
at least in the first half.
Hey, in the first half, absolutely. This could have been a 7 or 8 round half from them, but this is the moment where they can't leave anything on the table. Where are those signs of life? Rifles in hand, a lot of light shields. Ult's not really there for the defenders, but for the attackers, they've got all the info. Something's already seen these players on site. Orbital strike comes through, play inside the smoke. Flashes.
Oh my god, क्या जिगल दिया है भाई. RCB जीतेगा. भाई something ने क्या जिगल दिया है अल्ट से निकलते ही.
And XLG have to fight an uphill battle, but the first steps go swimmingly.
That's not bad.
शॉट से मार गया. मैं
The swing,
जीतूंगा, क्या बात
Coconut
है.
has
दूसरा
managed to
टीम
bring this round into
थर्ड पार्टी
contention. A
होते हुए
2
रूथलेस
versus
की
4
तरफ
that,
से
I'll be honest, looked impossible.
जिन्होंने
Raga, I
दावा
wasn't
किया
even
है
sure
वो
if he was going to
PRX
go
और
for it, but
XLG को हराने के बाद विराट कोहली RCB को भी
Coconut
हरा
puts that
देंगे.
into play. There's a chance. Even still, Forsaken and Divine, normally a safe pair of hands. The defenders, they're going to group up. They're going to try and join each other, but the swing from Forsaken isolates the battle. It gives Raga a chance once again, and the swing is perfect. 5 HP is all he needs. As XLG win the 2v4.
That is a huge win, and we heard it from him in the interview. As I said earlier, this is a guy that said he just wants to prove that he's got what it takes to fight against some of these players. A team we've seen with the 5 duels come before, but he can match up against them. That's devastating for Heavyweight. Thank God they had that clutch in the end. Your scoreline stays close down to a gap of 2 thanks to this man here. Look how desperately close it was.
आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? मैं तो PRX को सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ. XLG भी बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट मैच थोड़ा सा टफ होने वाला है क्योंकि जायंटेक्स और सेंटिनल यू नो सेम लेवल पे खेलेंगे.
2v4 PaperX making
एकदम लेवल वो बोलते हैं ना, लेवल सबके निकलेंगे.
the advantages, but XLG are doing well to capitalize off of them. Coconut with a huge individual round and basically keeping them in the match. That would have been their economy not only wrecked, but also PaperX being just a couple away from taking their own map choice. And they do have to be careful in this round. Light shields on every player bar one. And that sniper for something. Think about the first half and how much it caused them issues. They can't afford to give this man a fight.
Come on यार, 11th round हो जाएगी at least दिल को तसल्ली.
You end up getting lit down 140 in this to 10 HP, and it's
ये fumble कुछ बोल तो नहीं रहा है ना कि मैं fumble कर रही हूँ, इसका मतलब
guaranteed pickup for PaperX when the utility bombardment comes through. There's the outlaw already spotted with the decoy sent through. Flash finds nothing but it. Always the danger that that's a Yoru on his own, ready to gate crash, but now the Flash confirms that big play is coming through. They've taken Jing out of the sky. No man's got
sorry, थोड़ा late हो गया, मेरे बाल कटाने चला गया.
It's left all onto Divine. He's got 3 to take down. The first comes easy, but 25 seconds of Viper's pit online. He might even have time to get this up after the plant. From where is the question?
Man,
the showstopper hunting
down. PRX
looks like he wants to stand his ground. He wants to take the pick, but decides to fall back a little too late. Raga again getting around on the board in the final stages for XLG, and a 10-9. The signs of life very much there.
Yeah, like doubling up in that corner, it definitely seemed like a gamble. You know that if a player runs through and just maybe even gets a little bit lucky, it could have been your round over, but I think that's been something that XOG have done great so far in this match, is that surprise factor. They have been so hard to read that even when you have a full bombardment of utility, they're able to come out with an advantage. And even then, just I like him watching Coconut play. Like, even though he ends up going down in the fight versus Divide, his goal is to stay alive. He's not trying to be the hero. He's not trying to put the team on his back. He is basically just going, okay, let's buy as much time as possible for my team.
10-9, that's good.
Snake fight landing on long, denying that control for XLG. But it's towards the A side where the real fight is coming in. The reaction from XLG very early on, they popped the threat.
यार start तो बढ़िया करते हैं, उसके बाद उन लोग के भी down होने शुरू हो जाते हैं, फिर उसके बाद round हार जाते हैं, ऐसा.
Coconut doesn't want to hold it for a retake again.
Oh, दोनों race में
grenades are going to be exchanged, but it's Divine almost using the distraction of a teammate, and well, 3 players immediately.
वो निकाल रहे, बढ़िया खेलने लग गए.
चलो
3v2, 5v1
is going to give the time of
flawless.
Day. And this is what I felt like has been the difference between the two squads, though. It feels like when XOG win a round, it is by the skin of their teeth. It's very close. It's maybe a player or 2 surviving or a clutch round. When PaperX win a round, well,
4 seconds.
As of yet, there's not a point of damage done.
Spawn रुक जाओ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
I know it's kind of bad of you to assume Viva's not winning this 1v5 with time ticking and Spike on the other side of the map. But I agree with you entirely, in all seriousness. Like, PaperX, like you said, they look dominant in some of the rounds that they're taking. XLG, it's clutches. It's thriving in the chaos, back and forth, trading blows. Viva will even get out of here with the Guardian. You've heard the TP, so did he. The smoke buys him a little bit of extra space. Looks like he's okay. 32 HP, though. That was close to disaster. 11-9. Nice. PaperX 2 away. XLG 2 behind. It still is anyone's game, but there's a problem brewing, Tom.
Yeah, this is the issue. When you have so many casualties in the round that you win.
चलो next thumbnail बनाओ.
Okay. Yeah, right. I'm glad that the player was highlighted. It's like, yeah, and then he just banged him through the smoke. Just off time.
He obviously calculated how far he could walk.
Exactly. I think he has a ruler on stage.
Well, allowed.
The buy is abysmal.
A side तो पूरा locked in हो गया है Viper ult के साथ.
A good chance to catch them if they do go through that pit, having the judge investment. The problem is, when you look at the tab as PRX and you see, okay, they don't have much money, and you see a pit go up, if you decide to go through that pit, you're insane. Now, PRX are insane.
Sometimes they,
so
yeah,
there is a chance they do that, so actually rated against them. But yeah, generally speaking, that's just not going to find the value. We have to look elsewhere.
The only
and of
other
course,
thing,
you can't force that B because you have to clear that path wrap around.
The other thing will be the assumption of a stack, though. It's if you see that pit, you're mostly probably going to assume maybe it's just one player there. It really is a game of playing the odds. 45 seconds left. Viper screen definitely causing them issues before with the amount that it's been able to delay, but this time they're through it with relative ease. Actually going to commit the orbital strike. They're going to try and isolate. Blaze Bieber has done well. The problem is he has been lost. Jing again with another high impact round, and the rest of the team have plenty of time to make their way into the site. We've spoken about the clutches, what XOG have managed to bring home, but this one I would really, well, I expect a hole in the desk if PRX let this one slip.
I expect a hole in the desk from XLG's coaching staff, though. This feels like an overheat time. You come into this round where you've got next to nothing, where you're fighting if you lose for PRX. 3 rounds in a row, 3 chances in a row to close it, and a pit and an orbital strike. That feels like such a heavy commitment, leaving them with nothing for this buy round.
I guess the look here is that, okay, now we have 2 chances, once with
बेचारा दावाई को ult नहीं ले गया.
rather than having 1 chance to all in. I don't necessarily mind it. Like, I do get what you're saying, like, especially when you're up against someone like PRX.
Cute
है
दावाई.
Also the thing of like, you could have both those ult and then still lose, and then you've just given them the other.
Yeah, 100%.
बेचारा जिंगू को पक्का कुछ खाने को.
Oh, here we go.
Here goes Showstopper, and there it goes.
Showstopper रोक दिया भाई. कैसे रोका? कैसे रोका?
Flash won't find much else.
अरे जिंगी मर गया पहले. Nice.
But finds himself too. Now inside the zone he will fall, but he's given his team a fighting chance. The problem is with that Viper's pit going up. They now have an uphill battle to get anywhere near that spy.
ये random shot से मार देता भाई.
He doesn't go back till it's too late for the spam.
एक heaven पे है, पता चल गया है. एक spawn से आ रहा है.
They're gonna know that.
क्या मेरी आवाज उन तक पहुंच रही है?
Players likely confined to this pit. Although Patman
बता
has
दिया
managed
मैंने
to leave.
पूरा location.
The drop will be known, and it's risky from Divide, but the risk pays off.
Ouya,
It's going to be dropped, and Divide is there to close it.
First match of Valorant champion Paris 2025 winner is PRX. क्या बात है?
बोला था ना
Well,
मैंने.
this is
Continuous जीतेंगे.
expected result, but an unexpected way we got here, right? This was
W
quite a
यार
journey.
PRX
XLG
क्या
showing us
खेल
that
गया.
they've got the
मैं
ability to take
XLG
PRX
का
to
था
push them to their limits, and they'll have to do the same
क्या
on
बात है
Sunset.
guys? क्या बात
PRX's
है?
map
W
after this.
मजा आ गया. Absolute cinema. अभी एक और मैप चाहिए PRX को.
Actually,
ये सीरीज स्टार्ट का पहला पूरा मैच जीतने के लिए एक और मैच चाहिए. पहला मैच जीत चुके हैं PRX. W, let's go.
Like a bit, then we win champion. Yeah, we tired, we start slow, and then after that we rocket up mother truths.
जिंगू कितना क्यूट है. जिंगू.
Now that I'm a mom,
GG PRX WP.
They let everyone in my family choose different plans.
मजा आ गया यार. बहुत मजा आया.
गुड गेम प्रियंका लेकर.
हाँ मैंने ही तो खेला था लास्ट राउंड. किसने लोकेशन बताया दो लोगों को? मैंने बताया इधर से. मैंने लोकेशन बताया लास्ट राउंड पे. तब पे है एलेक्स के बाद कोच में. एलेक्स गुस्सा किया था भाई. पूरा चिल्ला रहा था.
कैसे नहीं मार रहे तुम तो है.
पूरा चिल्ला रहा है वो. कैंसिल तुम लोग का पार्टी कैंसिल. नाइट बॉट. अरे अरे कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार. मैंने भी तो इतना सपोर्ट किया गला फाड़ फाड़ के. WR PRX बहुत बढ़िया खेला. पहला सीरीज का मैप PRX ले जाते हुए. क्या बात है. शेप. W game
नेक्स्ट मैप कौन सा है?
नेक्स्ट मैप आई थिंक कौन सा मैप है? सनसेट है।
मेरे को लगा लोटस वगैरह हो।
नहीं, लोटस बैन कर दिया एक्सएलजी ने पहले। होम ग्राउंड बैन कर दिया गाइस, PRX का होम ग्राउंड लोटस बैन कर दिया पहले। और बाइंड पे ना 100% विन रेट PRX का भी था, XLG का भी 100% विन रेट ही था। 4 में से 4 XLG वाले भी जीते हैं, 0 लूज आई थिंक, ऐसा कुछ था ना।
आइडिया नहीं है कब भी।
भाई ओपी एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा। ऐसा क्लोज मैच ही होना चाहिए। अगर डोमिनेट वाला होगा तो ये पेरिस वाला फील नहीं आएगा कि एक टीम डोमिनेट कर रही है पूरा एकदम। अभी एक और मैच मतलब मैप चाहिए PRX को। कम ऑन बॉयज, कम ऑन।
कहीं जल्दी लाइक करो फटाफट।
मैं आ रही हूँ, ठीक है? 1 मिनट।
ओके
1 minute guys, BRB, all the best to PRX. We need one more map. Let's go.
गाइस लाइक करो फट पुट लाइक।
आ गई मैं।
चलो 30 सेकंड और।
लाइक करो गाइस, कम ऑन। कैसे लाइक नहीं हो रहे देख रही मैं।
ट्रॉफी दिखाई क्या इन्होंने?
नहीं
ये ट्रॉफी देखनी है पर कि ट्रॉफी कैसे दिखती।
डमरू ही होगा आई थिंक।
डमरू शायद से एक बार दे चुके हैं आई थिंक, लग रहा है मुझे।
Hey guys, Mika here with Alex of PRX. Congratulations on the
Alex
first
का
map
गुस्सा
win of
शांत
Champions
हो गया
Paris.
थोड़ा।
That was a bit closer than
देख
many
के बुलाया तो
expected though.
शांत
So
हो गया।
what do you think it was? Was it PRX with a bit of a slow start, or was it XLG doing something that surprised all of you?
No, I mean, first of all, I think XLG is a very good team. You know, they champions of Stage 1 China. They have the MVP in their team. Aside from that, I think both teams are a little bit nervous. So you could see like the games. I mean, everyone's trying to take their time and relaxing a little bit.
खुद की टीम की तारीफ नहीं करेंगे, दूसरे को जिंग करके जाएंगे। Let's go.
Oh, that's a teaser. Well, good luck to you guys.
हैंडपंप तो है यार एलेक्स, हैंडपंप तो
PRX they take map for one.
यार चाइना में से किसी को नहीं रखा भाई ये होस्ट और एनालिस्ट में। चाइनीज बोलेंगे इसीलिए नहीं रखा क्या?
ये लेफ्ट वाली होती है।
This was absolutely insane. So no man
हाँ,
gets to
वो
go down
बेस्ट
short.
लोगों को
And look
लेके
at
आए
these
ना हर एक
shots
रीजन।
from Viva. So quick on the adjustments. It's like one shot miss.
अलग अलग
instant
रखेंगे
reset
शायद,
headshot.
वो
Miss,
गोल्डन बॉय
instant
वगैरह भी
reset
आएंगे,
headshot.
मिमी वगैरह ये सब भी आएंगे।
Yintu, I think you said
Hi,
it exceptionally well. They pushed PRX. I think they had a really good day on
XLG ने बढ़िया खेला। मैप पिक उनका था, अभी आगे देखते हैं। एक और मैप चाहिए PRX को।
It's a little bit more, but maybe they'd be missing a
पहला
little bit of
सीरीज
that.
का पहला मैप
Joker in their hand, the
ये
little
सीरीज
like
का
trick
पहला मैप
to
लेके
try to
गए
make their attack side a
PRX
little
और
bit
क्या
more
चाहिए?
a little bit stronger. But I love the way they layered their utility. I think there were often times that PRX looked a little overwhelmed on sites. They did a really good job of chaining those together, and it was enough in the first half. But then everything kind of fell apart.
Yeah, it was. If we take a look at the post one, we can tell they've given us a reason to believe why they picked Bind.
Well, I think the first thing is I think XLG really locked in the post lane.
XLG ने लेकिन शुरुआत बहुत बढ़िया किया था, एकदम विन कर रहे थे वो लोग.
For walk-ups and going for flanks, and
तब
the crowd here
PRX
is
वाले
going
cover up
wild
कर
for
रहे
the
थे
flanks, it
बस.
sounds like. But honestly, I think XLG held their ground really nicely, and specifically Viva and No Man's Sky. You know, great game, great player. Absolutely popping off in these late rounds.
And again, I think it was they understood their game plan was utility dump onto the site, get out there. And once you get there, once you get into a post plant, they've got PRX figured out a little bit, but they also knew what their protocol was.
I even love the creativity of like Viva realizing 3 people are on the flank. He drops the Brimald, right? Just to delay, and he ends up going down. But you still see those moments where I think XLG did a very good job of adjusting to the chaotic style that PRX were bringing.
They did, definitely, indeed. This is the thing, though. If it weren't for, you know, the something Jing duo doing
मुझे
so
लगा था लाइक
well, being able
चैंपियंस
to bring
में
this
एक रूल
game
होता है
back,
कि
it
हर
could
एक
have been,
प्लेयर को
even an
चैंपियंस
overtime, I
बंडल
think,
से
the way
कुछ
that
ना कुछ
XLG were
एक्टिव
playing.
करके
I
आना
think there's
होता
a
है.
world where, like, without something just
एक ही बंदा
dominating
मेरे को
like
दिखा था
3
चैंपियंस
rounds in the
वो
first half and
दो
soloing them,
तीन
like
तो थे
XLG could have been up
दोनों
8
टीम
or
मिला
9
के
at the
चैंपियंस
half, but
वेंडल जो
it's
लेके आए
brought
थे और
down to
नाइफ
6 and
एक के
6
पास
because
था
the great
मिली.
work out of something, and him and Jing
पता है ये
just
जो
crushed.
बैकग्राउंड
second
दिख
half,
रहा है ना
I
जिंग
know,
और
I
इसके
think you're
पीछे
absolutely right.
वो
If it was not for
समथिंग के
something
पीछे
stabilizing
वो
in
एक
that first
चॉकलेट
half,
के
it
उसकी
probably
तरह
gets away
थीम
from
की
them
तरह
in
लग
the first
रहा है.
half. And then, you know, Alex was talking about energy. They needed to calm down a little bit. They were kind of overswinging. They were a little bit too up. But if not for something's heroics, we're talking about an entirely different half and potentially an entirely different score here.
He was giving it as well, which is crazy, you know.
Yeah, out of his seat a little bit.
Yeah, I love to see it. I would also love to hear what Havoya had to say, of course, standing by with Mika Faz ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with Havoya of XLG. Now, that was a very tough
ये भी
first
PRX
map.
को जिंग
I
करके
wanted to
जिंक्स
ask
करके ही
about
जाएगा
the
आई
bind
थिंक.
pick because this is one of PaperX's strongest maps. It's also a
वो
strong
या.
map for
दोनों को जैसे
XLG.
ही.
But I was just curious on your thoughts on picking that map, and was it because you felt like the ban on Lotus was more important for PaperX?
I think first of all, PaperX feel themselves better on Lotus. But also, we feel fine on Bind. It was just like a tough series
ये
for us.
देखो
And,
PRX
I mean
का
the
ही
map.
नाम लिया.
And we dropped some ecos. Also, we didn't manage to win second pistol.
अच्छा खेला यार,
I think,
अंडरडॉग टीम है ये लोग.
if we could step up a little bit earlier, I think it could be our map. So it is what it is. Let's move on to the second map.
Right. Well, hopefully they step up a bit more on Sunset.
What are their chances on Sunset? If on Bind, you guys want
अभी
to show
रोल
why
इन
they
हुआ
chose
है
this?
मैप कोड
Does it
में,
get
अभी
better
इसको
on
भी बैन
Sunset for
कर दिया.
XLG?
No, honestly, I mean, we were a little bit surprised
अभी
with
तो
the bind
सबसे
coming
वो
through,
है
but it was sort of a secret
बंदे
weapon
कूद
map
जाएंगे
for
सीधा.
हाँ,
them
वही
in
कूद
the
जाएंगे.
playoffs for the team. So I think bind was almost a
खेल
must-win
देने से अच्छा
in the
में कूद
series
जाते.
with it.
बट
being
आई थिंक
PRX's
प्रो
choice.
ये लोग
which is almost
खेलते हैं,
unfair
मतलब
to
उन लोग को
ask,
लगता है
given that
ट्रिस्की
you're
भी
going
निकल
against
सकता है,
an
शेरिफ
undefeated
वगैरह ले
PRX
लेते हैं ना,
online.
एक
But
एक
I'm
टैप
inclined to
पुट
agree with you.
करके
It did feel
मारेंगे.
like a must-win, and as we turn our attention over to Sunset, again, there's going to be a Sage. We're going to see that for the first time on the global stage, for sure, the buffed stage and kind of how that changes playstyle.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's less of a major change to playstyle because you have a lot more ability to like react, push down a wall from a further range, to rotating in or something like this to put it down. But I think for XLG, what they will have been focusing on in a lot of the prep work, coming in knowing that high chance that Sunset is going to be coming through in the map here, is when they are working against PRX's defense. PRX puts up so much of a fight into the mains, A main, B main, and I think that XLG need to be very snappy at punching these forward positions. I think having a Neon and a Yoru in your comp to take down those angles is a good spot.
Oh, it's
Neon,
Noman's not playing Deadlock anymore. It's going to be Noman, Neon, and Raga Yoru. I really like
टाइप
this.
है थोड़ा सा वो
I
है.
like it a lot.
I'm completely on board with this. I think you have so many different fighting tools. Again, to punish PaperX overextending. And again, you call it overextending, but they are often
Alex देखो पूरे ऐसे लग रहा है मुंह पे कैमरा लगा है.
the way that Noman was dominating
100% win rate तो है, but ये VCT है, Valorant champions, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
I think this might be his 7th or 8th
Ted
agent that he's
Ted
played
से
on
कोई
this
मतलब
team.
Yeah, you're right. I do think
Alex
so.
को तो
When
नहीं रख
I
लिया.
saw the change from Waylay to Raze, I thought, okay, they're going to want to fight it out. with Paper X, and I think we saw a lot of that in the first half. I think this follows that same line of thinking. They're gonna want to duke it out with Paper X.
वो मालूम है वो एक क्लिप निकली थी वो इसकी
वो दवाई को बोलेगा तू पीछे रुक मेरे
I'm
पीछे
hesitant
रुक
to see this on Sunset.
Yeah, and if that map was Paper X needing to warm up,
Alex
they're
बोलेगा
gonna
तू ही
get
सड़क
scarier,
है
right?
तुझे नहीं पता
They're gonna be more warmed up on Sunset. It
तू
is
ही
their
मारेगा
map pick, but there is a switch up on the
सेज
side of
वॉल
the
कर
Comms
देंगे आई थिंक ये
so
लोग
maybe
बैठ
that's throwing another spanner in the works for them. I don't know how you guys feel,
चलो
but I would
इस
love
बार
to
मैं
hear what
दवाई को
Richman
पूरी
and Tombis thinks
मतलब
about that
अच्छे
little
नजरों से
agent
देखूंगी मैं भी सेज खेलती हूँ इस मैप पे दिखाओ मुझे कुछ अलग
Well, Tom, how's that tickled your
कम
fancy?
ऑन डेविड दवाई
I don't know. I feel like being a little bit more boisterous could be nice. I think No Man definitely had a few moments individually. I do fear that trying to almost beat Paper X with firepower and aggression.
चलो स्टार्ट होने वाला है
राउंड का ज्यादा विन रेट है एक्सएलजी के पास सिलाई
I feel like he
गेमिंग
had a pretty poor first map, and he's someone that the Des highlights. I like to highlight as well as one of their best players individually. He's now a pivotal part, especially on the defense and on the lurk. If he's having a poor performance,
ये
Paper X
खाली है अच्छा किसी ने यूटिल्स नहीं बाई किया
As you said as well,
ज़्यादा
looking at Neon, it will be point of contact. No Man's
Look at
Sky
the
was
defense.
stellar when it came to that first
Defending
map.
है
Look at
PRX.
Paper X, they didn't get the memo. They think they're still on the attack side. They pushed through mid with 3. Full control. Four, in fact.
Planting.
You can count the player towards the door of Patman, who will be
मतलब बैकस्टेप
safeguarding market. But this is all about the flank game. And there is,
Alex ने
luckily,
idea
a
दिया
trap
होगा
waiting for them there. So it won't be
पहला
a
राउंड
complete
जीते
surprise
या
that
ना
there's
जीते
someone
बैक
there.
से जाके
It just
देखना
might be
चल
a bit of a surprise quite how many
पता
players
लग गया
have
है
the waves about to
अगर
see.
कोई आया फटके आ जाएगी
बैटमैन 1 HP हो गया
I have to be a bit more careful, but you can see they have switched
उया
up
उया
where
उया
they are
मारो
defending this
नहीं नहीं
spike
सब एक
from
साथ
or pushing all the way around. It hasn't been
Oh.
करिए रेड करिए रेड
that is Paper X has given them an advantage and Divide
दवाई ने
साइड
वॉल
में
करके निंजा डिफ्यूज कर रहा है भाई
run back around over the top. They
पैसा
need to
मिला
go, and it seems like they are not going to be able to deal with anything.
आ रहा है आ रहा है आ रहा है
राउंड विन करके उसके बाद मार पाया
He
भाई
did
वॉल
well.
में गैप
And
भी
I
था
think Divide even stopped for a second because he was like, okay, someone's going to jump on this
Yeah.
wall. And then they didn't.
निंजा
Yeah,
डिफ्यूज
well, I mean, they were too busy
दवाई
dealing
को
with players
इसीलिए
towards
सेज
main.
खिलवाया
It's a nasty little strategy and one that has worked wonders. There was a gap on the, well, on the left side here, as we see it from Forsaken's perspective. It could have been exploited on the wraparound as well, so no surprise that he was a little bit worried. And in the end, Morga surviving
Planning
on
तो
1
बहुत
HP, but it
बढ़िया
doesn't make a difference. It is 1-0 start
पक्का ये
for
दिमाग
Paper
एलेक्स
X.
ने लगाया होगा
And we want to see XLG on the
बीच
board
में
early, because we
प्लेयर्स ने
saw it in
बोला
the
होगा
last
ये
one.
भी कर सकते
Paper
हैं
X
उनको
slow
चुप
to
करा
start.
दिया
You
गया
know,
था
the
बता
comms,
रही
they
हूँ
called it. Let's start slow and
उनको
then
बोला
we
गया
get them.
चुप रहो ये करो
Paraphrasing.
Yeah, you can't start a train at full speed. That's not how it works.
That is true. Got to pick it up.
एक स्टार्ट
They
हो
only
गया
had to
राउंड
dock into the station, speak with the conductor Alex one time,
नाइस
then it was plain sailing.
I
नाइस
love watching something
समथिंग
because
आप
like,
लोग जो बोल
you
रहे
will
थे
see him
आसपास
play an
ऑपरेटर
agent that
मतलब बढ़िया है
you
मतलब
think
ये
is like, okay, supportive util
बेहतर
lineup.
अभी
And
समथिंग
then
है
he's playing contact
आसपास
with a
बस
sniper
जेट
rifle
और
with
डुएलिस्ट
B-Maid.
के साथ खेलता
It
है वो
doesn't necessarily
ऑपरेटर वगैरह
add up. I
और
also love the
ये
fact that
समथिंग
we've
जो है
seen
ना मार्शल
these
भी चला
changes
लेगा
to
आउटलॉक भी
Sage,
चला
obviously
लेगा कोई
making
भी एजेंट हो
the range of that wall so much further. So
ये
Divide
देखो अभी
places
सोवा
it
लेके
2
आउटलॉक
millimeters
है
away from where he is.
मेरे
Yeah.
जिंगू को मारा तो मैं
This
बताऊंगी
round, expectation incredibly low.
जिंगू को
Any
कुछ नहीं
weaponry
करना
drop would be nice, and hey, Braga has dropped one
अरे
of the
4
rifles,
सेकंड
and
गया
that
पहले
should be
गन उठा
retrievable.
ली
नाइस
Good selection though.
नाइस
Will be
समथिंग
retrievable,
ये
but at a
जिंगू ने
heavy
भी मारा
cost
था
indeed.
तो
डब्ल्यू
जिंगू ने एक और
Down to 15 doesn't need to
उया
दो
swing
किल
उया
something covers
नाइस
that. 2-0 start for Paper X. 4 players alive. Big weapons
सेज
still carried
एक्चुअली
through. and
एडवांटेज है इन लोगों
It's
के
a
लिए
strong
इन लोग
start,
का मर
but
के
this
एक और
round
बार
is
जिंदा हो
really
गया ना
where we
एक दो
get the
उठा के
litmus
जाएगा
test. A good
प्रो
sign early on, though, is seeing Raga be able to deliver. As we said, he's someone that comes in, as we said, as he said as well, he's someone who comes in here with something to prove, and he's certainly playing well.
यूरोप के आगे यूरोप के क्लोन का वो ना करो यार उसको पता है वो क्लोन है तो उसने साइफर को ही मारा
At Masters, it wasn't really anything to write home about. Like obviously, we've seen them have a fair few roster changes throughout the year, trying to fill in for you, and I don't mean you, obviously.
For me.
No.
अभी चलो एक्सएलजी पे बाय है अभी देखते हैं
It's all right. I'm ready to play.
Okay.
Me against
ये
him.
देखो चैंपियंस वेंडल का फ्लेक्स करते हुए
Oh well, there's no need for that.
This
इनको
purchase
तो
is
बंडल ही
definitely
मिल
not
जाता है
one.
फुल
You've got yourself a Bucky in for Forsaken. Sting is still in play. Like this is around the XOG, nigh on half to win. Otherwise, the amount of economy upgrades that there will be. Dimensional Drift only one away as well. Could be powerful in that post plant, but it is a wide net currently being thrown out by
4 second कैसे
mentioned that he
गया?
had a wicked gun. It didn't stop him taking a fairly aggressive angle.
4 second को बिग
जिनको
बॉस
पता
हाउस
लग गया
में बुलाया गया है।
ये भी मरेगा ऐसे लग रहा है।
जिंगू को मारा तो मैं मार डालूंगी, जिंगू को मारा तो मैं मार डालूंगी।
Great stun, but he gets out of there thanks to the blast packs. Well placed.
एक्चुअली कर दिया।
35 now. XLG got to pick up the pace. Wrapping around, but PRX are flooding back into the site. 3 players here now with one deeper towards the spawn. This is essentially a 4-man hold. 25 seconds and they go for the rotate.
पूरा रोटेट कर रहे बी
They
साइड
dragged
पे
all
वाह।
these players over. They'll make their way
में
across
जा रहे
mid with that smoke with ease. This should be a blend, but I'm always wary of PRX's ability to be disruptive. Something, he's in there. Only one.
Yeah, and they managed to make it to the side. The spike was being guarded all the way through.
Spike plant.
A good redirection, especially with the Sage Wall being
And
used towards the
जिंगू को
spawn.
पीछे से
There was
मारने की
the
नाकामयाब
box up
कोशिश।
top that you would have had Divide watching from afar. And now even with no man in the spawn, just
Damage
waiting to
है
try and
बट वो।
catch them as they fall out. The fact is though, PRX, all of these guns are going to be upgraded in the next round anyway, so
जल्दी
they
करना
might as well
पड़ेगा दो
try
गन में।
and do some damage.
That's exactly what they're looking for. You see all this deep clears of middle.
वॉल भी नहीं है उसके पास इस बार।
The idea is certainly in their head that someone could be lurking around. Rifle picked up for Divide as well. Good chance to make these exits very costly. He will close in towards this spawn. I don't think Jing has any chance. Oh, actually, he might have a chance to have an impact. He goes back to mid. Divide is shut down. Okay, 2-1. 4 players alive for XLG. That's a picture-perfect round 3.
Yeah, and that's exactly as clean as it needed to be. It definitely got a little bit dangerous, and as we mentioned, like you're always going to see these sort of timing fights looking to be utilized by the side of PRX.
Freshman भाग रहा था बस साइड की तरफ उसको उधर ही निकाल दिया।
Willing to sort of gamble on that rotation, not fearful that they'll be caught somewhere else. Even still, though, it's going to be an immediate purchase back up from the side of PRX, and I'm kind of looking at Braga here. He's going to immediately utilize that dimensional drift. Bear in mind, the only weapon he has is the shorty.
Perfect for this ultimate. One flash left. Oh, he's come out without one. Moving around through the smokes, but the wraparound from Patman. Quick on his feet. He'll take Raga down. Now it's rifles, though. They will be up against the trick play. Hasn't worked. Devi's dead. Dead to right. It's even a headshot from Nomad. He'll lock it in. But still, a 2 versus 4. Can't even get the 3 out before Patman's dealing with another. PRX holding strong so far. Halfway failing to take down Jing. Now that's the information. The element of surprise gone for his position.
जिंगू
The
को
wraparound
जरा
super late from
down
Forsaken. He's going to cause issues, but being seemed aware of it. The timing, though, he corrects in time, but he can't quite land the shot.
There's been a lot of moments, especially with how low some of these players are, but there's a
जिंगू
chance,
को
but
मैं हिल दे
it seems
देती
like
हूँ।
PRX are ready and raring to go on this defensive half. A third already picked up, and I have to say that the orb placement coming out from Patman there in the early stages of that round was just wonderful. Like, to play into the back of the site, and he's just denied all of it, just keeping hold of that control.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's able to walk into spawn to be safe and then back out with his smoke, right? It's so much value delivered as a result of that. I'm not sure what's being said there.
No idea.
The energy on the stage is different, and 3-1 up. Energy will only increase as these rounds keep going away.
जिंगू को शॉक डाल दिया,
Cop
ब्लाइंड
stun,
कर
cop the
दिया,
paranoia. Jing's
माफ
stuck
नहीं
in the corner,
करूँगी।
and they know it, but in goes Divide. Happy to help out his buddy, set him up for success.
अरे
Looking the wrong way will be dropped by Nomad. We're back to a 3v3. Spike still secure for XLG. And this map, it doesn't get any smaller. The less players to defend it, this should be an advantage for the attacking side.
3v3 है,
Feels like the
proper
first 15 to
3v3
20
है।
seconds of the round
सब लोग का
lead to those early
HP
battles,
बढ़िया
and then
है,
there's a break in the
shield
action.
अभी
I do feel like XLG throughout this matchup so
बस
far have
something
actually
के
done
पास half
quite well
shield,
to
मतलब वो
deny
25
a
वाला
lot of these
shield है।
plays from PRX. I think it was even No Man just having a reactive stun immediately to try and slow that push.
ओमिन के पास
Now with 50 seconds left,
4 सेकंड के बाद
early rotation available. Second up top, but he's been dealt with immediately. No Man doing well on this
अरे
neon.
गलत जगह पे थी
Spike will now be planted.
They know players on site are stuck there. Snakebite stops them from falling back and stops Happyway from helping out, but now it's faded. Happyway on the angle, looking for the fight, finding it, and no man tripling up. That's what we needed to see. XLG won't let PRX run away with this as they push up to 2.
Yeah, I was definitely a little bit skeptical with No Man going on to the Neon. I think definitely a role that he has played quite a bit in terms of that individual.
Guys, like karo, come on. Like वगैरह कर दो.
As I said, even some of the reactive stuns he's putting out, willing to sort of take a bit of a gamble, take a risk versus these players. And the timing was then in his favor, but even just winning, some of the fights that maybe he necessarily shouldn't. Not even flexing while he does it. 3-2. Economy of PRX has taken a hit here, though. A pistol for something. Although at times, it doesn't even feel like a detriment.
Well, PRX.
Mid में है
back to the last map when they had that astonishing, I think, round 5. Bunch of pistols in play, and that's maybe the most dominant that they'd looked. For XLG, ulti's available. They need those safety nets. It rotates from Coconut, the information. You have a Hunter's Fury soon. Deep play from No Man. No ult popped. It's down to his rifle. But Coconut's fallen in middle. Raga good to trade that back. Now they've sensed the weakness. Blood in the water. But Forsaken still standing strong.
No Man अच्छा खेल रहा
है. From No Man, though, has managed to pull this back to a 3v3. And with the ult pop, he's got a tough fight up against Jing. And he won't win it. But with Forsaken going down, the numbers keep going back and forth. Until there's only 2 men left standing.
The 1v1 that leaves.
1v1 है अभी. Sova versus
Sova's on either side. Risky position to plant from him because of that.
टपली पड़ जाए मजा आ जाए. पड़ गई टपली. मैंने बोला वैसे टपली पड़ गई हो
could have gone, but that was I felt like that. I always talk about an observer's
क्या
nightmare
मतलब हम
around
जो
when
बोल
there's just a
रहे
million
वो हो रहा
pieces of utility. I feel like that was it.
नहीं
One kill, but all on different points of the map, like timing to catch out Pac-Man, the drop
No Man इससे नहीं बात है भाई गंदा खेलने.
the fake out, Jing winning the battle versus a slightly shaky No Man, and then coming all the way down to the 1v1 at the end is PRX to keep their lead, extend it a little further. But there is still investment here for either side. In fact, both teams' economy here is on the brink. It's only something that has a few extra credits to spare. So a winner of this round, it could be worth a double.
This is going to be so punchy. Could even have a Hunter's Fury off rip coming through from Viva. They want to get aggressive. They want to play this one fast. You can already see No Man taking space. Paranoia burned by PRX early to try to slow them down. Jing goes in swinging. Won't find much.
Jing को मार दिया
He's deep in their spawn. They are making so much pressure towards this A site. Forsaken, he doesn't crumble under that pressure to start, but finally he will come crashing down. A 4 versus 3. Res possible for PRX, but the positions of those bodies, it doesn't make it look
2-3.
very likely. Happyway's got beautiful timing, but the shots don't land. Luckily, Rarga's there, picking up the pieces and leaving something alone and trapped in with the enemy. He can't even get out till that wall fades, and he will be cut down to size before that happens. Great round for Happyway after a little shaky of a start.
Yeah, like he gets the job done, but I think also the hesitation there is that he realizes how much value his position holds.
Guys, like karo, come on.
They could potentially be isolated on the site. Instead, him staying alive is much more of a burden than even the individual kill that he could have got instead. And it's sort of the Happyway I wanted to see. Like, yeah, sure, still maybe a few jitters here and there, but the guy is always good at having those backstabs, always good at sort of having those multi-round rounds. I like the change of pace from XLG. I said so far, I feel like even in the last map, it was a decent game. Like, it didn't look like they were getting outclassed.
And the important thing there is, right, PRX, on that A-side hold, not only do they have numbers, but they have the wall behind them, so they're not even worried about a mid-flank coming through. Everybody is focused on that choke point, and Coconut being able to go into the spawn makes that much more difficult to do. The guys on site can't just swing out wide and hold a short fight. They can't just look for the elbow duel, because they'll be shot up from spawn potentially. And you have all of these headaches created for PRX. That very much felt like PRX getting a taste of their own medicine.
Oh, back to a low bite.
मिड पे फील्डिंग तो बढ़िया है, बट शेरिफ के साथ फील्डिंग है.
Being on the other side, Forsaken has been able to take that first fight. Now the move away is somewhat to sell
अभी
a
एक की
ruse for
तरफ जा
something,
रहे
but
हैं.
he's going to be able to hear any of the steps as they rotate. They've still got this aggressive position from Jing. Bear in mind, he does have the showstopper available. Probably won't want to use it immediately, but no, never mind. He's going to go straight in, and the steps were faked out. That was Raga's utility that has baited the ultimate, but now they go back towards something. Are they going to check the box? No, they're not, but it's a bit whippy. Not quite connecting. Divine now the next man up, and Happyway just thriving. The Dane just seemingly slipping out of the round.
4-4.
And what could have been incredible.
कैंपिंग कर रहा था, हाँ ना, बढ़िया पोजीशन था, बट
Great
सुबह को निकाल पाता वो.
finding so much value.
Shots I think नहीं लगे.
Forsaken.
Careful.
The only player that
55 लगा होगा
that
सिर्फ.
much of a weaker weapon. He had the Guardian. Wasn't the Sheriff doing the work? And he's recovered a rifle, a chance to do more damage. Surely the round win is already lost.
I'm starting to question that.
It could be an ace, but the problem is you've got Viva deep playing with that Hunter's Fury! And Forsaken now only has that ult to deal with. He now knows where his opponent is with the Hunter's Fury. Surely decides the fate of this round. It's already activated. It might seem early, but the time on the clock is already so low. Forsaken goes in, pops it, goes for the stick. He might have time. It's going to be definitely close.
Ninja defuse कुमो अरे थोड़ा सा टाइम यार.
1 second late है वो.
भाई 4 second OP है Ninja defuse में, but time.
In XLG's favor.
1 second late हो गया भाई, ऐसा ना हो जाए.
A while to beat that 1v4.
क्यों? मुझे हर्ट हो रहा है राइट.
Had it beaten, and it was 0.02 that made it not. That's absurd.
NT यार
I feel
NT.
myself swallowing my own words.
But, oh yeah, I'll be honest.
Ace भी था 4
doubting
second का, पता है 4
Forsaken
kill
in this
निकाल
clutch. I'm a little
लिए
bit disappointed.
They had Hunter's Fury post plant in a 3v1 with the spike planted ages ago.
But Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd like to argue with you, but what we just saw means my point's invalid.
Oh, that was so desperately close.
0.0, that's ridiculous.
Wow.
Nice shot.
You can see the confidence right back in. Aggressive start, but this is what I'm saying.
3v3 हो
XLG
गया
have always been
वापस.
doing well to recover
जैसे
any of
मारे
those
थे
early
वैसे
advantages
trade
that
भी हो गए.
PRX are able to gain. Jing could be expecting to be challenged. He's going to spot nothing
जिंगू
outside the
जिंदा
A
है,
side. Because
चलो.
of that, it's allowed for
मारो,
immediate
मारो.
rotation for Forsaken to get back into B.
आ रहा है
They
पीछे
have
से.
definitely been red, and in fact, Jing can now just lock them in.
Smoke up, it's decently deep, but that drone, oh, it didn't see him. He's gotten inside the smoke. Forsaken!
Oh my god, let's go. क्या round निकाला है यार.
Around the other side. That
Ouya,
slipped through the
ouya.
smoke.
Perfect round.
It's been a problem. A couple of
5-4.
times you've seen that finesse from PRX and being quick on their feet, able to get especially smokes, poison orbs, it doesn't matter what it is, but able to get that positional advantage in some of these plays. Even still, a round gap of only 1.
It's definitely been a different match to expected, but still those moments, Jing still performing to a high level.
Now this one is, it's not looking great, is it?
No.
4 sheriffs, an attack side Bucky. Makes a bit more sense when it's on the neon. Slide in, get real close.
Oh yeah, I've seen plenty of TikToks of that sort of gameplay. We'll see if No Man has it in the locker. It might not matter. Already one going to his teammate, and there you go. That's a Bucky onto Jing. This fast-paced 1-2 punch of the duelists have not only got them positioning, but it's also got them in.
Sage का ult तो है, but उनके मुंह पे ही मरे.
And the bigger danger as well is, okay, sure, you had yourself the ultimates. Hunter's Fury might now be able to cause some damage. No Man gone, rifle dropped, drone already being sent through. Raga just immediate on the headshot.
Not hit by the drone either. He sticks around. Divido, the one to punish him.
Nice.
The res available. There's a player that can be res. There it is. Pac-Man's brought back. Even numbers. And it gets Coconut curious. He swings out looking for the duel, but now they'll go pushing into him. Viva down, and it's Happyway against 2. But he's brought it to the 1v1. 6 HP. A headshot needed, but it's Divide. Jumping with the shorty to close this one out, a round that
Right,
should
मुझे
have
हर्ट
been
हो रहा है,
PRX's.
seriously बता रही हूँ, मैं मार डालूंगी.
हो गया. Just about get it.
let's go.
If they lost
Nice
2
timing.
rounds to time with that close, that would have been
6-4.
madness. But unfortunately, the ring around
राउंड्स
Rosie,
निकाल लो
getting him out,
PRX
pulling down, in
6-6
this
में
case, was
इक्वल
happy
50-50
way.
हो जाओगे।
In fact, an excellent round from him in general. Making this one competitive. I feel like Noman actually walked further into that shock dart rather than away from it, but you understand the panic. A nice attempt, very low by round, and Happy Way definitely.
I think he was down
भाई
there as
बढ़िया
well.
राउंड निकाला है।
Well, he has
निकालना ही
just
था
won
ये
this
तो, ये
fight
हारते तो उनका
0-2,
ट्रिप
yeah.
ही था
So you
यार।
kind of
बाई ही
understand
नहीं
why
किया
he's
था
nervous,
उन्होंने,
but
उठाए हैं गन।
not quite as close.
8-4 हो तो मजा आ जाएगा, वरना it's you know 50-50 चांस हो जाता है। XLG ने टाइम आउट भी ले लिया है। XLG का नाम थोड़ा सर्फ एक्सेल जैसा
has been a pacey set of rounds. I've liked, as you said, the direct approach. Even here, they had sheriffs, they had a bookie. We started out, it doesn't look too good, and it comes down to a 1v1 with
mixed it up.
एलेक्सियो परेशान है, जीत तो रहे हैं, आप क्या चीज़
Whenever I see a team that can only like dive or only do executes, I'm like, okay, this is an average team with maybe great coaching.
30 मान लो
It feels like a
3-0
lot of the
कर भी
sort of
दिया,
slower
अगले
rounds,
दिन
mid
बोलेगा
rounds,
नाइफ भी कर
I've been
दो।
impressed by XOG, and you take away the pistol.
फिर
and
वो
follow
भी
this
कर
is an
दो।
incredibly
सकता था,
close
तुम्हारे
match.
पास
The problem
फिर भी
though
बुलडॉग
is
वगैरह
now
था
they are
नहीं
in a
मार।
case of this ends 6-6, you go into the second half,
और
you're happy. If this ends 8-4, I think most people will have a lot of faith in the attack side of PRX to be able to close this one out.
Well, touching base as well before we get back into the round, just on Happy Way, someone you highlighted as he had it tough, and the desk
Happy
highlighted
Way
had a
बढ़िया
tough
खेल रहा है
map
XLG।
previously, and look at him now, 11-7.
Very
He's
good.
been there on this attack side in the previous round, almost ended up winning it out on time.
अरे इस मैप में ट्रेन भी आती है ना।
वाल कर दिया योरो वर्ल्ड
Rog
के
is
लिए।
gonna wait for his
आप
teammates
क्या
to break
कर
that wall open.
तोड़ो
It's gonna
तोड़ो
limit
प्लीज
how
तोड़ो
far
यार
he
तोड़ो,
can get.
जाने दो
He
मेरे को
can
आगे।
barely make it to the backside. Instead,
टाइम
he's
वेस्ट हो गया
gonna
ना
tuck in
बस।
default. Thunder's Fury coming through, fired in deep from something,
आगे पीछे
clearing out
चुपचाप
these
आ
close
गया।
corners on the site. Not
नहीं ले
finding any
पाया
tags,
किसी
but
को,
delaying
टैग
the
भी नहीं
push.
कर पाया।
It didn't really allow for much space to get back
बी
in
साइड
either
पे
from the side
कब्जा
of
हो
PRX.
गया है,
They're waiting
PRX
to
को करना पड़ेगा
move as a unit.
रीटेक।
Batman does
4
have ult,
सेकंड
but
ऑलवेज
unless they
लर्किंग।
really need this space, it's going to be tough. The Vigo's a little bit ahead. It was still setting up utility on the remaining players, and No Man has been able to
2v4
take that close contact and put them into spot, and especially with Forsaken coming in on this flank, he's managed to get past the trip. That's why nobody's looking in this direction. If this smoke fades, he might just have himself at least one freebie, but he's looking for more. In fact, he's going to take it all! Forsaken!
What?
A one-man retake!
बेस्ट
And
लर्क,
another on the board
बेस्ट
for
टेस्ट
PRX.
लर्क, W
Shrouding his
लर्क।
steps to great effect. He
एलेक्स
made
को
it
दिखाओ
past
अभी
that
क्या
trap, as you said.
एलेक्स को दिखाओ,
Placed
गुस्सा है
deep
कि
on the
वो
site.
कुछ दिखाओ।
They're worried about the retake from Market. They're worried about early contact for the
भाई
player
बेस्ट
over on the
लर्क।
box and backside. And instead, he
उसने
smokes
पहले
fade, so
दूर
they
वाले
think,
को
well,
मारा
he's
क्योंकि
obviously not coming
ये
from
कैम
here.
में है तो
They
इसको
wanna
थोड़ा
block
टाइम
this
लगेगा
line of
बाहर
sight.
आने के लिए, तो
The
उसने जो
timing
फ्लिक
could
कर
not
सकता है
have
उसको
been
पहले
better.
मार दिया, फिर इसको मारा
That round
क्योंकि इसको
was
कैम से निकलने
forsaken
में
for
टाइम लगेगा।
XLG. A timeout making
W
no
यार
difference.
W।
उनका
And one
कोच
round
हैरान
left
हो
to
गया, ये
play
क्या
with.
हो गया।
For XLG, 7-5 still possible. We'll move to the defense where we've had our
W।
questions.
8-4
The
प्लीज,
answer's
8-4
not far
मजा
away,
आएगा।
but will they be
लीड रहेगा एटलीस्ट, अगर
pistol
पिस्टल
round
राउंड
away from
XLG
correcting the
जीत गया ना
scoreline
स्विच के
or
बाद तो लीड रहेगा
trailing
एटलीस्ट
by
अपने।
4?
वो क्या लाइनअप मारा है उसने, सीधा वो उसकी
The last round
ट्रिप ही तोड़।
really could give them a little bit of wiggle room. Well, we've said that it's been a closer
बढ़िया
affair
लग
than
रहा
maybe
है।
expected, but if it ends 2-0,
आज
ends
मेरा
2-0,
शॉट बॉल
they'll still
बढ़िया
be
है।
yet to win
मेरा भी बढ़िया
a
है,
map
कोरोना में स्पेक्टर आ गया।
at a VCT international event. Maybe after how close the first one seemed, they might feel a little bit hard done by for that, but it won't change a thing. Already you can see some of the vulnerabilities, and more worryingly, it's that showstopper
इनके
vibe
टीम
that's
में
been on the other
बैकस्टेप
side. Like,
देखने
there's
के
so
लिए
much
फिर भी
to play
बैकस्टेप
with
से
in
मरे
this
ये लोग, देख रहे हो?
और क्या।
final round of the half.
वो दिमाग तो था लेकिन जो फ्लिक कर सकता
एक नंबर था वो।
लॉल ऐसा
लग रहा है
लगता था, बट जिंगू ने 3 निकाल के गया है भाई, 3 निकाल के लगा के क्या।
Into B main from Jing. An 8-4
W PRX
locked in
W
PRX,
switch मजा आ गया।
doubling the score of their opponents
Nice
in that
one.
first half.
Just absolute insanity. Like, it just came
अरे
down to a
अरे
lot of those contact plays and Jing managing to get it done. Nonetheless,
तीन
it's a pretty
निकल
big
हमारा
recovery.
डेस्टिनेशन
We'll see
का
if
है
XLG can turn it going into the second half.
और वो भी बॉल पे लग जाता था वो अल्ट
वही ना
हमारा वाला
हमारा अल्ट ऐसे नहीं जाता है ए यार के ऊपर
वो टैंक
वालों
में किसी को डाला हुआ है
कोई रीजन नहीं भाई बढ़िया खेले PRX वाले नजर ना लगे उनको 4 सेकंड का लर्क तो यार बढ़िया है
जिनका वो अल्ट बढ़िया था ये वाला
लेट्स गो PRX ये जो मैं अपने पोल पे देख पा रही हूँ 71% PRX को वोट है 0% XLG को 29% RCB को नाइस RCB के जीतने के चांसेस अभी भी है गाइस कम ऑन अरे वो कोच लोगों के पास सारे प्लेयर्स का कैम भी दिए हुए हैं मतलब पहले देख सकता है हारने के बाद कौन हंस रहा है
वही तो बोल रहा था
सीधा उसी को पकड़ेगा तुझे मजाक लग रहा है मजाक लग रहा है
इसलिए तो खुश हुआ था जिंग ने जब 3 बंदे मारे
एलेक्स रिलैक्स मेरा जिंग
फिर पलट जाएगा जब जिंग
अभी अटैकिंग है PRX का
Welcome back, folks. The halftime concluded, and it's time to get back into the game as we look at the Coinbase Econ report for our first half. And, well, it has to be said, PaperX, they should be leading in terms of the stats, 8-4 up.
Yeah, for sure. It is. It's been one of those games where there's been a lot of crazy things, and a lot of it happened just in the last couple of rounds. If you've just joined us, you've missed a lot. I think we had a 0.02 spike exploding with almost, what was an ace for Forsaken. He then decided, okay, I'm just going to stick to the 4Ks for today, come back behind and eliminate the whole opposing team in a retake. And then the next round, Jing decided to get 3 with a showstopper at the very beginning of it and ended it before it even began. For XLG, this now comes down to a play of resilience. Like, can you turn the tide? And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, I think it starts with a pistol.
ये सब भी है इसमें
Very much so. A loss here send PaperX skyrocketing into the lead. A 9-4, probably 10 on the board.
ये तो
And then
पढ़ाई
they're
हो गया
already on the
बीच में
home stretch while XLG
कुछ तरीका लगाया है उसने
clamber their way back into the game or attempt
देख
to.
रहे
I
हो
like
उसका
this early
जो
play.
अनवे है पूरा
Similar to what
तो तोड़
PaperX
दिया
did. 3 players, walkabouts on mid, 1 late towards A, but it's pressure on Happyway. He can't overextend and go down. Just falls back. Looks to punish anyone over aggressing and hopes that this flank can find a lot of
टैक्टिक्स
value.
बढ़िया है कि वो लोग घुस भी गए तो भी मतलब बंदा ऐसे वो नहीं करता ट्राई नहीं करता मारने की ज़्यादा जब बंदे आ जाए तो लेंगे
The only thing they really need to worry about is the flank, because they've sectioned everything else off, and actually, no, they're looking the wrong way, completely the wrong way. They've been fooled by their own plot, but there's still a couple of players standing.
2v3 और जिन काफी ज़्यादा लो
not in the
है
best of positions to try and deny this, but that time is already ticking. Only somebody just getting onto the spike. They need to try and wrap back around, and that's exactly what Forsaken will do. In this match, this man could do no wrong.
4 सेकंड ने कुछ तो खा लिए भाई मैं बता रही हूँ
4 सेकंड कुछ खा कर आ रहा है
word.exe भाई हैकर भाई 4 सेकंड में राउंड पड़ती है सीधा
एलेक्स आपने क्या खिलाया या क्या देने का वादा किया जो इसमें मार रहा है
भाई 4 सेकंड द IGL himself is clutching out the round.
All I'm going to say is
he's
already got a bracelet on one arm. I think he's looking for a bracelet on the other. If he keeps this sort of performance up the entire tournament, I think he's going to be dual wielding by the end. This man knows how to put up MVP performances and well. Map number 1.
एक बात पूछो यार सिन.
He'd never played was Brimmy. He started playing the Brimmy and it didn't look fantastic, but stick the man on an Omen. He's having a ball.
IGL himself is playing
it was
so
almost
good.
imperative for XLG. They get themselves a pistol 9-4 down their opponent's map
4
choice.
सेकंड को अपना
going
डुओ
into the
बनाने के
attack
लिए
half.
क्या करना पड़ेगा?
And when they have shown
4
strengths
सेकंड
on
को
this
अपना
map, that's
डुओ
where it's
बनाने
been.
के लिए आपको पहले
Solid
करना
victories on that
पड़ेगा
side versus
सबसे
Sentinels,
पहले
but
तो
had a
लाइक
T1 more
ऑब्वियसली
recently,
रेडिएंट वगैरह हिट
and it was
करना ही
a
पड़ेगा
defensive side defeat
नहीं तो
when
दूसरा
they
तरीका
struggled
है
versus
उसके जो
Zeta.
क्लोजेस्ट फ्रेंड है
Everything is set
क्लोजेस्ट
for them
एकदम
to now take this
रिश्तेदारी
map.
से समझ रहे हो ना
It's a good stack
नेपोटिज्म
from XLG. 4 players on the B
अगर
side,
उन्होंने
2 of
बोल
them with
दिया
Sheriff.
कि यार ये जो भी रैंक का
The
है
other on
इसके
the
साथ एक मैच खेल ले
polar
यार
opposite of where this hit's coming
परमानेंट तो नहीं बट
through. A lot
एक
of
मैच
players
खेल
from
ही लेगा
PRX
ऐसे अगर कोई बोलेगा
covering this plant. They've got numbers
फिर
even
आपको
after
क्या
the
बोलते
arrows
हैं
run or the mags run dry. Something with a nice shot over the wall, and it looks like a lot
एक
of the
लास्ट
danger
बंदा बचा
already
और
dealt
क्या
with.
टिप दूं मैं खुद जिंग को ढूंढ रही हूँ डुओ
Traded
करने
out,
के
and
लिए
that's really the story of this
पता
game.
चले
Even if
तो
one
बता
player
देना
lands
जिंग
that
को
first
डुओ
shot,
कैसे बना
PRX
पाऊंगी
flooding in like this, they've got the numbers to back it up. Finally, it will be divided close, and
ये लोग
10
अपने
to
लाइक
4
क्या
on the
बोलते हैं
line.
लाइनअप
But
के
this
साथ
was
ही
not the
खेलते हैं
round
और
XLG were
रैंडम
fighting for.
दो
It all
अपने
comes
बंदे
down
ले
to
लेंगे इधर
round
से
50.
या फिर
Right
प्रो
moves
लोगों
this
में से
way.
रिसेंटली जिंगू आसपास एंड दवाई के साथ खेल रहा था ट्विच
Well,
स्ट्रीम
that
पे
was the investment of the last round.
आसपास
It
अमेरिकाज
mostly
में
into
से है
stingers, a couple of rifles.
तो
I
उनके
also think
साथ
this is
मतलब
the
समझ रहे
point
हो बाकी
you'll
जो
make a
रैंडम
lot
में
of
आ
the
जाए
time when it
उनके
comes
उधर
to
क्यू
Sage.
कर लो
Like,
जो
there's
सर्वर
been
में खेल रहे
critique a lot for
डुओ तो
history
नहीं
of the Sage,
बनोगे
but one thing it gives you,
आप तो
especially on a
बिग
map like
फैन
this
हो
with
ना
a
एक
lot
बार
of
खिलवा
different
दो यार
elevations,
मैं खुद
is
जिंगू
sometimes
को
you don't know
ढूंढ
the
रही
angles
हूँ
you're covered or not. And that's about as free as a kill as you're
मैं
ever
खुद
going to get.
जिंगू के लिए तरस रही हूँ
Because let's be real, there aren't that many teams
अरे
that
जिंगू को
play
मार
with the Sage. Okay.
माफ
A very
नहीं करूंगी मैं
aggressive early
हो
start
गया
to the
मेरा हो
round,
गया
but it is no man. Been
नो
impressed so
वे
far with him on the Neon.
टॉप
He started
आवर्स
off
वो
strong again.
लीडर
Top
बोर्ड
hours?
में ही
Well, yeah,
दिखेगा
it's
आपको
Snowman
लीडर
and
बोर्ड
Jing
में जो
both
वो है
trying
ना
to get
1
that
2
early
उधर ही
contest for this
दिखेगा
corner.
अभी वो आ
Even
गए
with the
तो
boom
वो
bot
सब
backing him up,
मतलब हटा दिया है
Jing
टॉप
can't get it
आवर्स
done.
वगैरह जो था
Forsaken, I think heard
I like
that cam
this.
activate. Certainly now did. He knows it's there. He's calling for it. And we see the pings that he wants to walk on through. Has to catch a timing.
ये प्रो लोग डुओ बहुत कम ही करते हैं सोलो ही जाते ज़्यादातर और अपने लोगों के साथ क्योंकि टेंस को भी इनफैक्ट लाइक जितने भी उधर के प्रो स्ट्रीमर लोग हैं ना मूडा हो गया फिर वो लोग चैट में बोलते रहते हैं अपने चैट से स्पैम करवाते हैं कि इसके साथ खेल लो नहीं करते वो
I think Devi is about to go down. He's trapped in the corner with a sliver of HP. But in comes his own buddy. Something here to
Something
save
guys.
the day.
Ace. Babam 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 babam.
ये तो उड़ गया
An
क्या बोलूं
XLG from one
भाई
fucking
बहुत
grave to
प्यारा
bury
बहुत
dead
प्यारा
समथिंग
behind
तो ये क्या बोलते
round
फोर
after
सेकंड आज
round
फॉर्म
of
में वो
PRX success.
ये आज कोई बंडल आने वाला था ना
आपको
हाँ,
अगर
तेरे को।
लाइक
first
क्या
two
बोलते
kills,
हैं
'cause I feel
माय
like there were two
फेवरेट
players in
प्लेयर
Alpha.
ओपी
I
भाई
don't
बहुत
really
बढ़िया
understand
है
how he's
भाई
walked out of it
समथिंग
alive. Oh, they're just isolated. Okay, fair enough. He gets 2 bites of the cherry. It's incredibly
एस
clean
कर
though.
लिया भाई
An absolute
अब तो
headshot
जीत
machine
पक्की है
throughout the round. And I
आपको
think
शायद
he
पता नहीं है
reloaded
जैसे
in
PRX
the
मतलब
middle of all
जीतने
of that.
लगता है कभी-कभी हार्ट अटैक दे
It
देते
was
हैं
always going to be
एक
one of them.
काम
You
कर
felt
सकते हो
like
पता
take the
है
first ace of the
क्या
tournament.
आपको
Something
लाइक अगर
will be
कभी
there.
इंडिया में जो भी कंटेंट
Mention
क्रिएटर है
maybe
वैलोरेंट के आपको
Forsaken
पता ही
looking for
होगा
another
बिंग्स
bracelet.
वगैरह
Maybe
है
he's looking for one
टीबोन
that
है
goes with his keyboard.
क्या बोलते हैं क्लेयर्स है अंकी है पिंकी है
11
और
to
फिर
4.
बहुत लोग ऐसे लाइक ई
timeout
स्पोर्ट्स
for
में भी है
XLG.
लेफ्ट रॉसी
And
ये
then
सब
these
है
last few
तो आप
rounds,
लोग को
it
अगर
hasn't
कभी
even felt like
खेलने
the
का
lot-
मौका
the
मिले आप
round
किसके साथ
14,
डुओ करना
you're talking
चाहोगे
about you're on eco.
बिल्कुल मेरी तरह
Round
वन
13,
टैप
you probably
मारते
should
हैं
have
क्या
won,
बात है
but
आप भी
Forsaken
तो
clutches it out. Round 15, you
आप
probably
एक
इंडिया में
काम
से
करो
क्योंकि बाहर वाले
You
तो
get ace.
थोड़ा मतलब यू नो
Like, what are you gonna say? Oh,
हमारे
play,
लीग
get
से
a
बाहर
little
है
bit
Forsaken
more.
get a 4K. Don't let
उनका हमें
something get
लैंग्वेज
pace.
भी समझ में नहीं
And we're
आएगा वो
good.
लोग जो कॉल
That's the
देते
thing, I
हैं
feel like
61
crazy that you
61
retired
तब
as
भी
a
है
coach
इनमें
in
से करते हैं हमें
2020.
समझ
Was
में
it
नहीं आएगा
2021?
थोड़ा
वन लैंप
मैं खेलूंगा आपके
I'm
साथ
still
आए
open.
हाय हम तो
I'll
नूब है
evaluate in the off
हम
Maybe
तो
when
नूब है
Alliance
यार
come back, you'll get another job.
मतलब
I think that's
फेमस
the only
कंटेंट क्रिएटर एकदम जिसको सब लोग जानते चाहे स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर हो, कंटेंट क्रिएटर हो,
Let's put it that way. I think I'm better
पिंग
suited.
इशू भी होता है।
But for PRX,
यार ये लोग डुओ
11
नहीं
rounds on the
करते यार।
board. XLG in a
चलो
position
पैसा है
where
तो उनके
it's
रीजन
a-
तक
this
पहुंच
is
तो
really a
जाएंगे
rock and a
कि
hard
ये लोग
place. You fully
इंडोनेशियन
invest
प्लेयर
now.
है,
Do
इधर
you wait?
रहते हैं,
You're gonna
उधर
come in with
तक
two
पहुंच तो
Guardians,
जाएंगे
mostly
पैसा
keeping
से।
some credits for the next.
PRX for the
Nice
win,
opening from
fingers
Divide.
crossed।
And this should be a relatively easy
क्योंकि
round.
आप लोग
That was
अगर
one of the
PRX
Guardians
को
that he
देखते
took
हो
down
तो आप लोग को पता होगा
the
थोड़ा
main
सा।
punches that they're packing. Full
झूठ
blinded
नहीं
up.
बोलती मैं।
Patman still looked like he was close
उसका
to taking
पिंग
that kill.
260 रहता है।
That's
मैं
a
अपने
pretty
फ्रेंड के साथ
hefty
खेलता हूँ, वो
upgrade.
यूएस में है। बाप रे,
Phenomenal
विंग्स
block.
को बचपन से देखता हूँ तो
Willing
विंग्स
to
ये
risk
मैं
it.
भी देखती हूँ
Also,
उनके स्ट्रीम।
Forsaken's been caught.
अरे
TPing. This
4
has put them in a
सेकंड
good
की
spot. Bear in mind, the spike plant hit by
यूएसए
would get
ओके,
him.
इतने
His ultimate
बड़े
online.
मतलब उन्होंने क्या इधर रीजन का अकाउंट बनाया है क्योंकि उनके तो रीजन मुंबई सर्वर वगैरह दिखाते नहीं होंगे ना
उठा दिया
कम ऑन हम लोग मैच पॉइंट तक पहुंच सकते हैं PRX नाइस मैच पॉइंट हियर वी गो हेलो सनीन कैसे हो आप वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम चिल डूड क्या हाल है आपके गाइस लाइक करो कम ऑन इधर का अकाउंट पे खेलता है अच्छा इसीलिए तभी मैं सोचूं रीजन तो उधर हमारे आते नहीं होंगे मुंबई सर्वर वो वगैरह
They are just vibing with how aggressive they're being. TP into the side with basically nothing alongside it. A complete and utter whiff, running into a smoke in between.
We are in the match point, guys. Let's go. ये tension में आके खुश हुआ है.
If ever I've seen one.
Right, AGREXIO move smile तो आई.
And it's popped the Hunters here immediately.
Start again.
गाइस सब लोग लाइक करो और पोल पे वोट कर दो जल्दी से जल्दी बताओ
ट्रेड हो गया
मेरा 12 बोर्ड एग्जाम चल रहा था इसलिए बहुत दिन नहीं आ पाया कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार सनीन कैसा जा रहा है आपका एग्जाम हाँ बहुत इशू होता है लाइक स्किन बाय करनी थी ऐसा क्या
There's no more pressure on A with that deep control coming in
वो
from
तो आई थिंक स्किन बाय वगैरह वो आपको ही करके देनी पड़ेगी लाइक वो अगर पेमेंट वो कर रहे तो पेपाल वगैरह आपको कर दे आप ही खरीद के दे पाओगे इधर के पेमेंट मेथड नहीं तो उनके पास अगर वीजा कार्ड वगैरह होगा हो जाएगा
Feels like a little bit of a risk. Paranoia is being thrown through as well. So
मेरा और समथिंग का सेम यूज करते हैं बाप रे
Curious to see if PRX
समथिंग तो बहुत कम यूज करता है
throwing in more utility. Boombox
समथिंग के निशाने में एक बार ही आ गया तो गए हो
Now we're limited on options. We gotta go for the spams through
मैंने
the smoke.
बिना
They'll
पर के
take down
गैम्बल
Divine the
करके
choke point.
फिजिक्स में
Fantastic. And the swings are even better. XLG with a round
कमबैक होने लग गया
Still trailing by 7. They gotta take this
हाँ लाइक
comeback
उसने
one
टीम
step
गिफ्ट
at a
कार्ड
time.
दे दिया था हमें क्या बात है
तो
मैं भी कम वेट करता हूँ वो सिन मतलब प्रो प्लेयर है देख रहे हम लोग को कैरी करेंगे जब खेलेंगे कैरी होंगे हम लोग क्या
from inside main. Like he was just like, I might as well give it a go, just try and give us a little bit of extra space, but it feels like it goes incredibly far. I don't mind the buff though, because I feel like a lot of the aspects of what people use
one
in this
round, take all my power.
Boosting themselves up. Brings a
मैंने लिटरली कुछ भी नहीं पढ़ा था यार ऐसा लग हमें भी चाहिए ट्रिप्स नहीं
weak buy, but potentially a much faster one. I like the kill trips though.
Great trip positioning indeed. It's a little unexpected. Jing hit that.
जिंग ने रैंडमली वो छोड़ा हमारे रेस कार्ड ऐसा नहीं करता है जिंगू ने 3 मार दिया अरे मैं वेलो खेलता ही नहीं कम CS खेलता हूँ मैं तो मैंने CS शुरू किया था और बंद कर दिया GG's in the chat guys GG's in the chat PRX won the first match of Valorant Champions Paris क्या बात है oh my god
Fact is, you can see that individual performance, especially on their own map choice. Forsaken something, performing incredibly well. Jing joining the party towards the end of it. And in map number 1, seeing both Jing and something still performing to that degree. I will say though, I feel like there are silver linings for XLG. Map number 1 especially, I think they definitely look like they can compete.
आज मेरा Valorant स्कोर बहुत प्यारा आया हुआ है मेरे पे आया है कुरुनामी स्पेक्टर
because not everybody plays as manic and as crazy as a PRX does. Nonetheless, it is the expected result. We're one of our top seeded teams coming into the tournament. 2-0 victory. And, well, I don't think anybody will want to match up against how they're currently playing, especially some of the stuff Forsaken is doing in the clutches.
Like कर दो guys 40 likes.
Coming in as the favorites and playing like it, especially on map number 2. They were a little slower to start in the first,
Sentinel versus Giant.
And I like that they played against a team who was willing to at times match them on their own playstyle. They mixed it up. They didn't make this easy.
W बना रहे देख रहे हो
how deep the bench of individual skill goes on this PRX roster.
मजा आया.
I feel like we've seen almost everything. Multi-kill with the showstopper. We've seen an ace. We've seen a 1v4 clutch. Like, it's been an enjoyable series. I think most would have come in and expected that this would just be bullying, a bit like
map number 2. But
Alex के साथ भी selfie ले रहे देख रहे हो Alex smile कर रहा
do some damage though.
Very rare moment.
Come here. I need to speak to you about this first win in Paris. So first of all, bravo, congratulations.
Wingman बन के आया है देखो.
This was the first match, but we already see such a high level from you guys. You guys were shooting, but there were two. So who impressed you, let's say, in the XLG team?
For me, the most impressed player, obviously, it's Frarga because he is my close friend. So, yeah, and overall, we start slow and bind, and I guess it's just like bound to happen because we came from Korea.
Master Toronto वाला वो moment बढ़िया था wingman वाला.
It's nice to win the first game.
सारे लोग
wingman. We could see that definitely.
मैं थोड़ा poll change कर देती हूँ.
Qui t'a impressionné chez XLG, c'était le premier match, mais on a cliqué des deux côtés. Et ben j'ai envie de dire Arga, c'est un pote à moi, j'étais trop content de l'affronter. On était un peu slow sur bind, on avait un peu le temps de prendre le rythme, on est aussi un peu jet-lagué par rapport à la Corée, mais voilà, toujours très content de gagner forcément. And I'm speaking to a champion here, you know, an AIM champion, MVP from Stage 2 with that gold keyboard, winning Toronto and stuff. So I wanted to know, like, do you keep on setting like such high standards individually on yourself, or does it matter less, you know, to carry
ये कौन सी language है नहीं पता यार.
I don't really think we have pressure after we won Toronto in stage, just because like we also understand another team scared of us because we are playing well and our form is great, especially after stage. We show it, and then yeah, there is no much pressure.
उधर की language.
Du coup, la question c'est est-ce que tu continues de te mettre un peu la pression individuellement? Est-ce que tu sens que tu as besoin de carry avec cette équipe ou alors c'est plutôt le team qui prime et moi la pression, je m'en fiche un petit peu, on gère ça, on est en équipe, les gens commencent à avoir peur de nous et c'est ça qui est le plus important. Thank you so much, Ilya, for your time. I wish you the best of luck for the next match. On souhaite bonne chance à Ilya pour son prochain match and we're going to discover in a few minutes who's going to win between Sentinels.
विराट कोहली ऐसे रखा था टीम में से सेकंड नंबर पे मैंने रखा था एक्सएलजी को हारा कौन
टोट का बताया नहीं जाता
गाइस ये मैं कॉन्स्पिरेसी आप लोग को स्ट्रीम के एंड में बताऊंगी जब सेंटिनल का भी मैच एंड हो जाएगा ना
सेंटिनल्स में तो इजी है
विराट कोहली को भी ऐड कर देते हैं भाई विराट कोहली आरसीबी ये पोल पे वोट करो गाइस अभी अगला हम लोग का मैच मतलब मैचेस है सेंटिनल वर्सेस जायंट टेक्स
They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
The human body was built to move.
ये पोल में भी वोट करो कम ऑन.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
कर दिया वोट आरसीबी को क्या बात है? Oh my god, Killjoy का वो ये जोसेकी है ना गाइस लाइक भी करो कैसे नहीं लाइक कर रहे हो
Red Bull gives you wings.
मैंने तो 2 बार लाइक कर दिया 3 बार करो 3 बार करो ऑड नंबर पे रखने चाहिए लाइक्स अभी थोड़े बहुत इंटरव्यूज मतलब इंटरव्यू नहीं एनालिसिस वगैरह मेरा इंग्लिश थोड़ा बहुत बढ़िया है मेरा क्लिप बन जाता है इससे तो अभी एनालिसिस वगैरह होंगे उसके बाद शुरू होगा आपका वैसे सिन आप कहाँ से हो नहीं बताया था आपने बस मेरा पूछा था सच्ची में आप असम से हो करके अभी कौन जीतेगा, सेंटिनल या जायंट एक्स, बताओ। साउंड बाद में बढ़ा देंगे इसका, अभी तो
मैंने 2 बार लाइक कर दिया। नाइस।
अभी कौन जीतेगा, आपको क्या लग रहा है? पीआरएक्स ने तो कर दिया है। पटना से रहता हूँ डिफरेंट सिटीज में। क्या बात है, तो आप मतलब जॉब करते हो ऐसा? सेन जीतेगा, क्या बात है। जेकन और व्हाट? गाइस पोल पे वोट कर दो और लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को फटाफट।
Champions Paris. It is time to dive into our
Wingman.
second match of the day. That is right, Giant X versus
Wingman.
I'm your hosting, so I've got Ender and Doug here with me.
कुछ नहीं करता, बस घूमता रहता हूँ इधर उधर। ऐसा क्या यार, मजा नहीं लाइफ है आपका?
I've got a couple of ones, but there's all ones I've seen before, like nothing groundbreaking.
Nothing original.
Yeah, nothing original.
वो देखो आईफिल टावर का वो रखा हुआ है उन
Yeah,
लोगों ने।
do as good as PRX did.
Yeah, and they did do good.
They did
quite good.
Super good.
Right.
But let's talk about the second match and start with the Giant X. Be honest, did either of you expect them to make it to champs?
No, I don't think anyone really did.
No.
Like, you didn't expect them to make champs.
और आप किधर से हो यार?
This is a team that won A series in kickoff, that won A series in stage 1, and then won 7 to have to be top 2 in order to qualify and be here. And somehow
या
they
फिर
did
मैं
it.
बताऊँ आपको क्या
It's such
बोलना
a
चाहिए
good
नेक्स्ट
story,
टाइम?
and I think for them to, you know, obviously go through the rough parts that they did at the beginning of the year and then do as well as they did in stage 2, I think is
और
the
कम
perfect
से कम
platform to begin
13
to,
क्या
as you
बचे
said it
12
earlier.
मिनट्स ही
Once
बचे
we
हुए
hit the
नेक्स्ट
champ
मैच
stage,
के लिए। हम
literally
लोग
anything
20
can
पकड़
happen.
लेते,
Any team can go on a
वगैरह।
run, but also for a team to come into
कोलकाता में
that,
रहते
come into this
थे
stage with
तो
the
सब
momentum
साथ
that
थे,
they do
क्या
have from
बात है
stage
यार?
2. Has the
आपने
potential to
लैंग्वेजेस
bode well, but
सीखी,
they're
मतलब
facing
इधर उधर घूमते रहते हो आप, कोलकाता वगैरह भी रहे हो तो बंगाली वगैरह सीखी आपने? हाँ कुछ कुछ सिखाया, क्या सिखाया? नहीं मैं नहीं हूँ आसाम साइड से, आप किस
You were
साइड
talking
से हो?
about this Ender just now, but the thing is, you don't see 2023 here, but 2023
बंगाली
they
आती है,
essentially
अच्छा
needed a
ऐसा
miracle
क्या?
to get to champs.
Right.
They won
बंगाली मुझे भी
LCQ
आती है,
flawlessly
मतलब
without
फ्लुएंट
dropping a
नहीं हूँ
single
मैं,
map.
बस समझ में
Cloud
आती है और
and
थोड़ा
his,
बहुत रिप्लाई
teammates
कर
at the time,
सकती हूँ।
alongside Pipson, they made it all the way, and now they've just done it again because, like you said, the only way they could have made champs
नॉर्थ
is a
इंडिया, क्या
miracle.
बात है? ऐसा मैं समझ जाऊंगा कुछ कुछ ऐसा क्या? PRX लेट्स गो, क्या जीती है यार? PRX डायरेक्ट 2-0।
Pipson even tweeted he had some pretty strong words to say.
मेरे पिकम्स जिंदाबाद, मेरे पिकम्स जिंदाबाद।
You know, he's been around for a long time.
Yeah, everyone's calling him the worst coach. Like, what's going on there?
There's also a really famous clip of him when he was playing back in the days, because he was a pretty good player as well, where he just was like on no
प्रियंका,
man's
अब
land
आप
and people
भी
clown.
PRX
No, he was in the last series.
दिखा दो यार, मैं बीमार हूँ आपको पता है।
We really are getting all of them out.
कल
this
मुझे
day,
बुखार
aren't
हो
we?
गया था, मैंने बुखार और बॉडी पेन के लिए जो मिक्स दवाई आती है वो ले लिया। एंटीबायोटिक नहीं लिया, मम्मी ने बोला उससे मतलब वीक पड़ जाओगे थोड़े से बॉडी में इफेक्ट होता है, तो वो नहीं लिया।
Right, they earned it.
कल की दवाई का असर अभी तक होपफुली चल रहा है, बट स्टिल आई एम फीलिंग वीक। हड़वाली भी समझ जाता, अब देहरादून में रहकर था, क्या बात है यार?
But again,
ये
the
एनडी को
nice thing
समझ
about
में
this
आया।
is it's so Valorant's a momentum-based game. And so if you've got a
हाँ,
hot hand and you
वही
hit
मैं
the stride
बीमार
at
हूँ,
just the right
बहाने तो
time,
आते
who
रहेंगे
knows
यार, अपना
what
गेम
can
प्ले
happen.
नहीं है
I
तो
think it's
बहाने
easy for
आते
them to
रहेंगे।
forget about kickoff. It's
अभी
easy
भी
for them to
बुखार है,
forget
अभी
about stage
बुखार
1 right
तो
now
नहीं है,
and to
थोड़ा
just
बहुत
ride
अभी
the
आ
crowd
रहा है
that's
क्योंकि
currently
मैंने दवाई ली
chanting,
थी कल
cheering
रात को
behind
12
us.
This is
बजे।
the Giant X fan section. They're going nuts over there. They're feeling the momentum.
Wait,
They're riding that.
That's Lembo.
Yeah.
It's Lembo. I see Lembo. Lembo is like kind of their leader.
Yeah, we had to turn out the lights here because we want to put a spotlight on the fans out there. They're going absolutely nuts.
Honestly, as they should.
ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे सूखा सर्दी और सूखा मतलब खांसी टाइप भी हो गया है तो मैं नॉर्मल पानी में शिफ्ट हो गई कल गर्म पानी पिया था पूरा रात क्योंकि मैं पानी पीती रहती हूँ अभी भी मेरा एक बोतल खत्म होने वाला है ये वाला जो मैं लेके बैठी थी ये नॉर्मल पानी तिनसुकिया में दीदी रहते तिनसुकिया मेरे इधर से दूर है मैं गुवाहाटी में रहती हूँ तिनसुकिया वगैरह में गई हूँ उधर एक बहुत अच्छा मंदिर है रिसेंटली मेरा ट्रिप उधर का ही था
It turned out that it was a very good decision because our Inflictors have been some of the more outstanding players of the MEA.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you just look at the prior results of 8th, 9th, 10th placement for the last 2 years non-stop, you add these guys to the roster and they're carrying you to second, like, of course, they're the difference.
Guys, आप लोगों को भी मेरी तरह मन करता है लाइक जो रीजन का जो फेस्टिवल है उधर जाके सेलिब्रेट करे लाइक महाराष्ट्र में गणेश चतुर्थी मनाए एक बार दुर्गा पूजा वेस्ट बंगाल में मनाए एक बार मेरा तो बहुत मन करता है कुछ ऐसे दीपावली वगैरह आए तो बनारस पहुंच जाए हम बहुत मन करता है मेरा ऐसा
For me, I think I would like to swap my jersey with Bank from Sentinels.
Oh, Bank.
Now, I've spoken to a lot of different players and I've asked them this question quite a few times. You know, you're going to a global event. Who are you most looking forward to? All this stuff. I have personally never heard anyone say Bang. And the fact that Groovy says Bang to me means he's a knower.
ये एनवी तो कुछ चैलेंज कर रहा था PRX जीतेगी तो बंडल दिलाएंगे क्या हुआ एनवी
Because if you've been following
वो एलेक्स देने वाला था
एलेक्स मुझे बंडल देगा
has been so lights out for so long. I respect Groovy's game on that.
डेमन स्लेयर देखा आपने एक भी सीट खाली नहीं है यार 3 दिन तक बुक है खाली सीट कौन से मैं आपको बताती हूँ जो क्या बोलते हैं व्हील चेयर वगैरह जो लेके जाएंगे ना मतलब जो फिजिकली थोड़ा सा वो है वो सीट खाली है मैं सोच रही हूँ व्हील चेयर का जुगाड़ करना ज़्यादा सस्ता रहेगा या फिर मेरा थोड़ी देर वेट करना ज़्यादा सस्ता रहेगा और लिटरली डेमन स्लेयर का टिकट 500 का बिक रहा है 500 इतने पैसे मेरे पास होते तो मुझे बैंक वाला का वार्निंग नहीं आता
को फोन करता हूँ
अभी कामाख्या मंदिर का प्लान बन रहा है दर्शन करने का बिल्कुल कीजिए और अगर आप लोग पहली बार आ रहे हो तो इधर के जो हम लोग इधर जो पंडित है उनको पांडा लोग बोलते हैं ठीक है वो लोग पैसा वगैरह जबरदस्ती मांगे तो मतलब ना कीजिए जानबूझ के वो लोग ऐसा करते हैं इधर भी वो VIP ये सब चलता रहता है आपको अगर पूरा घुसना है ना तो आपको पैसा देना ही पड़ेगा तब आप घुस पाओगे पूरा अंदर तक
And now you have to take down Bang. You have to outperform him. Well, what do you think? You're going to do that?
I mean, it will be hard. Probably Bank have like better experience for sure in
देखो guys
tournament,
एनवी
so
ने
like
धोखा दे
it will be
दिया
hard game.
अरे पहले से पांडा है
well, good luck to you both, gentlemen. All right.
हाँ इधर पंडित लोगों को पांडा बोलते हैं जान पहचान कैसा है क्या तो फिर ठीक है तो फिर आप लोग को इजी हो जाएगा करिए
He said,
बंडल की जगह सॉफ्ट
and I said, well, we do
बंडल की जगह
interviews, and he was like, oh, that makes sense. Like he didn't win a lot before GX.
And is that why he decided to start winning now, so that he could get those interviews?
Yes, literally.
That makes sense.
On the other side of this, though, Doug, we're living in a generation where players are looking up to Bang, and you.
हम लोग के जो नानी का घर है ना उधर ही है कामाख्या का जो नीलाचल पहाड़ में है ना कामाख्या उधर ही घर है एकदम मंदिर के पास उधर ही मेरी नानी मतलब
Didn't really know
उनके
anybody.
रिश्तेदार अभी
The
उधर
impact
ही
he's
है
made on this game is insane. You think about another youngster who's hit a very similar
आप
trajectory.
लोग को अम्बुबाची मेला के टाइम आना चाहिए था बहुत भीड़ होता है बट बहुत महत्व भी होता है
to watch as well. You like the Groovy and Bang
हम लोग
matchup.
उधर
You've
से
also
है
got Zekken
कामाख्या
versus
उधर
Aura, where Zekken also a young kid, but by now
इधर
has
उधर
been
मैं तो घूमती
proven
रहती
a
हूँ इधर
veteran and
गुवाहाटी में
so
जो भी
skilled
मतलब
on the international stage. Of course, thinking all the way back to Madrid, but this is a matchup we got to be watching.
I mean, there's definitely stark differences with them, but I also like the similarities in the way that they play.
अभी तो कल इधर बहुत भीड़ लगने वाला है भूपेन हाजरिका जो है हमारे इधर डॉक्टर भूपेन हाजरिका जी उनका बर्थ एनिवर्सरी है तो बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम मेरे घर के पास ही रखा है पूरा एकदम मॉक ड्रिल वगैरह सब चल रहे कि कल कैसे कंट्रोल करेंगे ये वो
He's a guy that is going to be often saving in the early rounds so he can get that online as early as possible. Whereas Zekken
फिर हम लोग को इधर मतलब जन्माष्टमी 14 सितंबर को है, इधर जन्माष्टमी 14 सितंबर को होगा, तो 13, 14
I think as
बहुत
far as that
busy
goes, I think some play style personalities might be a little bit different as well. I think when I think about Zekin, I think about, again, a player who's been around for a long time, who's playing under the
ऐसा
Sentinels
कब
banner,
खेल
that has
पाऊंगा आप, तो
incredibly
ऐसा
high
ही खेलते हो,
expectations.
आपने
The
बोला
fan base
समथिंग की
demands
तरह
it. I think the
खेलते हो,
community demands of it.
समथिंग तो इससे
It
बढ़िया
demands it
खेलता
of
है.
them as well. This feels like the tournament where Zekin, for Sentinels to really do this thing, has to take over, and take over like he does domestically, take over like he does when he's besting a bunch of other teams, when he's been able to best duelists on the other side of the stage that have challenged him a little bit, but
आप सब लोगों के उधर जन्माष्टमी हो
need
गया
to see
क्या?
a lot out of him this tournament, and I think it starts against this
हम
rookie
लोग
on the
के
other
इधर
side
तो
of the
परसों
I like it every
जन्माष्टमी
time we're like, we
है.
need to see a lot, he always delivers. He's like the one you worry about the least.
Yeah, I
And
can't remember the
परसों
last
इधर
time he did
जन्माष्टमी
deliver,
है,
to be honest.
फिर
हमारे घर में ना
But for those of
हाँ
you
नहीं
that
सबके इधर
don't
हमारे
know too much
आसाम
about Giant X, I have good news for you because it's time to get to know them a little bit more. Mika had a chance to catch up with them. and
फिर
play a
आप
little
लोग का 21 को महालया है. होप आप सबको महालया के बारे में पता होगा.
Cloud and Flickless of Giant X, and in case
फिर
you're wondering why they're all
28 से तो
facing
दुर्गा
that
पूजा
way,
है.
is because we are about to play Quick on the Draw. That's right. So if you're not familiar with this, it's
इधर
pretty
तो
simple. All we're going to be
16
doing is
अगस्त को हो गया कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी, हमारे इधर 14 सितंबर को है.
my special interpretation of that on my board. I'm going to be passing it over to Grubino, who will try and guess what the prompt was.
हाँ
and then
पता
he'll
है
give his own
नवरात्रि
interpretation,
हमारे इधर
pass it
दुर्गा
on over
पूजा
to
बोलते
Cloud,
हैं,
and then we'll
मतलब
get down the line to Flickless, and he'll
इधर
have to
मारवाड़ी
guess
लोग भी है
what
तो वो
the
लोग
prompt
मनाते हैं
actually
नवरात्रि.
was. Okay, so let's see what we will be drawing today. What is it? Okay, I've received the prompt. I'm a little worried about
महालया
this
के
one,
बारे में
but
आप लोग को
okay.
पता है?
We have 15
21
seconds to
सितंबर को
draw.
है इस बार महालया.
Oh my god! Okay, wait, hold on.
ये क्या बना रहे हैं? आईफिल टावर बना रहे हैं गाइस.
ये वेले जैसे नहीं दिख रही है.
वेले हेयर वैसा कर लिया इसीलिए लग रही होगी. हाँ पता है 4 साल उधर ही रहा हूँ यार, महालया में मजा आता है.
What is this? You have 15 seconds.
माँ दुर्गा जब मतलब अपने मतलब क्या बोलते हैं जहाँ पे वो रहती है उधर से पृथ्वी तक आती है अपने मम्मी के घर, तो उस दिन को महालया बोलते हैं जिस दिन वो आना शुरू करती है. और इस बार माँ दुर्गा हाथी पे सवार होके आ रही है, तो जिस पे वो सवार होके आती है वो बहुत मीनिंग रहता है. स्पेशली जिसमें वो जाती है डिपार्चर जिसमें लेती है वो ज़्यादा मीनिंगफुल होता है. इस बार हाथी पे आ रही है. जाना अभी तक कंफर्म नहीं हुआ है किसने जा रही है. और हाथी पे आना ऐसा माना जाता है अच्छी फसल वगैरह होती है, बारिश वगैरह अच्छी होती है. और इस बार बारिश बहुत अच्छा हुआ पूरा साल, तो आना वो महत्व होता है. हम लोग के भले ही इधर फ्लड्स वगैरह हो गए हैं बहुत ज़्यादा, वो ड्रेनेज सिस्टम के कारण है, बट बारिश अच्छी हुई है.
And 3, 2, 1, boards up. Please show the camera what is the sure.
What is the flag?
आईफिल टावर ही बनाया है इसने.
What happened up there? All right, Flickless, please turn around. What is this?
Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower is correct. What do you have on your board, by the way? Please show the camera that.
Buy GX bundle.
GX bundle. I think because you got it right, we do have to buy the GX bundle. Everybody out there. Looking down the line, by the way, would you like to see our own interpretation?
इधर चैंपियंस बंडल खरीदने के पैसे नहीं है.
I have tourists on mine.
ये गेम सेंटिनल वालों के साथ भी खेलो. कम ऑन.
I don't know. One lane missed.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me on Quick on the Draw, and congratulations, Flickless. You got it absolutely right. So I guess that means we gotta buy the GX bundle there. So thanks, guys.
Thank you.
सेंटिनल वालों के साथ भी खेलो ये गेम. कम ऑन.
Buy the GX bundle indeed. I like that they've got that on their jerseys. But of course, we do have to confirm that Ara is playing today. I think there was a bit of a talk on whether Waylander had to step in, but the roster is locked. We will see Ara on stage, and I think that is ultimately great news for GX
Of course,
fans.
yeah. I mean, and also just for us, because now we get to see Ara versus Zekin. Like, that's just nothing better than that.
Yeah, and I think one question I want to ask you guys about SEN is earlier you said that it was a fraud finish, you know, in America. It doesn't portray just how good they've been. So sell it to me. How good have SEN been really in America?
Well, I mean, the truthful answer is they did get beaten by NRG, but they also have been consistently the second best team in Americas throughout the entire year, and I think that is especially important heading into a global event as prestigious as this one, where you are going to be challenged, where there are going to be teams and a lot of players showing up here for the first time. The Sentinels team has plenty of experience when it comes to that.
Let's go,
and I think even just from hearing the team and Kaplan talk about the adjustments they made and how they're reacting to their loss against NRG, they realize the mistakes they made, and I have faith in them to bounce back and be one of the heavy hitters here.
Don't buy but give away SEN bundle. यार मेरे पे champions bundle खरीदने के पैसे नहीं हैं.
Early on, they dealt with Cloud9 the way they needed to. They come into playoffs undefeated.
Champions bundle मेरे हाथों से ऐसे फिसल के जा रहा है.
If you were to zoom out and ask for a team with championship
वो क्या बोलते हैं?
aspirations to lose, you lose.
NV ने promise किया
You
था.
learn a lot about what it is that went wrong. You learn a lot about yourself, and obviously this isn't the first time that they fall at the hands of domestically or internationally. But when you win this
Arcane Gauntlet remove कर दिया है
stage 2, it's easy to kind of coast your way through. So I do think expectations are incredibly high. I think that loss was right time, right place for them. I'm excited to see how they do.
नहीं है यार मेरे पे एक भी बंडल नहीं है, एक भी सेंटिनल का वो नहीं, मतलब कहना क्या चाहती हूँ मैं,
ये देख
मेरे पास मतलब एक भी बंडल नहीं है अकाउंट में, एक भी चैंपियंस नहीं है, एक भी क्या बोलूँ मैं.
Right, and so when you've got a team that hit stride and hit strike the way that they did, it's really hard to
हाँ, स्पेक्टर का स्किन नहीं है. गरीबी on top, मैंने गरीबी देखी है.
NRG just played out of their minds.
So
जो चीज ना मिले वो बेकार है. अच्छा ऐसा क्या?
I think they have a chance. I mean, we need to see
ये
the
देखो रेंज में प्रैक्टिस कर रहे देख लो गाइस, कभी कभी हैक्स
a lot of people, even though Sentinels
बता रही हूँ मैं बहुत कम आएंगे ये हैक्स.
Relative to Giant X, people
That's crazy.
No, that is a crazy. That's a
ये
crazy
तो बात
thing.
है, जो चीज ना मिले वो बेकार है.
People are going to come in and they're going to say, these rookies from Giant X, you know, they had a great stage too, but now it's been a little bit of time off. Can they carry it over to the international stage? There's always going to be those levels of questions. Plus, we're in Europe.
Yes.
And Sentinels win in Europe.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. That is actually true.
They also
that's just a fact.
They win in NA too.
Yeah, but they
not
win.
In a while. But they win in Europe. Win.
Do you know who doesn't win in Europe? EME18s. But for now, let's hear what Zelsa's what his
4 मिनट और बाकी है Sentinel versus Giant X के लिए.
You're in a group with Giant X, XLG, and PRX. It's a toughie, but you guys are an incredible team, without a doubt. How are you feeling, buddy?
Listen, you're gonna make Rob hate me, dude. Okay,
yeah.
Like he's never gonna send me to another group draw again.
Why? You think that you're the jinx here or something?
Maybe. You know, actually, our manager Kez is a jinx, so and he's here.
Okay.
You can blame him later.
Okay, that's who you direct the blame to.
That's who I'm blaming. Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. Way to divert blame. Super
I mean, our
responsible.
group is. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's
all right.
It's okay.
I love how everyone else they sound like baby Bonka, and then Zelsa's just had to go and do this. I don't know if he's like acting or playing up to it, but he doesn't seem confident.
No, and I don't really know why.
3 minute
like I understand you see PRX in your group and you're freaking out because it's just like, okay, getting out first seed is really tough, but I don't think this is as crazy a group as he is making it out to be, and I think really this game against Giant X is going to be the test for them.
Yeah, I think so too. I think
there's
a good chance they lose to PRX. This is the line, right? If they're going to get out of this group, they have to be Giant X. We just saw the other team play, and so we know like this is really their make or break in the group.
I mean, this is where they should feel a little bit more comfortable, right? They could have had PRX as their opening opponent, then that would have been really, really tough for any team to go up. So against a GX where 4 of them have never stepped on stage in a global stage before, Sen, you should be a little more confident if you're a Sen fan.
You come in with a big experience advantage, and I also just think that knowing the way Giant X play, this is a team that plays a lot of similar setups on repeat on the defensive side. It's not until really you see the operator coming online for R that they get a little bit more fluid.
बताओ स्टूडेंट हो या जॉब करते हो, दोनों ही नहीं करती हूँ मैं, बेरोजगार. जॉब करती थी, अभी नहीं करती हूँ. स्टडीज मैंने छोड़ दिया बीच में.
Don't you underestimate Pips and Waylander and Cloud.
हेलो मिक्की, कैसे हो? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है? लेट्स गो सेन। आइए सेन सिटी।
I can't stress, I mean I'm biased but I can't stress enough just how much I love
गाइस
this
जल्दी लाइक करो और पोल पे वोट कर दो। कम ऑन।
2024 kickoff like Heretics vibes. You have one guy who's really experienced in the IGL. By the way, Cloud IGL been playing.
बुरे हाल है, आप बताओ। मैं भी यार बीमारी हूँ मैं। आपको क्या हो
And then
गया?
you have 4 kids that are just excited to be here. They're just happy that they get to travel. They're happy they get to play against opponents they've never faced before. It's really wholesome. I love every single one of them, and it's really difficult not to root for them because everybody rooted for Heretics last year.
Yeah, I mean that's wholesome, right? That's feel good, but then we're also playing for a trophy. Right, and there are often situations where a team like that feels really good.
Guys,
and
come on,
happy,
40 likes तो बनते हैं यार.
Then they run into a buzzsaw, and then who knows what happens?
The Sentinels, the buzzsaw in this
इधर
situation.
prediction one-sided.
If they're playing
थोड़ा सा
at their
dominant है,
form,
but
would you disagree?
one-sided नहीं है.
Not necessarily.
मेरी क्रश के साथ झगड़ा हो गया। अरे कोई ना यार, वो तो होता रहता है। सॉल्व कर दो जल्दी से जल्दी।
Like what he's dead to me.
सॉरी वगैरह बोल दो, हो
I mean,
जाएगा।
we'll trade sideshow for Tom.
Deal, actually deal. I mean, who's gonna notice? Like
honestly, so down.
झगड़ा लड़ाई ये सब तो चलता रहता है यार।
We take Josh and you take Tom, no? You two predicted Sen. Why?
Because otherwise Rob Moore will.
मिक्की उड़ा दो उसको।
मैंने बोला सॉरी। किस बात पे लड़ाई हुई मिक्की?
मैं बोला सॉरी।
No, but I also just believe in the Sentinels.
मिक्की सिग्मा मेल बनने की जर्नी पे जा रहे हैं लग रहा है। सजेशन के हिसाब से। वही सोच रहा हूँ अब ब्लॉक कर दूँ करके। अरे
किस बात पे लड़ाई हुई वो तो बताओ।
हाँ, लड़ाई किस बात पे हुई वैसे?
आपने
मतलब आपने तो नहीं, किसी ने कुछ बोल दिया था, कुछ टॉपिक पे झगड़ा हुआ या
उसके हिसाब से डिसाइड करेंगे ना किसकी गलती है।
गलती किसी की भी हो।
This team that again is your litmus test. If you want to make it out of this group, this is the team you have to beat, and they have aspirations to be playing a couple of Sundays from now, so it can't end here.
Why did you predict Sen? You didn't say.
Because I think when they're playing at their best, they're world beaters. I genuinely believe that. I think when they're at their highest form, they can take down anybody. The problem with them is, internationally, that has not always been the case. I think they've struggled in the past, and I think there are a couple of star players who have not delivered against the likes of PRX, against the likes of Fnatic, and I think that has to change here.
मेरा जॉब में एक लड़की है, वो नॉर्मली बात करती है, तो उसको लगा कि मुझे वो पसंद है। वाह, तो फिर आपकी कोई गलती नहीं है इसमें। आप उनको अभी समझा सकते हो या फिर जिससे आप बात करते हो ऐसे, मतलब आप बोल भी सकते हो दीदी वगैरह, समझ रहे हो? तो वो मान जाए शायद। अब मैं नहीं जानती आपकी क्रश कैसी है, मतलब अच्छी तो होगी ऑब्वियसली, बट वो किस किस बात से मानती है नहीं पता मुझे। मैं तो बोलती सिन के आइडियाज काफी प्यारे हैं। सिग्मा मेल बन सकते हो।
उसे टाइम दो, उसे टाइम दो। अगर
आपका क्या, आपका बीएफ है क्या? नहीं है यार, ये सब मोह माया है। मैं जानता हूँ वो दो दिन बाद मान जाएगी। हाँ, मुझे भी लगता है मान जाएगी। इजी है, ये तो इजी है। दो दिन क्या, आज रात में ही मान जाएगी बिल्कुल। ये क्या, मैं तो फुल कोर्स मील मंगा रहा हूँ। वाह, 2 कदम आगे मिक्की 2 कदम आगे। कोरोड सनसेट हेवन। अब मैं नहीं मनाऊंगा, वो कंजूस है, नहीं खिलाएगी। यार इतने खाने वाने का नाम ले रहे हो, मेरे पास इधर पैसा नहीं है। दाल चावल सही बात है, ये सब मोह माया है। मेरी वाली ने भी ठीक किया था मेरे को। अरे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है यार, मोह माया है, जान दो घर में जाए। मेरे लिए केक लाए, उसके भी पैसे ले लिए थे उसने। अरे हाँ, वो तो मैंने बहुत खिलाए हैं। वाह,
your boys and your girls have come out to cheer for you.
Especially because no matter where
कि ये काम करना जो मंगाए ना उसका हाफ ही मंगाना क्योंकि बाजी पलटने में कभी देर नहीं लगती
Literally everyone else.
भाई सपोर्टर्स तो आए हैं जायंट एक्स के कूद रहे हैं अभी से
और
क्या बात है लेट्स गो ओ विंगमैन वाला क्या है दे दो यार मेरे को क्यों जलाते हो रहा है
बट हमें भी पता है कि ये मैच वन साइडेड है
जायंट एक्स भी अच्छा खेल सकते हैं अच्छा खेल सकते हैं ट्रस्ट मी जायंट एक्स के सपोर्टर तो आए हैं यार कूद रहे हैं अभी
They have a very strong identity, which is they don't care for the
John
double duelists.
Cutie,
They don't care for
मेरी
what other people are doing. They're gonna stick to their breach. They're gonna stick to
आधे से ज़्यादा मतलब प्लेयर जिन पे क्रश है उनकी गर्लफ्रेंड होती है या तो मैरिड होते हैं दिल टूट जाता है मेरा फिर थैंक गॉड मेरा जिंगू सिंगल है यार ये विंगमैन वाला मुझे भी चाहिए उसका आईडी में केक वाली लड़की होगी उसको मैसेज करो मैं मान जाएगी वो अरे वो जो केक बनाते हैं ना उनके मतलब जो भी लड़की में होते केक बनाते
I think another player that I do want to touch on very quickly that we haven't hit on is Narrate. Narrate is also making his champs debut. Narrate's a player who, you know, we talked about it domestically a fair amount.
Let's
you
go
back to his
start
kickoff
karo
tournament, and he's crying backstage because he didn't play well against Loud, a series that they still won, by the way, and he's grown so much up until this point. This is the apex of his year.
Yeah, and you know when I was talking about how Groovy wasn't winning a lot,
वो उसकी बेस्टी है समझा देगी उसे यार कभी कभी मतलब बेस्ट फ्रेंड लोग भी ना पीछा छुड़वा देते हैं अगर ज़्यादा टेंशन ले और मतलब क्या बोलते हैं कोई बेस्ट फ्रेंड लड़की हो लड़का को तो छोड़ दो लड़की हो तो मतलब वो लोग ऐसे मतलब बोल देते हैं यार वो तुझे ज़्यादा उदास करता है जान दे तुझे कोई और बढ़िया मिल सकता है छोड़ उसे ऐसे बोल सकते हैं कभी कभी एज ए गर्ल मैं बता रही हूँ असम में लड़कियाँ कैसी है क्या बोलते हैं इधर मतलब सिंपल है काफ़ी ज़्यादा कुछ परसेंटेज है जो मतलब जेनजी वगैरह यू नो आई लव matcha I like Starbucks coffee I only wear Zara I eat dumplings rather than momos वो डिपेंड करता है आपको कैसी लड़की मिली I only eat matcha I had some matcha strawberry flavor you know brother है वैसे momos का dumplings बने हुए हैं had some dumplings eating some soup you know थोल मोमो बोलते हैं उसको बोलता हूँ केक में लिख आगे से मैसेज मत करना बोलो तो थप्पड़ भी लगाना है क्या शाम से सोना पड़ेगा लगता है आधे से ज्यादा लड़कियां तो सिंपल है कुछ ही परसेंटेज मिलेंगे आपको या असम शिफ्ट होना पड़ेगा लग रहा है पछताओगे नहीं आप इधर मतलब ऑलमोस्ट हर एक लड़की का ना कोई तो या तो मेल बेस्ट फ्रेंड वगैरह होगा कोई तो या तो मतलब यू नो ग्रुप के साथ ही रहती है अपने ग्रुपिज्म समझ रहे हो पर रहने दो केस हो जाएगा मेरे पे वो एफआईआर आ जाएगा क्राइम पेट्रोल के हेडलाइन में अरे मैं देख लूंगा देखो लॉयर पहले से रेडी है
वकील की नीड है लेकर आता हूँ
कोर्ट भी अपना ही है जज मैं बन जाऊंगी ऑर्डर
With Westside out of the picture now, they're going to have to commit, but a paranoia is going to slow them up even further, and this is
Sentinel का attacking है, मैपिक भी Sentinel का ही है।
Sentinels have decided
Westside क्या होगा?
मुंबई में बहुत हाई स्टैंडर्ड लड़कियां हैं, हाँ।
नहीं
भाई, बहुत छपरी है।
वो लोग क्या मराठी बोलो, महाराष्ट्र में रहते मराठी किसी ने बोल रहे हैं? तुलना क्या बोलते हैं मराठी?
करवाने के लिए किसी को क्या ये सीन क्या बोल रहा है
बहुत शॉर्टकट करवाना इनका भी बुलाता ओके डन है मी आल्सो इन
Naturally, an 08
सही
will
बोला
start
attitude
to
तो
they're
attitude
concerned
से
about Rappi
ज़्यादा
coming
है.
from spawn side, but all of GX now have announced themselves, and that's Grabinho. Not solo, they're a top mid. Flickless not able to take a trade though, and Zekin from that tower spot, that ghost is starting to sing out. A lot of good damage. Ara knocked down to 15. Zekin able to slide across now, but it's Flickless who's exploring the site itself, and GX.
Giant X ने ले लिया है पहला पिस्टल राउंड फॉरवर्ड मैप
Two
का.
players
क्या
coming out
बात
from
है?
tier 2 are the ones to make the impact in the pistol.
Both those SEN players just forced to swing out on the spike tap. Deleted. You know, despite Bang getting that isolated 1v1 kill on the controller opposition, they're still able to eventually win things out. What a play from Westside. Lovely anchoring from that elbow position. And it was Flickless' willingness at the beginning of the round to push all the way out of B main. They just allowed GX to stack up on that proper site, find the early advantage.
ये विंगमैन वाला टोपी बहुत बढ़िया है यार. आप
Honestly,
लोग को
timed
कैसा
their
लगा
exit
पता
from the
नहीं,
A
मुझे
side of the map
काफी
to
क्यूट लगा.
perfection. As soon as Flickless rotates in from B, he doesn't actually
As
see them
usual
get
guys,
there.
हम लोग पिस्टल राउंड से
Not
किसी
the
को
opener
जज नहीं
Sentinels we're looking
करेंगे.
for.
प्रियंका आप भी
But in their
मराठी
attack side,
बोलो, आप भी
pretty
मुंबई
damaged
सर्वर
on
से
Corrosion.
बोलो ना
The defense
यार.
side that's raised a bit
बोलती
of
हूँ
in the
रुको.
past.
तुला माला ब्लाइंड.
Dsouza with his west side will remain in that pocket spot.
बंदा है बंदा मार. ऐसे
I'm interested in seeing what Westside
पूरा
is going to
गेम
bring on
म्यूट
this
रहना
vice
पड़ेगा,
pick,
पूरा
because
स्ट्रीम
throughout
म्यूट
stage
रहना
2,
पड़ेगा यार
he
मुझे.
was running kind of his patented cipher on
तुला
this
लाइक
map,
करे.
and he was locking down that B
भाई
site with some
नहीं.
very creative
सिंगापुर
setups.
खेलना शुरू
But
करेंगे
GX
फुल
have
इंग्लिश टैक्स
very
ओनली.
much so indexed into the meta of this map that we've been
बोलो
seeing more
जेवलिस का, इसका
globally.
मतलब
Certainly
खाना
been
खाया
seeing
ये
a
होता है
lot
ना.
of, you know, in Americas, these are agents that SEN are definitely going to be prepared to
Flawless
play
लग रहा है
against.
क्योंकि
Got a lot of
क्लासिक 2
experience
है.
against them.
Delsa's likely an attempt to sell something more at A. Doesn't just draw out the shield wall, he commits and is easily picked off.
Okay,
Almost inspired way to try
जेवलिस
and
का
catnip GX over at A, but it does at least allow the Sentinels to set up. They've not gotten in. Flickless looks to kick them at arm's length now as we head into the last 30 seconds of the round.
SEN should have no hopes of dealing any damage here, but I do believe they're able to kind of min-max the orb situation and collect each on the two sides of the map. West side likely going to clean up these last two players.
चलो flawless नहीं हुआ है.
All good. He was the man just with the ghost. So all of the important weapons retained for GX into this.
अभी बाय राउंड है, सेंटिनल का अभी बाय राउंड है, फिर आपका क्या बोलते हैं इनका बोनस राउंड. और ये डिफेंडिंग मैप है यार. फॉरवर्ड इज डिफेंडिंग मैप, कोई भी कोना पकड़ के बैठो आराम.
I really enjoy
दो
watching
मार
GX on
दिए
defense
इसने,
in
देख रहे
general.
हो.
West side obviously fantastic anchor player, really
मैं भी
dependable.
मराठी फैमिली
Where the
से
map
आता
allows for
हूँ.
it, GX
क्यूट
love to push up,
लैंग्वेज
get
है
some
मराठी,
info,
ऐसा क्या?
super active on the defense side, even trying
क्या
to
बात?
set up these little pops early. This is where that'll be put to the test though.
मुझे अब तक समझ नहीं आ रहा वो गुस्सा क्यों हो गए. यही बात होगा कि लाइक वो भी शायद आपको पसंद करती है और उसने सोचा कि उसका भी कोई वैल्यू नहीं रहेगा, कोई और आ जाती होगी. तो एज अ गर्ल मैं बोलती हूँ.
Bit of damage exchange. Bang, real low. Zekin as well.
West side has fallen back to elbow out of that pocket position, but might even. I thought about reposting towards the gate crash
वही
setup
मतलब
here.
लड़कियां
Flickless,
तो
though,
ओवरथिंक
is down.
करने
It's a big
में
little
मतलब
top mid. He just
आपको
goes
पता
for an
ही है
exploration, and Bang was holding the line
अच्छी
already.
होती है.
Look at GX at the
तो
top of
वही
the map. They're
सोच
now
रहे होंगे
concerned
कि
about
मेरी
some of
अभी
the
कोई
gaps
वैल्यू
that
नहीं
are
रहेगी,
open.
इसको तो कोई और से बात करता है. मैं क्या हूँ इसके लिए नाटक कर रहा होगा मेरे साथ, ये सब समझ
Totally
गए.
devoid of any anchors.
कॉल
Also,
करो
great
उससे
presence in
नहीं
A main
रहने
still for
दे.
Sentinels here, and off angle by John.
मान जाएगी यार,
They'll be
ये
able to
इतनी
drift
बड़ी
over.
बात
This
नहीं है.
puts GX in a bit of
ब्लॉक
awkward
वगैरह
spot.
मत करना,
Grabinho's
बड़ी
been
बात
so
नहीं है.
dependable in this controller role. We'll have to find a way in
अगर आप भी
himself here.
सीरियस हो तो वो दूसरी लड़की का बोल दो, दीदी वगैरह है, दीदी सिस्टर जैसी है. आपके हैवी ब्रेकअप हुआ है क्या? हैवी ब्रेकअप क्या होता है?
ऐसे सिचुएशन में एक ही चीज कर सकते हो, आर्ग्यू मत करो. जितना आर्ग्यू करोगे उसको भी ज्यादा वो.
Sentinels draw GX out of A with that pick in mid.
चलो अभी दोनों टीम पे बाई राउंड होगी, अभी देखने में मजा आएगा. मुझे नहीं फर्क पड़ेगा, अब मैं उसको ही दीदी बोल दूंगा. अब इतना टेंशन नहीं चाहिए मुझे. अरे अरे
इतने मतलब ये क्या बोलते हैं मिश्रा, ये क्या मतलब आपके साथ बहुत बार हुआ है या लड़ाई हुई है बहुत बार या पहली बार है?
for
नहीं
that
भाई
second
हैवी तो
kill.
नहीं बॉम्ब
Really
फूटा है
lovely
अरे
stuff
बाप
from
रे
him. Not too much
बॉम्ब फूटा है
damage
हैवी
done from
ब्रेकअप नहीं
GX
हुआ
on
है
that
क्या बात
bonus
है
round. Sen stabilizing their economy just a bit here.
Once again, it's the same setup over towards mid. Both the fast lane and the Viper were committed. Garino playing close on the other side.
Yeah, this time GX are ready to contest with this paranoia.
Prowler's following him out.
Multiple players here. Prowler going through, but bang, crucial kill.
I'm going to use the paper mache.
रेड हो चुका है इधर काफी ज्यादा हैवी
challenge
है
hit
मिड
off the
की तरफ
flash.
Nice.
Not much to be seen there, but Flickless is able to take care of Zelsis. And that's the control, the B side of the map.
दो तीन बार
secure.
हो गया है
GX
बिना
saying
मेरी
you're not going to be
गलती के
taking
सॉरी
mid for
बोला है
free. What an
मैं शॉट
adjustment from
करता
Aura. A gate crash if he does need to escape, but
मतलब ऐसा अगर होता रहता है ना तो मतलब क्या बोलूं मैं मतलब ऐसे ही रिलेशन होते कि एक को तो मतलब वो डाउन होना ही पड़ता है
देखो ऐसे रिलेशन में ना अगर भरोसा नहीं होगा ना तो फिर कोई मतलब नहीं भरोसा होना चाहिए दोनों साइड एक दूसरे पर विश्वास होना चाहिए कि सामने वाला धोखा
ट्रस्ट मेन चीज है कितना भी लड़ाई कर लो कितना भी कुछ बोल लो ट्रस्ट मेन चीज है
ट्रस्ट एंड पेशेंस ज्यादा होना चाहिए
लड़ाई वगैरह तो चलता रहता है सारे लड़की को बस अभी पैसा
और मेन चीज क्या है पता है अगर झगड़ा नहीं होगा ना तो दिक्कत बहुत होगी तुमको मेन सीन हुआ
Good call from IGL Cloud. They've been giving that mid space for free. Sen have been happy to take it fast. So with those Yoru flashes, some of our own initiator utility, just re-pop onto them, re-fight for that space. Really, really love that decision from GX. And now Sen, some fear is going to be instilled in them as well. When we have those walls up in mid, there could be flashes coming at us. They could be swinging through on us.
Curious about how these, Zelsis lurks mid to late round have been looking so far. Flickless has been hard to shift on that B side of the map. Zara, something up close and personal this time, a little more than he perhaps bargained for at top mid. Now 3 players in link.
Very nice one.
Wow, yeah, they want to re-push. Steel guarded as well.
Bang ने बहुत बढ़िया
Crowd running down mid, but Bang caught up top, so is Zekin.
Leave me the ass.
Zeng ने क्लासिक से 2 मार दिए भाई
जब वाइस होता है ना शॉटगन चाहिए
Proactive idea from GX to try to re-fight into the mid. But with Sen being able to escape towards the bottom and then, re-swing out, that is madness. How on earth does Zekin get 2? Well, they have 1 onto the first guy coming in who's trying to clear, see where people are at. Sure. How on earth does he get a second off that?
मेरे को मालूम है लड़कियां कैसी होती हैं सब एक जैसे नहीं होते
यार top mid because they're obviously able to push all the way up to the arch at the very top of that
होंगे परसेंटेज ज्यादा जो लोग ये सब क्रेव करते हैं कि इसके पास पैसा हो ये हो वो हो बट है कुछ लॉयल एंड ऑल लड़कियां
भी lose to vastly inferior guns in some pretty sharpshooters hands.
Well, they're certainly feeling confident. I'll tell you that. They have not come into this game with
Sentinels.
But if you watch GX, right, you've seen this a lot. This is something in that series that really made Fnatic uncomfortable. There wasn't this time to set up. There were these thrusts coming out from defenders. It really inopportune.
ये तो नीरज भाई ये तो इस चीज को तो फोन की तरह ही सारे गुण एक में नहीं मिल सकते आपको.
That is crazy.
So still Garden didn't really have the impact I think they were hoping it would.
You're right. That is a very GX play though. They love to use an ult-on defense to activate some kind of very aggro play. Sen are just going back to the well seemingly. They wanted to go up mid, but this time it's just a little bit more of a bait, drawing the attention and reposition towards this B main side, and GX are going to find that out when they pop out of the smoke with the flash.
Loyal वाले सिर्फ 1% होते हैं वो मुश्किल है मिलना हाँ वही वो बोलते हो ना अच्छे दिन पाने के लिए बुरे दिनों से गुजरना पड़ता है तो वही
Bang with the paranoia, they're going to have to hit this at some point, and Zekin gets in there with the overdrive. A player at top mid on the other side of the smoke, and it's very clear where Flickless was standing. He is hit with that seize, and all of GX now getting more
one,
coming out of top mid.
3K Zekin, क्या बात है?
3 for him in the round.
W.
And another flawless posted by Sentinels.
Let's go Sentinels, like करो guys सब लोग, come on.
This year has just been a monster. At Toronto, he was out of control. If he gets right back into that form here at Champions, this is going to be a potent Sentinels team. GX take a massive risk trying to get back into that site during the Steel Garden. Flickless goes in.
There's
That
a
is
nice
a
goal, baby.
bold
Give
play.
me a fist bump. Let's go.
Crazy bold play, and they're punished for it.
And Sentinels can sort of
वैसे प्रियंका आपको
how
क्या
deep GX
चाहिए
have gotten back
पैसे
into
या
that side because of the info,
लॉयल्टी
the lack of
लॉयल्टी
info that
पैसे तो
Nightfall
आप
actually
मतलब
provided. And then
खुद
they've
भी
got
कमा
such a
सकते हो
massive
हाथ
inherent
पैर
advantage.
आपके भी है
Zelts us off the rip.
आपको भी
Finally
मतलब
wins
क्या
one against
बोलते हैं
Flickless
आप
here
भी
at B,
कुछ
but
भी
he
जॉब
has some
कर
backup.
सकते हो बिजनेस कर सकते हो पैशन
So
फॉलो
it's
कर
just
सकते
a
हो
sharp
अपना
round for
लॉयल्टी इज
GX,
ऑलवेज
so
ऑन टॉप
can't really fault Flickless for trying
पैसा
to
तो हाथ का
go for
मैल है
something aggro.
आज है आपके पास सोचो आज 1 लाख आ गया कल ही आपने खर्च कर दिया चला जाएगा आपका
Really
हाथ
felt
से
like every single round so
फिर से
far.
आप
Nice
गरीब
shot
फिर
from
से आपको
Cloud.
कमाना पड़ेगा ये
Deal
सब
with the
होता रहता
second.
है
John gets a lot of damage on this corner, in fairness. At the kill. Picked up the GX. Okay. When those regen shields
मेरा
really
हुआ
gonna
था
push their
6
limit for
साल
John.
का
He's going to have to give
रिलेशनशिप
a lot of
था
ground
हमारे
here.
अरे
Try and play at arm's length. He's given a lot of map control here to GX, but all of Sen are entrenched now in the post-plant scenario at B.
हाँ बहुत सारा पैसा देके लॉयल्टी नहीं खरीद सकते ना
हाँ,
वो मेन थिंग
They should just be trying to kill John here, and they are, but
Thank you.
पीछे से पीछे आ रहा है नाइस
played from Sen's IGL.
Like the look from
Rico भी लग रहा है
Gravino,
जॉन
he's not
की
been
मेरी
able to
बात
get on the
नहीं
board in a
Nice.
gameful manner. And
सेंटिनल ने
it's
अभी
gonna
लीड
remain
ले
the
लिया है
issue.
क्या बात है
Sentinels post another one here. and
एक
this
राउंड
is
के
an
लीड में
economy
है
now.
अभी सेंटिनल
The North American squad starting to develop.
That was fairly important for John to keep that gun. I mean, it does just put Sen's economy in an absolutely out of control spot now.
मेरे को पैसा दो मैं सबको खरीद लूंगा अरे अरे
And so to some degree, it does feel like Sentinels are trying to tempt some.
बट बोर हो जाओगे फिर बाद
Early
में
movement out
I
of GX
also
in these
following
rounds,
my
right? Take
passion
some
होप
space
कोई
early, give
सपोर्ट
it up,
करने
see if
वाले
they
मिल
re-clear,
जाए
see
फ्यूचर
how
में
much they
बिल्कुल
invest
मिलेगी
in
यार
re-clearing. Either use
सबर
the
करो
position or
मैं
fight
बोली
them
ना
as they try and do
अच्छे
so.
दिनों को
Some
मतलब
towards A, that's where
मिलने
the
के लिए
presence
अच्छे
is,
दिन
but
आने के लिए
there is a poison
बुरे
on the
दिनों से
side.
गुजरना
Hey,
पड़ता है आपको
Sentinels aren't going to advance too much further than this for now.
जैसे मतलब आपका कभी रास्ता बनते हुए देखा है आपने पहले उसमें मिट्टी डाली जाती है मिट्टी पे आप चल के देखो इतना अच्छा नहीं होता है फिर उसमें वो क्या बोलते हैं कंक्रीट जो है वो सब डाला जाता है जब मिट्टी डाली होती है बारिश गिरती है कीचड़ वगैरह भी होते हैं उसमें वो सब में भी आप चले हो फिर आप हाईवे पे भी चले हो तो बदलते रहते हैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 50,000 करोड़ बाप रे इसका करोड़ हटा के जो अमाउंट है ना वो मैंने एक साथ नहीं देखे हैं इतना बता रही वो इंसिडेंट के बाद से तो दोस्ती और रिलेशन दोनों ही कम कर दिए हैं लड़कियों से सतर्क रहना सही बात है 2v4 चल रहा है आरा के पास ऑपरेटर है
Spike isolated top mid. Why not go for it? They have infinite amounts of money right now, but
वेस्ट साइड ने 3 निकाल दिए
Phone spotted now. We're going to start spamming, I suspect. Our ultimate not able to hold that line down. John is left alone against 4. That wall heavily perforated. The damage starting to come in. An auspicious number of health left here for John. Only 6 seconds left in the round to maintain this weapon. He'll wait for a step up, caught in the seas, decayed to 1, and dispatch.
आप ये चैनल बंद करो और पॉडकास्ट चालू करो ऐसा क्या इसको बुलाओ पहला गेस्ट बताओ
They go right into west side. Displays some lovely patience there. Picks the opportune timing.
Getting the
crosshair
30s.
placement is excellent. And that's what a lot of it comes down to for him when you watch him on defense. His crosshair placement is just genuinely impressive.
हम बनते हैं गेस्ट क्या बात है
हाँ एक टॉक शो कर सकते हैं हमें
हाँ वही टॉक शो
Flickless
पॉडकास्ट
also been
वगैरह कर
reasserting
सकते हैं
himself on the B side of the map.
नाम रखेंगे दिल की बात
They'll have started to figure out a couple of ways to best him.
Second does take a bit of spam damage. GX heavily indexed towards mid, towards A, as they have that op controlling the B side.
So now what do they do with this
मस्त
control? Do they give it up,
स्टोरी
wait for a
मिलेगा
red
ऐसा
clear?
क्या oh my
Cut
god
noise perhaps, look for a way on A.
स्पेशल पॉडकास्ट फॉर लव सक्सेस ब्रेकअप
Right now, there's no reason for them to believe that
उसके
Sen
बाद
aren't
पता
going
चला
to
सीधा हॉरर
drift
चीजों में
towards
आ गए
either maybe up mid, but
क्या
you know,
भूतों पे
likely towards
भरोसा
A at this
करते
point. Now,
हो?
all of that Vice util
तो आपको नहीं लगता
towards
भूत
A is
होते हैं?
actually
लोग जो बोलते हैं वो
expended, so
गलत
that's
है.
nice for Sen to get out around the
ऐसे
minute mark on the round.
content
Ara
ही
playing forward on
content
B
भाई
here means it's
साहब.
pretty hard for Sentinels to feign.
From getting
be
cheated
present at
7
all.
times by a
Set up with a
single
great crash, they're gonna
girl
get back to elbow.
to no girl.
As on West Side here, someone who we've been tracking very closely as the top performer already in this 8 rounds. Poison Ob here will obscure that field of view somewhat. Shield will now trigger and Sen are going to fully commit. So they got 4 players here heading over towards Yard, which is the Omen left back towards mid. Here's the Nightfall coming through. Narrate deals with Cloud. That's the eventual peak into mid dealt with. And some elbow control being assumed now for Celsius. Slow and steady. There's a relay bot catching on the Robinho. He's struggling
1
in this
million
game.
तो ऐसे हो जाएंगे फिर
West side
ऐसा
out of the
क्या?
picture now. The 4% of the A side's been cleared. And Flickless walks headlong into an up shot.
That was simply the perfectly placed recon bolt from Zek.
Podcast with Priyanka.
Anchoring players
PWP.
on their re-entry
Nice.
after being
मेरी भी
stalled
stories
so
है.
heavily.
मेरे भी
हाँ,
stories
Really
है.
significant
Nice.
ultimate that Cloud
हाँ,
threw out. That
अच्छा,
connected
तो मैं
onto
भी देंगे.
everyone coming through that link side. They had no chance of getting into the site. There was a paranoia thrown on top of that. You know, which perhaps Garbino is regretting for not saving for a re-entry,
Operator save
but did
किया
think
जा
they were
रहा
going to
है
maybe pop
इधर
out of that smoke,
Sentinel
so
जीत
can't
के
really
ये वाला
blame them,
round
but
ही.
would have been nice to have for that second wave.
I think in general, I just think the evolution of GX on this Corrode map has been satisfying. They've been criticised, I think, maybe for sticking to their sort of Sova breach guns too heavily on a lot of maps in the past. I think the adoption of this Yoru gives them coverage of a lot more of the map and also some pseudo-initiator capacity
वैसे
right, in
आजकल ये
terms of
टॉक
his kit.
शो
Not too
ही
shabby from
ट्रेंडिंग
Sentinels have
है
a
ऐसा क्या?
74% attack side win rate on this map recently. Typically, they run teams over.
टॉक शो के लिए वही ना
Step to
पूरा
very
एकदम
good side.
सेटअप वगैरह
And that
चाहिए
is really the
आपको
thing about
पूरा
GX
एकदम
in
फेस
terms
कैम
of
वही
their
तो
comp
नहीं है
choices.
मेरे
They
पास मैं
love
आज
the double
बहुत
initiator
ट्राई करी
still,
थी कि
and
पेरिस
it got them
चैंपियंस
on the
का
best
पहला
run that
मैच
they've
है
had
मैं
all year
एटलीस्ट
in
एक मैप
stage
के
two
लिए
to
फ़ोन
make
से
it
फेस
happen.
कैम
But
करूँगी.
now that they're here, yeah, they're switching up towards
फ़ोन
the
पे डाउनलोड
more
हो गया था
meta
पीसी में जो
double
था वो
control, or at
सॉफ्टवेयर
least to
पेड है
begin here on
तो
Corrode.
10 मिनट्स तक ही
Also
फ्री में दे
for
सकता है कुछ नहीं कर पाई मैं.
Or Flickless does have that
मैंने
Viper's
बहुत
kit, which
ट्राई
could
किया
be
था
thrown
आज
down
फेस
on
कैम
B at a
करने का
moment's
बट नहीं
notice.
हुआ
So
मैं
Cloud
रेडी
and
भी
also
हो गई
active on
थी.
both sides. That's been a
आज
pretty
स्ट्रीम
key
नहीं
component
होगा
of the
क्या?
util or ultimate heavy rounds
मिक्की
we've
आज
seen on
स्ट्रीम
Corrode
नहीं
so
होगा
far.
क्या किस
You
चीज़ का
expect if Sen
स्ट्रीम?
make too much noise over on this B side, that pit will be thrown down immediately. They have the opt control over towards a main. So this should be a challenging round for Sen.
Yeah, look at this forward posting up here in A main by Ara. This is, I think we heard that shot ring out. This has made a little bit half a cent to get this part of the map under their control.
And it's key for them that they try to exploit some of these lanes in mid, knowing that that pit is in B main. Kill from Cloud just stands.
क्लाउड में पहला किल निकाल लिया है.
Second now falling, that is mid presence completely
3v5.
neutralized. That was a peek out from A short.
Unpossible guys, unpossible.
Where do you go? Sen are running out of options. They did draw a
Possible.
Viper's pit out onto the B side of the map. Flickless felt like that was an appropriate investment. But elsewhere, there's no penetration here for Sentinels.
Velo stream. मेरा Velo का stream ऐसा बोल रहे हो?
Open lane that Sen had, and now they're going right back into this pit in B main. Zelsus with the
Please
attack.
check that corner this
up.
time.
This is something he's been picking up a lot more recently in stage 2.
Okay, they're going to try and seize maybe to clear out. Yeah, this pit. Oh, they've got a catch there, and again, it's Garbino set up on the corner. Pit down though, Flickless inside of it, caught inside the seize, but Garbino nicely done with a recovered operator. Deals with narrate, and this puts John in an impossible
मैं
situation.
mostly
He'll just
shots
hope to walk
डालता हूँ.
away
ऐसा
with
क्या
weapon
क्या बात
intact.
है?
Gotta feel good for Garbino to get online, get on the board.
मैंने
Couple
वैसे आज
crucial
एक
kills to
शॉट्स
close
डाली
this
हुई
round
है.
out.
सब लोग देख लेना एक बार.
It's nicely done from him. GX able to tie
Who's
things
next?
right back up.
Who is next?
You can see the effectiveness now that the operator is online for Aura as well. Even though he hasn't been racking up kills with it, it's just the map control that he's getting is even impacting the game, right? That is
apropos of nothing, Wyatt. Cloud has just gotten
bit unfortunate.
the inkling he should spray.
वैसे guys आप लोगों ने परम सुंदरी देखा है?
He is so good, man. He really is talented.
मैं स्ट्रीम करूँ तो अगले दिन जेल में मिलूंगा मैं. ऐसे टॉपिक्स डिस्कस करोगे आप.
Get active a little bit, take some risks.
Aura again is posted up.
प्रियंका वेबकैम डालो इजी 1 मिलियन पैसे ही नहीं है यार. वो सेटअप करने के लिए वेबकैम आपका 4000 का आता है. 3000 समथिंग है वो. 3800.
isolated in there with just a shorty.
और फिर मेरे रूम का लाइटिंग सेटअप बहुत बेकार है, तो रिंग लाइट में भी आपका 1500-2000। बैकग्राउंड के लिए ग्रीन स्क्रीन ये सब सेटअप करते करते मैं भिखारी बन जाऊंगी लिटरली। आप Z+ सिक्योरिटी में क्यों हो? Z+ सिक्योरिटी वेबकैम का मेरा प्रॉपर एकदम जीरो सेटअप है मेरे वेबकैम का। मैं ट्राई करने वाली थी बट फेल हो गया। तैयार भी हो गई मैं, इनफैक्ट अभी भी मैं तैयार होके ही बैठी हुई हूँ, बट मेरे पे नहीं है।
With Aura isolated, no value to be found from this ultimate.
What's the play supposed to be for Aura? Yeah, I think discretion might be the better part of Valak here. Play off the side, hold the up.
6-6 लग रहा है मेरे को, स्विच जब होगा ना 6-6 लग रहा है। डिस्कॉर्ड पे अच्छा, डिस्कॉर्ड पे कुछ वेरिफिकेशन वगैरह मांगा है क्या? वो डिस्कॉर्ड इजीली हैक हो जाते हैं ना आपका, इसीलिए होगा।
नहीं वो ये बोल रहा है हम लोग इस पे बैठे ना जेड सिक्योरिटी वाली।
अच्छा वो वीसी मतलब पूरा लॉक्ड है, कोई घुस नहीं सकता है, इसीलिए वो वीसी इसीलिए।
Round looks totally different. You have to imagine 9 out of 10 times he's going down there. He's jumping out to create space and draw the crosshair away from his teammates. He didn't even have his gun out. Swaps to it, slides.
7-5 वो तो बहुत बढ़िया है, बट मुझे 6-6 लग रहा है।
Paranoia doesn't hit one of them as you see there. This is disastrous. This is very bad.
Criminal. That is a criminal. I like this from West Side as well. That was nice. He, you know, with the wall going down, he pops a flash, he isolates a 1v1.
Tables are hot, gentlemen.
But from there, he's not able to get any assistance. You know, Heaven was smoked off where Aura was at. Good effort, but
Sentinels seem pretty satisfied with progress so far in this map. Oh, there it is. Prowler tried to get involved.
That is Aura going on
अरे
to that
चैंपियंस
angle
वेंडल
late.
मत
The
दिखाओ,
attacker
गरीब है हम।
beats the timing of the defender in A main, but he's just so fast that it did not matter. That is a display of just the sick reactions that this guy has when he's playing with the AWP.
Now, he's over in that mid position. Gate crashed here after that first pick in A.
Guys, come on, सब लोग लाइक करो
Three players of
फटाफट
Sentinels
एकदम।
grouped up trying to make their way through short. This is not being actively checked by Grabinho. Now the ball comes up at a nice time for them to get on in. Aura now needs to spend a shot, get back through the wall. This is going to get that top mid control over. The Sentinels have struggled to fight for this part of the map. It's been very expensive for them, and they don't really want to force the issue there. Still trending in that A direction.
They draw a lot of attention towards P. Good paranoia from Rubinho will stall things up.
मेरे भी बहुत बुरे दिन चालू है, ऐसा क्या जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा
West
यार?
side at least with a pretty swift
भरोसा
trade.
रखो जल्दी
Sen
ठीक
still
हो
needs to deal
जाएगा।
with the anchors here on this site from GX.
And they're still on a clock from that rotation in through mid. It's Cloud with a Guardian now to give a quarterback. Counter himself.
बोला था मैंने 6-6 देखो।
What an important anchoring moment
As
for
predicted, guys, 6-6.
Just the Sen looked like they'd had the local player advantage. Beautiful on defense.
Let's go. मुझे 1 मिनट देना, मैं आई। पानी मेरा खत्म हो चुका है, पानी भरने जाना है। Bye bye guys. Like करो
Real
सब लोग।
neck and neck game at the moment. Sentinels, who are typically very dominant on this corrode attack, get stalled out just enough.
We'll be back, of course, with more of this first map between Sentinels and GX after a few.
आ गई मैं गाइस। आप फुल स्ट्रीमर हो, अभी के लिए तो फुल टाइम स्ट्रीमर हो, कभी को मुझे जॉब मिलेगी तो मैं चटक लूंगी, चटको चटको हो जाऊंगी, तब पार्ट टाइम स्ट्रीमर बन जाऊंगी शायद.
Lotus eliminated, Ascent I think taken out of the mix. Bind obviously not going to feature. Of course, coming back in with our Coinbase econ report, someone who we really had eyes for was Westside, controlling that top part of the map really well. Obviously, is able to tuck in the corner with a stinger fight, 3 kills,
क्या मैं तो यार खुद का बिजनेस चालू करना चाहती हूँ, बट कहीं से तो शुरू करना होगा, कहीं से तो मजदूरी वगैरह करके पैसा इकट्ठा करना पड़ेगा, पूरा प्लानिंग्स करना पड़ेगा, टीम वगैरह चाहिए.
With the Phantom was
मुझ जैसे मजदूर से पूछ लो, जानती हूँ मैं भी यही जॉब ही करती थी.
Now that Sentinels are switching over towards this defensive side.
जॉब मिलना तो बहुत मुश्किल है, मार्केट डाउन है, वही ना.
I tried to bleach my eyeballs after that one.
इसीलिए मैं मतलब कुछ कर नहीं पाती हूँ. अभी मतलब ऐसे सिचुएशंस आ जाते हैं कि पैसा चाहिए होता है ये वो, बट नहीं हो पाता है. अभी मुझे दुर्गा पूजा के लिए कपड़े वगैरह खरीदने हैं, ये वो, तो वो सब भी नहीं हो रहा है. मेरे पे कपड़े वगैरह कुछ है ही नहीं. मैं अगर रेगुलर फेस कैम करती ना, तब आप लोग बोलते रोज एक दो ये कपड़ा रिपीट है ही नहीं मेरे पे. इसीलिए मतलब जॉब वगैरह कुछ करूंगी तो खुद का एटलीस्ट मदद कर पाऊंगी मैं. मुझे रिजाइन करना है. आपको अगर कुछ बेटर मिल जाए अपॉर्चुनिटी तो कर दो यार, मैंने भी रिजाइन करके मैं आई हूँ. इसके बाद मैंने लाइक इतना ट्राई ज़्यादा किया नहीं.
It's been safe from them right now on this pistol round.
Testing A main now. You have Viper ball to keep them at bay, and they're going to step over that and raise a vine there and quickly.
हाँ, दुर्गा पूजा होते हैं. तो सब लोग मतलब इधर ड्रेसेस वगैरह फ्लॉन्ट करते हैं, नया कपड़ा, ट्रेडिशनल कपड़ा, ये वो. मेरे पे इतना नहीं है, वरना पहले मैं लाइक 1 महीने पहले क्या मैं जुलाई से शुरू हो जाती थी दुर्गा पूजा के लिए कलेक्ट करने के लिए कि इसमें ये दिन ये पहनूंगी, ये दिन अलग कपड़ा होगा, ये दिन ये पहन के जाऊंगी.
He definitely made the most of it.
They never expect the second player to swing alone.
But listen, if there's anyone that could win a 1v2 right now for GX, it is Westside. He is white hot.
Arcros confirms no presence in the side after the fact. Westside has pulled back now, though, giving his position away. Smoke thrown up here. Bang will be waiting within its depths now. Zelsa's already got it to half, and Westside gets a flashy reception when he ducks in.
John Cutie ने 3 मार दिए.
Sentinels after a rocky start. 3v5 at one point. Able to take a second half pistol.
That is such an outrageous series of kills from John. The second one, the adjustment to the jump connects the instant headshot. That is sick.
Ara literally jumped to try and allow the other player to swing in. Maybe the spacing could be looked at there for GX, but it's hard to feel like they did anything really wrong there.
Ideas not totally aligned there. I mean, if Ara just
हमारे इधर भी दुर्गा पूजा में बहुत शॉपिंग होता है, ऐसा क्या? हमारे इधर भी बहुत ज़्यादा.
And John hits some unreal shots to
सब
exploit.
लोग दुर्गा पूजा में ही कपड़े खरीदते हैं.
Into heavy stingers after winning the pistol, something that sort of changes the dynamic of the bonus round quite drastically, but allows them to buy up pretty healthily.
The Sen have absolutely loved doing this. They just have the one Bulldog for Bang who's posted up towards A main.
See it on this map a lot from them as well. Even on the attack side if they actually win that pistol.
Yeah, it is typically on attack that they've favored this buy. Couple showers for GX, see if they can get anything accomplished here.
Zekin very far forward, but this is being checked for. This is about to be ugly. Oh my goodness, the right balance is out. Zekin has the wherewithal to pull out the classic and go with some right clicks.
Nice.
Oh yeah, classic NA sting around, I suppose. For those unaware, that's
दुर्गा पूजा में सुंदर लड़की आती होगी ना, हाँ.
When you lose the stingers, it's well, it's not
सुंदर लड़के लड़कियाँ
सब
आते हैं.
To the economy, you can just buy more stingers, so you're fine. That is the North American way.
Hailing from the land of plenty. Just buy more.
Especially जो लोग मतलब कुछ लोग होते हैं पूरा एकदम प्लान करके चलते हैं, ये दिन इधर जाएंगे, ये पहन के जाएंगे, ये कपड़ा होगा, ये कलर का होगा, एक्सेसरीज होंगे. फुल एकदम वाइब उनका. मजा आता है.
Let's see what the plan is here from SEN. They are going to make
एक बार देखने जाना है मुझे दुर्गा पूजा. बिल्कुल यार, इधर वेस्ट बंगाल में देखो मैं तो बोलती हूँ.
work both of the extremities.
How much longer can they take this early mid control when we start to play the spam game? That's my question. Something they got owned by
अरे दुर्गा
by
पूजा में
NRG
घूमने जाती है, ये क्वेश्चन आपके मन में आना ही नहीं
Nice little
चाहिए
benefit
था.
playing the
ऐसा
Yoru
क्यों?
against SEN. You know that you're going to be able to use that clone to just trip the Vice wall. So that is
अरे अरे
immediately
अच्छा उनको बोल रहे हो
just
आप.
off
मैं यार मेरा
Results is-
सिंपल है. मैं क्या बोलते हैं एक ही कपड़ा लेती हूँ, उसमें सब मैच होता है मेरा. मैं जो जूता पहनूंगी, एक्सेसरीज पहनूंगी, जो भी पहनूंगी सब मैच होता है. वो मैं अष्टमी के दिन ही पहनूंगी क्योंकि वो उस दिन बहुत भीड़ होता है.
Should have the molly for a little bit of
अष्टमी
soul.
मतलब
Zekin's actually
क्या
posting
बोलते
up
हैं
towards that
नवरात्रि
link.
में जो
Bounce out the
8वां दिन
paranoia.
अष्टमी बोलते हैं शायद, हम लोग अष्टमी बोलते हैं. नवरात्रि में आपका कुमारी पूजा होता है, वो दिन बिजी बिजी. ठीक है. फिर आपका सप्तमी में मतलब स्टार्टिंग डे है तो लोग निकलते हैं बट कम होते हैं. बट अष्टमी में बहुत ज़्यादा भीड़ होता है. बहुत मेन डे वही है माँ को पूजा देने के लिए. बाकी दिन तो सप्तमी में मतलब षष्ठी जो बोलते हैं बेल बड़न बोला जाता है हमारे इधर. पूरा माँ का प्रतिमा वगैरह पूरा लगा दिया. उसके बाद नॉर्मल पूजा होते हैं जो मतलब पंडित लोग ये लोग करते हैं. अष्टमी में ही जो है आपका वो दिन है, आप उस दिन पूजा दो हो जाएगा. फिर तो नवमी में कुमारी पूजा होता है, 9 कुमारी को लेके आते हैं, वैसे वो पूजा दिया जाता है. दशमी या दशहरा को तो वही विदाई विसर्जन. और आप लोग के उधर दशहरा होता है. तो अष्टमी इज द मेन डे, तो मैं मेन डे में ही मतलब ज़्यादा प्रेफर करती हूँ. बट मैं सारे दिन बाहर जाती हूँ. मैं दशमी में भी बाहर जाती हूँ, मैं क्या बोलते हैं षष्ठी में भी बाहर जाती हूँ. बेल बड़न जिसको बोलते हैं, षष्ठी बोलते हैं बंगाली में. यार सेंटिनल जीतने लगे, किसी की नजर ना लगे. नाइस वन यार ज़ेकन.
Come on, man. That's not how the game is supposed to be played.
आरा को पकड़ लिया.
That's not how the game is supposed to be played, bro.
नाइस फ्लॉलेस. आपको आती है क्या बंगाली? हाँ मुझे आती है. बंगाली लोगों का ऐसे होता है महाषष्ठी, महासप्तमी, महाअष्टमी, महानवमी, महादशमी. हम लोग का होता है बेलबरन, सप्तमी, अष्टमी, नवमी, दशमी. इतनी बंगाली आती है, इतनी मतलब मैं फ्लुएंट नहीं हूँ बट मैं समझ सकती हूँ सारा मतलब चीज़ जो.
This entire game.
Kings of mid, as we call them in NA right now.
Mid is so critical.
जितना मुझे आती है उतनी है उससे ज़्यादा.
That is just going to continue to give them the upper hand throughout.
आप कितना बोल लेते हो मुझे पता तो नहीं है बट मैं बचपन से ही बंगाली लोगों के बीच में बड़ी हुई हूँ, तो उनसे बंगाली में ही मैं कन्वर्सेशन मारती थी, मतलब करती थी. मारती थी नहीं. मारती थी नहीं, कोई सीरियसली मत लेना मुझे. चलो बाय, डिनर टाइम. बाय बाय नीरज, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग. मजा आया. बाय बाय.
Have to pay attention to R, of course, with that dimensional drift. Can collect all of the info towards A, and if Cloud gets just one orb, we'll have the Nightfall as well. He has the spike right now, so maybe we'll see a scenario where this dimensional drift allows him to get the plant down, and then they can Nightfall to win out in the post plant.
Ara in shot there, concealing surely a massive chin. Very chiseled.
प्योर जो बंगाली होती है ना बोलने का, वो थोड़ा बहुत अलग होता है. हम लोग जैसे बोलते हैं बाहर के लोग, उससे बहुत अलग होता है. भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं सेंटिनल. नाइस. Let's go Sentinels.
This control of mid is again just so influential. The pace that Zekin is able to just get right over into this A site and fight off that Nightfall catches one. Look at the teleport from Bang.
Sentinels OP,
I mean, we rightly so talked a lot about how good Westside was anchoring. Bang is also on the anchor.
वो देखो
one
neon
of the
बन के आई
absolute
है.
best.
Let's go.
And it looks like the cue there for Sentinels is the dimensional drift that comes in from Ara. They know he's close by, and they just windmill slam that Nightfall onto the attackers, catch them out. Time out here for GX. They've not had any control this half. They've not won any rounds, of course. It started with their loss in the pistol, and then a very unlikely loss in their first gun round against the triple stinger, Bulldog, Sheriff by. They need to stabilize, they need to settle. It's moments like this that really put teams in international debuts to the test.
Down by 5 rounds.
Guys, जैसे आप लोग
Every
membership
single
वगैरह
player
ले
on
सकते हो
SEN
तो ले लिया
effectively
करो
money capped
यार.
right now.
ये YouTube
They
का
have
बड़ा
ultimates to
झमेला है.
play with.
$100 का पूरा वो
Game
टारगेट
is
पूरा
within
होने पे ही
SEN's
पैसा
hands to
मिलता है.
take. This first map, their pick of Corrode.
Coach Pipson just trying to re-establish what the parameters should be for this GX attack side.
ये
And
लोग
maybe
जैसे बोल
at
रहे
some
ना
point,
buy the SEN
the
bundle,
return to try
buy
to
the
fight from it
Giant
a little
X
bit,
bundle.
but they tried it once so
मैं
far this
बोलूँगी
half,
buy my
and of course
membership
Rubinho
ऐसे
get pinged out by a horn and picked off instantly.
To be fair, that one time, that was just the buy
ऐसा
where
भी
they
है.
had some
हाँ
low
वही ना यार.
weaponry, but they're just
$100
ignoring
सोचो
it
ऐसे मतलब
entirely again.
छोटे
They
यूट्यूबर्स
just
का
want to
कुछ
hit
फायदा
this
नहीं है
B site
YouTube
with
में
the
वो
ultimates,
करके.
it
मैं ऐसे
seems.
मस्ती के
Maybe
लिए
some
करती
kind of
हूँ.
cheeky Grabinho teleport behind with the Nightfall to cut off the audio.
Look, we've seen Ara get into that B site with a gate crash. There's been a TP forward. They can at least get their Omen and Yoru past that layer of stall util that we're seeing from John here. And you're right, why you call it?
है ना
Comes on in.
गिफ्ट
They
कर
want to
देंगे
fight for this here.
membership.
Great
अरे
divide
अरे
already
अरे.
popped out on the side. Second is there already.
एक वो क्या बोलते हैं डेयरी मिल्क एक मोमोज का प्लेट का बराबर है मेंबरशिप. अरे अरे नहीं. चलो 1v4 है. मैच पॉइंट तक पहुंच ही गए हम लोग.
Bang cleans this
Nice.
up. 12
मैच
rounds,
पॉइंट
one away
एक भी
from
राउंड
the
नहीं
win.
मिला. मैं बोली थी ये
Again, it is just
डिफेंडिंग
the
मैच
pace
है.
that Zekin is coming into these sites to assist the team anchoring. These straight up hits from GX
20
are
kills.
getting absolutely stomped into the ground because the anchors are arriving on time. What a over the top. Very cool as well. Zekin gets in, gets that first. I mean, this is beautiful play, but again, it's this lack of any control of mid that is allowing Sen to just rotate
Match
so
point,
fast,
let's
flood in, support their anchors.
3 big ultimates up in that round for Sentinels, right? They've been sitting on those for quite a while. They've been getting a lot of kills, having a lot of success on this defense side. Far cry from what we've seen domestically from them. Looks like they've tightened the screws a little bit here. Horn does ping out Grabinho. Those stuck inside that corner. Aura's already gone down, and Zekin tries for a flamboyant slide across mid. Sentinels encouraged here to slow the pace down a
Guys,
little.
come on, सब लोग
Finally,
like करो. 40
करो.
likes at least. यार thank you
And why not
so
go for that
much
2 seconds?
Mickey for becoming a member.
This point
क्या
defending
बात
himself.
है. एनवी इनको
Just-
रोल दे
Just a
देना.
little bit of confidence.
ठीक
Flickless,
है.
Thank
unfortunately,
you
peaks
so much
into two
यार.
Sen players who've
P
taken
आपको
full A main
P
control.
क्या बात है. W. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Sentinel जीत गए. इधर हमें एक member मिल गए. क्या बात है. Let's go. आपको एक पुकी. क्या बात है. Welcome to the Puki family.
Defense side to lock up the first map, 13-6.
That is an energizing open for the Sen City, who last we saw took a pretty tough loss in that lower bracket in Americas. They're
Thank you
bouncing
यार
right
Mickey
back.
for becoming a
There's a pretty
member.
NA
Let's
bias test. We're
go.
going to go over and see what Yinsu and our experts have to say to break down this first map.
इधर गाइस सेंटिनल जीत गए हैं अपना पहला मैप. उन्हीं का मैप पिक था. अगला मैप देखने में मजा आएगा क्योंकि जायंट एक्स का पिक है.
We'll work on it.
Let's
And,
go.
listen, in line of me going to the other side and that huddle, I think we're winning the game. This guy's like, I actually can't. Jordan's just on Giant X.
Thank you so much Mickey. वैसे मैं अलर्ट वगैरह भी
Hey,
सेट
we're going on
करूंगी.
Reddit one
don't
way or
worry.
another. Don't care.
मेंबरशिप के अलर्ट वगैरह भी सेट हो जाएंगे दोबारा. मैंने पीसी पूरा वो कर दिया था ना.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant.
इतना का तो मैं रोज नाश्ता करता हूँ. एक दिन कम खा लूंगा. अरे यार आपने इतना सोचा हमारे लिए वही काफी है. मैं लिटरली मेरे नशा नहीं रे बाबा। हाँ हाँ मैंने पढ़ा, वो मैं मोबाइल में चेक करती हूँ ना, और मोबाइल में पानी पीने के लिए इधर इधर रख दी थी थोड़ा सा टेबल पे। देखो बोला था निम्मी की भाई तो टेंशन नहीं लेने का। बिल्कुल
Red Bull gives you wings.
आपको चैम्स बंडल चाहिए तो बोलो, किसी के आईडी पे गलती से गिफ्ट हो गया है, रिटर्न हो जाएगा। हैं आपको चैम्स बंडल चाहिए था, बोलो किसी के आईडी पे गलती से गिफ्ट हो गया है, रिटर्न हो जाएगा। अरे अरे वो तो मेरे हाथ पावर मेरा, वो लोग जीत जाए मज़ा आ जाएगा, वरना मेरे पिकएम्स पे लग जाएंगे। वैसे गाइस आप लोगों ने अगर यूट्यूब को राइट के साथ कनेक्ट करके नहीं रखा है, जो मतलब आपका मेन आईडी है, और उससे अगर वीसीटी देखोगे तो उसमें आपको ड्रॉप मिलेंगे। मैं तो मेन आईडी से खेला ही नहीं, बहुत टाइम हो गया है। ऐसा क्या? मेरा तो यार एक ही आईडी है।
Is it a new story here, and are they feeling all that energy because this is a global, this is a fresh new start for them?
Plenty of it is thanks to a global, thanks to champs. We're pumped, but it's also deliberate from the guys. You know, we walked away realizing our energy is a problem. We can be incredible if we choose to be, and they're choosing to be today.
And Hubert looking very healthy, very happy so far.
Yeah, I think he's lost a little weight. I might have to feed him some baguette. You know, gets a little hungry. But
मेरा
we'll see.
6 आईडी है, बाप रे।
Thank you.
मेरा तो अभी एक ही आईडी है, उसी में कलेक्शन पूरा नहीं हुआ है मेरा।
Welcome Cuba to the desk. How are we doing, Cuba?
I'm scared I'm going to knock him over and he'll have a tragic
Cuba, you want to
fall,
say
so-
anything?
Yeah.
No.
Based.
Put
Not
on
a
the
man.
mic?
Not a man of many words.
No? Yeah, I mean, he's just sitting there and looking pretty. It works. That's
He
his
does.
shtick.
I love the little Cuba. Mini Cuba is very, very cute. I also love the way the Sentinels were playing on Corrode. And speaking of, it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. This one goes to John QT on the pistol round. I mean, this should have been, GX should have managed to close it out in a 5v3, surely.
Yeah, and this is coming in at a 6-6-F. It was close, and then John
मैं
QT
भी
does this.
सिर्फ मेन
In a
आईडी पर
5v3,
ही
they're down
स्पिन
numbers
किया
after
है,
losing
क्या
those early
बात है।
members, and he just crushes them. Like,
And I think we often talk about how pivotal pistols are in halves, given that we play MR12. Like, this is a nightmare. Start for GX to go that way in that pistol, and then obviously things continue to go off for them. Bang.
What a smoke.
Yeah.
अभी दूसरा नेक्स्ट मैच जो है वो सनसेट होने वाला है।
I don't know how we could have played that any differently.
Honestly, after that 3K, I think everything Sen did in the rest of that round was perfect. You know, there's no fault. And I almost feel like I love his angle. Oh, he's so cute. I love Cuba.
तुमने आज जो शॉर्ट्स भेजी वो वीडियो भेजी थी ना,
No, he's been through enough.
उसके मतलब एक लड़की की मैं वो देख रहा था, मतलब ऐसे रेकमेंड हुई थी, उसकी आवाज़ और तुम्हारी आवाज़ सेम लगती है, मतलब ऐसे सिंगिंग में।
Good, because I
Singing.
think you have to go through Doug and apparently Zekken if you want to get to Sen.
देखो
I'm
तुमको
not going to
भेजता
mess
हूँ।
with Zekken.
No,
दोनों का
I don't think
सिंगिंग
any of the
स्टाइल
GX
एकदम
players
बेस्ट
were
है
messing
यार,
with Zekken either, really.
कड़क है।
No, and I will say this, Ara held up to him at the very beginning. I think he looked great, he
तो
looked
कोई एक
competitive,
song
but
भी इसका
there were just so many
सारे
situations
songs
where
अच्छे हैं।
Zekken should not have been converting some of the multi-kills that he had. You think about the Bisult mid in the first half where he walks away with 2-3 kills
ये
with the
वाला
classic,
यही
and then you think about all the ult kills he was getting as well, and obviously the ult is a little bit different, but Zekken played with confidence, he played decisively, and I think it's exactly what Sentinels needed.
And I think it was a big
कौन से
difference in
देखो?
those brawls, right? The big team fights there, 3-on-3s,
Please get
4-on-4s,
me.
when Zekken's in the front. He was just crushing on that front. And I
ठीक
think
है।
to R's credit, I think on the
देख
other
रहे हो
side, I think
305
he,
का
when he was
ACS।
finding rounds where Sentinels were walking into him, he could actually find picks with the operator, but more often than not, he was being forced into a retake save, or Sentinels were seeing him and pivoting away and not letting him play.
Yeah, 6 out of 20 of his kills was his ult, by the way. That's insane. Absolutely love that from Zekken. But I want to hear what Coach Pipson had to say ahead of map 2.
Mika here once again, and I'm here right now with Pipson of Giant X. Now, that was a tough loss on the first map, but as I understand it, it's not exactly news for Giant X, and EMEA fans would know that map 1 loss is quite common, and usually this is because you guys need a little bit of time to iron things out. Sometimes it can be a comms issue that they get a little muddled, so I'm curious, was this the case in map 1 against Sentinels, or was it something else?
Oh yeah, it's
ये coach है
definitely
ना
similar
Giant
things
X
to
का.
what happened to us in
हाँ.
EMEA. So we talked right now. I hope that
मैं
it will be
default
the same like it was in
team
EMEA,
पे
and
खेलता
second and
हूँ.
third map
ये
will
भी
be much
अच्छी
better
बात
than
है.
the first one was, and we are gonna end up winning.
मेरे से जब एम नहीं लगता तो मैं भी हटा देती हूँ, डिफॉल्ट पे वापस आ जाती हूँ मैं.
It's so nice to hear from Pipson on the global stage, but he is right. For those of you that don't know, GX have had this big issue all year, which is looking terrible on map 1, throwing 5v3s, 5v2s, 5v1 one time as well. And then map 2, they miraculously look amazing, and then they end up winning the series.
Is there like a real thing that changes, or is it just the map 2 glow up?
No, it's I mean, you even heard it there from Pipson saying it's the same issues. They tend to over communicate on map 1. They're very excited. They have too much energy, and there's no one sort of getting on top of saying, guys, calm down, relax. Which is funny because we know Groovy doesn't talk much, so probably just the other 4 screaming over each other a little bit. So I think now they've tasted what the stage is like. They can relax a little bit. They're going on to their map pick, and I am a big fan of their Sunset. I would love to know why they changed their comp on Corrode as well, but I don't anticipate them changing that much on Sunset.
Yeah,
you don't need to.
Yeah, you wanna keep them playing the breach and whatnot. I honestly think like part of it might just be that when you're coming in, and again, there is so much footage going against you, and knowing there's going to be a lot of anti, like coming in with a different idea. I think a lot of teams will usually try to do this to just not be so readable coming into the event, but clearly Sentinels on their comfort zone of Corrode, that wasn't going to be a help for them.
And I'm curious to see, if there are any changes, since you mentioned that you want them to kind of keep it to their standard.
This is what I wanted to see.
The Neon, Breach, Sentinels are going to be running a bit of the same, and so a lot of this then goes to me around how are you going to layer some of the utility. We're going to see B main traps, we're going to see A main traps, particularly on the defensive side. I think this lends into some of that chaos into that you were talking about prior to the series starting, where this does kind of favor Giants a bit.
Yeah, it does indeed, but we're still talking about SEN right at the end of the day. And if you look at it on the other side, this is almost best in slot. They're so comfortable.
Yeah,
Giant
X
का 100% win rate है 7
keep heading towards Zekin because I think he plays such an active game on the Neon, obviously on the attack side too.
अच्छा fade
very
change
worried for what he does in mid, especially on the defensive side. Giant X need to be able to shut him down on those walks to tiles or the boosts up.
दोनों best player ने
yeah, and I know Groovy didn't have the best start on map 1, but he is an absolute menace on the defense sometimes here. His paranoia timings are fantastic. He's not afraid to get aggressive as well. I'm sure Sen's going to know this, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to abuse this as well, because Sen, Uber and Y on the verge of starting their champs run with a 2-0.
I'm sure Yinsu, they'll be very pleased with that. But, yeah, we're aware of the narrative of, GX struggling a little bit at the start of these series, although if you watch the Fnatic game, you wouldn't be aware of it. Sentinels, however, going to a map like Sunset, which, by the way, obviously great map for GX. It's probably their home map. They look excellent here. We kind of thought Sentinels would too this year, right? In 2024, this was absolutely one of their go-tos. It looked fantastic, and it made its way back into the map pool when Toronto kicked off. And we did not see that same level from Sentinels here on Sunset, and since then, they've not really made it their own yet, I feel.
Yeah, they've been very mixed in terms of the results here. GX, however, have not been mixed. They've only lost this map twice, both times to Liquid,
right? Yeah.
And outside of that, they had 5 wins on it. This is absolutely their best look. We're getting West Side on that Cypher where he thrives right now on the B anchor. A lot of damage through onto Bang. Gonna need some support.
I think
they need a flood.
I think they know where West Side is right now. And look at this. They've inserted Zekin onto the site. The rest of Sentinels have actually pulled
Bang
out.
इधर low हो गया
Zekin might have an opportunity here to really ruffle some feathers. But it all really remains to be seen on what the landscape looks like as this dark cover clears. He'll stay tucked in. Re-smoked to B main, and Cloud diligently is looking to clear this corner very carefully, but Zekin is not looking towards his left at all, just kind of hedges on the right side. However, Grabinho flattened it, a run over by Sentinels, who now can accelerate into the site. Start to set up for a post run.
Unfortunate that GX lose a player immediately after that. Was some nice awareness
ये
from Cloud to
देखो,
pick off
Riko
second, the
देखो,
initial first kill.
Studio
Zelsa's
वाला
ready to
मतलब
flash, maybe to fight towards spawn, but no.
Studio
Sen
वाला
gonna call
वो
that off
flex करते
because of
हुए
the one-way
membership
likely.
का
He's
sticker.
just playing right now with that fault line towards Link when
Chaco,
GX
Chaco बोल
try to
देती
get
हूँ,
back in here. They do have a good amount of breach util of their own to do so.
Zelsa still holding onto it. Veins starting to
Chaco
emerge.
आए,
And
सब
now
लोग
patience,
Chaco लेके
patience,
आ
and
गए, देखिए।
release. It's onto the site now. Ara the only player in though, and it's staggering. The spacing of players has really thrown Sen for a loop. The narrate some sharp shooting. It's just not remotely enough.
पहला फिर से Giant X को मिल गया है round.
Look sharp.
GX are really fantastic at playing around their breach utility on this map. This is
क्या
still
लगता है कौन
the map
जीतेगा?
in the pool
Sentinel
where
लग रहा है
breach is
जीतेगा, but
very
ये
much
map
so
pick ही
relevant.
आप लोग
It's
का
the only
Giant
map in
X
the
है.
pool where breach actually has about 50% win rate
Sentinel
against
अगर ले जाए
non-breach
तो
comps,
काफी
so
अच्छी बात है.
it makes sense that both teams are playing it here.
वैसे भी हम लोग पिस्टल राउंड से किसी को जज नहीं
Swings from
करते.
that box on A side, expecting there to be more players behind Ara. But actually GX slow things down. Ara goes ahead, and they've still got two players tucked on Link, who
यार, मेरे
laser
को भी
emerge,
Paris
and the timing
Hills तो
completely
मैं
throws
भी
off. Also,
audience
Ara
में
just knocks
देखूंगी.
heads together on the site. 3 kills for him.
It's a map, by the way, if you haven't seen Sen for a bit, where John is back to playing the Cypher, just straight up one-to-one swapping with Zelsis, who's now picking up that initiator, playing the breach. This is something that Sen have opted for since Toronto, going back to John's old role where he had so much success in 2024.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thank
A
God,
rare miss
shot
from Ara
miss
there.
कर दिया.
Actually allows for some of the mid-control to be assumed by Sentinels.
अरे बच गए.
They are, of
फिर
course,
भी ये राउंड
nothing
Giant
but
X
the
का ये
classics.
क्लासिक है सब लोगों के पास.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to make any investment after losing the pistol when you know you're going up against Aura on defense.
You know,
100% of the time he's
You can't
going to
afford
have the
that full
outlaw.
armor. Yeah.
You need the full armor every single time you're going into that initial buy round.
Flickless here inside the site. This is awkward. Very awkward. Flickless able to get through though. Zekin for a moment. Thinking to remain towards top mid, but now it's going to be a large flood across here into market. West side not able to find anyone. Some damage on Dsouza, but the looks of things, and Zekin takes the fight like a bat out of hell. It ends up being a traded backside. West side for one, but John gets in there with the classic. Flickless overwhelmed. Sentinels running in numbers.
3 बंदे बचे हुए हैं. गन रिकवर कर लिया गया है Sentinels के द्वारा.
Cloud only has the ghost right now. Probably can't recover. A gun goes
Oh
in.
my
Zelsa's
God.
just
Not
ready for
good.
that.
Here's Grubby though.
Nice 1-1 50 कर लिया है उन्होंने.
Sentinels on nothing but
50 guys, क्या बात है?
Once again, showing
Sentinel
the
फॉर्म
bundle.
में है.
Get that top mid control and go mark it.
Usually
very quick.
2-0 होता है, but
The
1-1
GX
हो गया
players
है. देख
just
रहे हो?
not synced up at all here. Aura is
Stinger OP है. हमारा Stinger ऐसे नहीं चलता
just
है.
spamming through that cage that was thrown in market, so Sen
हमारा
lost
नहीं
the sight.
चलता है.
So he's a little bit late to getting in to actually help Aura, who fully commits, stays, tries to kill
अरे
second on
वो
the
पटक
slide.
देगा.
I didn't even yell at them. I didn't even.
From
अरे
there,
अरे.
I mean, GX,
Alexio
they
बन गए
just
तो.
really mistimed
Stinger
the
OP,
players
yeah.
coming into flood and assist. They're essentially all isolated in ones.
I don't hate this position from Cloud. It's so dirty. Zekin walks up into it.
चलो ट्रेड हो गया
And
है.
so GX will take their pint of blood early in the round.
अरे
Nicely
बाप
done
रे.
by West side.
Stunning shot.
And this is GX for you. So active in these early rounds. So proactive. Looking to work the map.
3v4
Push up
उन पे
for
buy
info.
तो
Take
नहीं है.
risks. And it's given them the edge. Even if not the rifle drop there in B main.
Now Westside hears all of these players running forward, catches one with a cam. GX are trying to be fast on this rotate.
अरे
and
बाप रे,
Zelsa's
Westside खेल रहे हैं, देख रहे हो?
That relay bolt forced narrate back or he would have been caught.
Frustrating for Zelsa.
2v4 ये राउंड भी
Certainly
गया
would
है.
have felt stranded there. As the rest of Sentinels pulled the plug. Now have to try and work them out with only 2 players up. Narrate considering a double back here. Someone who's been very vocal, Wyatt, in saying that when he can contribute more to the ideas of this team, he feels like the game goes better, but he struggles when he's not performing well to have that voice.
Aura takes this contact, but that haunt ensures that Westside's position, I think, will be revealed. I couldn't tell actually if he broke that, if it was flickless. Regardless, Sen do
से
not want to
आ
get into
गया
that
है
B
Omen.
site. They know there are multiple players there. But what options do they have?
They've had no mid control at all, and Gravino is able to scope up in time to deal with John. And simply, he will pull back now towards the middle of the map. Oh, nice little angle there, held by Gravino.
इन्होंने
A
भी 50 निकाल
fantastic
लिया है.
50
क्या बात है?
from GX. And again, Sentinels try the same thing, burst the pace onto that B side, but Very heavily disrupted by the breach util of Flickless.
They're able to, I think, throw the guns around at the very end there too. Maybe get Flickless one? I couldn't tell. They were trying their best to recover all the weapons though. That was a great relay ball from Aura, who was getting into assist west side so fast on that rotate.
We lost against Riko.
Can't blame the guy for being pleased about that. It feels like it's so hard to get bored watching
Zelsis a little bit. He stood up for their ego.
But he didn't know what to say, really, did he? He just sort of stood up. Grabinho, why? They're having problems standing on their feet right now, Sentinels. Cut down aggressively. Grabinho's able to push up here, and Flickless can only go 1 for 1. Still, the Sentinels committing all of their remaining resources to that elbow part of the map. It'll leave Zelsis limping away with a recovered Phantom and 8 in the chamber.
Nice shot from Cloud.
3-1.
Very quick with that reaction. Sen just go for the NA Stinger Rush, but GX a little bit too stacked up towards elbow with the much better weaponry. They make light work of that.
That's how it looked off the rip. The ping is very good. It's a freebie for Grabinho. Shoot the dart, boys.
No one ready for that one.
Fahad navigates all of that util pretty effectively.
Yo, shield down.
Sit down बोल रहे भाई.
Shield down?
No, shield down. Sit down. Sen, all right, well, we're getting into mid pretty quick. R's been able to pick up that operator quite early. And the buy for Sen honestly isn't great because they committed a fair amount into that Stinger round. They didn't get kills. They didn't, only a couple. They don't get the plant, obviously. So the armor, not ideal. Bang, just the Guardian.
As soon as they knew that Ara had an operator, they stopped playing his parts of the map. They avoided him entirely. This time, no, not the case. They've got the Neon, of course, who can take this space aggressively, but Ara's going to repost up on this corner and might have a timing.
And the danger is where Ara's in a location, you want to go elsewhere, and then you're running into the site that West Side is anchoring, and that is where he's at his absolute best, especially when he's playing Cypher.
They do have the option, of course, to try and play top mid, pull the rotation through, and all just get gunned down, apparently, by GX. Man, that's going to lock Sentinels out of the round. It feels very hard to bounce back from that. What, are you going to go back to the side that Ara posted up on?
Sayonara.
From GX, they pivot into that high-low setup mid after assuming that Sen would be rotating away from A. Ara's reposted up towards elbow, so then they're ready to just gun them down midway through their rotate. They read the situation well, and they, as a team, will always do something proactive around that on defense, even if it is just setting up, a high-low open face like that to get the man advantage.
I'm always really impressed by the sheer number of different set plays that GX can put together on defense. It feels like they've always got something. Like Pipson has them drilled to a T. But this team, right, who in this form we've only seen since, the end of stage 1? They won 1 game of kickoff? 1 game in stage 1? Now they're at champs?
Yeah, they were 7th, 8th in kickoff, finished 9th, 10th stage 1, and now they're at champs. That is also a testament to the impact of bringing in Aura and Flickless right at the end of that first stage. They make away with 3 rifles, saving on that prior round. Invested so heavily into this one, of course. They have that Nightfall to play around from Narrate, and they're just 1 orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder for Zelsis.
Okay, that was a TP across tiles by the looks of things by Bang. Smoke top mid here. This is already drawing that potential high-low setup across for GX, leaving A pretty lightly held.
But they're okay with that. It's Aura with the operator posted up. He's getting all of that information just by existing there.
Safe pair of hands for sure.
This drone heading into mid is going to at least spot out Zekin. These dark covers are going to need to be cycled yet again from Bang up towards top, so Sen can safely maneuver around this area of the map.
Market में पूरा fielding set है. Cypher का trip भी लगा हुआ है.
To be able to use a third should be required.
Now it looks like Sen at some point, do they just want to see if someone is over towards A? Are they going to make noise and then try to pivot back into a B split? I don't think they really made any noise towards A just yet.
I think Zelsis wants to probably find a fault line opportunity when it comes back available, but Zach is going to go straight into market anyway. Sees the trip, clears it.
No, he gets killed. Wow. Center trying to pivot into some kind of crazy A split right now. A smoke is placed top left mid for Zelsis to maneuver in.
Orsul has this operator not spotted out. Dangerous there, very dangerous, but Bang goes for a diligent little shoulder peek.
Ara ने ऑपरेटर से मारा, क्या बात है? Ara ने ऑपरेटर से मारा.
But most of it was already expended to the favor of GX now. We've got 12 seconds left in the round. Sentinels accelerating here. My goodness.
मिल गया, चलो जीत गए सेंटिनल ये राउंड, क्या बात है? अरे ये आरा ने ऑपरेटर से मारा, बट सेंटिनल ने ये राउंड निकाला.
That's a crazy pivot back towards A.
W.
Making it seem like they
Guys,
were going to
40
go
likes,
through
come on
market,
yaar,
then they smoked
jaldi
top
se
mid
like
for
karo.
Celsius to kind of re-flank up top while they're going through main. That was madness.
Ara set up here ends up being what? The trade is the play here from Link. Narrate is this crosshair set already for that emergence out of elbow, and Sen just send it. They got no other choice.
John
John is
crazy.
Yeah, he's disgusting in some of those moments.
ये भगवान ये पटक देगा भाई किसी को.
Another moment memorable.
पास जो बैठा हुआ है ना उसका सर ऐसे पकड़ेगा और उसी को पटक देगा, बता रही हूँ मैं.
So far today.
Cloud did not look pleased with how that round went.
I cannot believe that they won that out. Because second goes down immediately in market as well.
On Sunset right now, it feels like GX kind of locked down the entire map. They've got really good setup there in market. It catches out second. Ara's posted up on the A side of the map. Pretty reluctant, I think you are, to push into that kind of setup. Especially when you might have Prowler available to you or something like that. Seems like Sentinels just took that situation in their own hands. Raw gunplay on that A side allowed them to open it up. But that's not something that's replicable, right? That's not exactly a core strategy or heuristic that you're going to lean on over the course of this attack side. Sentinels need to make use of this timeout, which they've called.
Yeah, and to that point, yeah, it's Kaplan calling the timeout despite getting that round win. It did kind of feel like a Hail Mary that they just threw to win that one out.
I mean, that is very much just trying to make the most of what you have left. Bringing the lemonade recipe out here to Paris, I guess. But again, tough to replicate rounds like that.
Now we've seen from GX when they have a Hunter's Fury, they often like to send it into spawn just like this. Or will push down Corbino through mid. This is something that Sen need to be prepared for. It's a play that they like to activate that they've used in EMEA.
Zelsa's got battered there by the Hunter's Fury, and Corbino winning in tiles is huge. It means that GX don't have to worry about
the spike is down in that corner. Center getting sold out by the dark cover, Paranoia going through, or in an isolated 1v1 though.
They have the Rolling Thunder to get A-main control
back. हवा में उड़ गया भाई, breach हवा पे उड़ गया.
Corbino who eventually falls by the wayside. Sentinels have not got off the starter's mark in this round, and Zekin's not there to double up.
खर्चा बहुत है, सिर्फ इधर तक पहुंचने का तो छोड़ दो, रहना खाना घूमना, इधर का जो डाइट का ड्रॉप है, स्टोर है राइट का वो खरीदना, प्लेयर्स वगैरह से मिलने के लिए भी अलग खर्चा होता है.
They love to use an aggressive early ult. This is an exact round out of their playbook that we saw them use to win a round against Fnatic, for instance.
This is what
they excel at. Their strat book on Sunset is absolutely as dense as it gets.
And Sentinels have definitely seen that. Definitely seen that. It didn't really seem...
वो एक बार पता है ये लोग आए थे, वो तीन भाई तीनों तबाही मालूम है, वो तीन लोग लग रहे हैं जर्सी और बाल चेंज करके आ गए.
लोग आए थे, उनके उधर लोग जुड़ते गए, जैसे आप लोग का वो होता है ना, किसी में तो मार्केटिंग वगैरह में. हेलो प्रियंका अगेन, हेलो चिल्लू, क्या हाल है, वेलकम बैक.
I don't think that Corrode performance in any way
रेड
is
को निकाल दिया है,
representative of the
स्पाइक उठाना
normal
थोड़ा
level
मुश्किल.
of play that he is offering to this GX team. And he's starting to come to life here when
Sentinel
they
का ये
desperately
बाय
need him to
राउंड
stay
नहीं
in this series.
दो ही
Buying him Sentinels is tragic.
ऐसा कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, कहीं पर भी जाओ, स्पाइक बाद में मिल ही जाएगा.
Nothing done over at the B side. Ara is there with the op. They've sort of sniffed that out, I feel.
Reno is still just posted up on this dark cover angle and knows he needs to get the hell out of here with his overdrive on the way.
Is he TPing? Yes, he gets out just in time, but he TPs into the relay bolt. Flipless though, sharpshooter, gets himself set up. Backside. And crucially, Bang's still in play, so need a smoke to come back online for him. As 30 seconds are left in the round to probably cover off. Yep, that's
left, right.
Time to get here with the op. John, he's straight through smoke. Realizes Flickness is there for the taking, and Bang maybe doesn't know the lay of the land before he TPs in like that. Another 3 for John, but not enough for Sentinels. That's the 6th round to hand for Giant X.
How dangerous was that, though? The spam to the smoke from John was crazy. He is on one right now.
NT, Sentinel.
That is a very insightful shoulder peek for Gravino.
This just never should have been that close. 4-on-2, he gets the 2K just spraying the smoke. All right.
अरे बाप रे देखो अरे ये ठोल लेके बैठ गया भाई
You gotta be feeling good here. Tough first map.
कहीं पे तो Watchparty है ठोल लेके आया है
Sentinels barely get out of bed before getting clotheslined. Ara finally taken down, but once Sen cannot get 10 seconds into the round with 5 players wide. They just can't do it.
This is just another play on the
अगर Giant X नहीं जीते ना वो ठोल किसी के सर पे फोड़ेगा पता है आप लोगों को पास में जो बैठा खतरा है
the combination of their initiator utility push down mid, a push through B main. There's a fault line that comes through B main that canvases all of bottom mid for Aura to fight. And then there's that recon up top. It's just, they run the same plays and it just keeps on working.
And here's a neural theft for John, who sees all of this at top mid.
The second baited into that swing, and I mean, why not? Cloud was right there using that drone, obviously.
Doable
Just
तो है
good
but
that he had
West
support
Side
from
जिंदा
Flickless
है
for that instant trade.
West Side ही एक ऐसा player है जो 1v3, 3v4 आराम से मारता है.
Quiet outing up until this point. John has been making plenty of noise. This timing is going to hurt.
अरे दो मार दिए एक साथ भाई नौबत की नहीं आई West Side की नौबत की नहीं आई दो मार दिए एक साथ
These guys really lock the map down.
This is just where they're at their best. It feels like even if you prep for the rounds like this that are going to be thrown at you, it just doesn't even matter.
Dude, the util comes in perfectly for Ara.
This is just
BBL नहीं है ना Paris में?
Look at how all of that util is placed on the map so perfectly. And it's that fault line that comes from B main that just gets the entirety of bottom mid into lower tiles, which is even covered with a dark cover. So Aura doesn't need to focus on the left. He can just fight right.
It's all set up so good. And in situations where we've seen GX go for similar plays, or if Ara notices that he's a little bit ahead of this util, he will slow down. This is so well drilled from this GX
वो lighting के साथ Sentinel वाली feel आ रही है
so often. This is a hand ring for Castellan.
This is stuff that Sen, I think, are expecting. They absolutely they knew Sunset would be in this pool. They're not going to ever take it out, and it's always going to be picked by GX. So they've seen them run this stuff.
G2 में
they
या
know it's going to come
SEN
eventually,
में?
but it's another thing to actually have to deal with it in the moment.
I guarantee you, both coaches knew the exact 3 maps that would get played in the series when they came in.
Yeah,
I think
their map
absolutely
pools just have so much overlap.
करके मारेंगे हार गए तो
But these teams definitely behaved as you would expect when it came to the veto.
मुझे लगता है नहीं फिर ये लोग
But
जा
Sentinels
पाए.
have to generate some momentum
Players
here.
को भी
GX
पटक
are
देंगे.
locking them out of the map, and they're not doing it passively
चिल्ला के
either.
जाएंगे बाहर
They are
मिड तो
assertive.
पास में मिड
But A पे trips ही नहीं है ना तो फायदा है इनको advantage बहुत ज़्यादा
America's
अच्छा है.
number 3 seed.
हाँ
Now Aura's picked
But
up this outlaw,
Breach है
knowing
ना
that everyone on Sentinels
एक
is
स्टैन और
going to
इधर
be
से
on the light
पूरा
armor.
करियर खत्म
He'll be controlling that B main side, and the rest
हाँ
of the GX on
breach
the
hold
counterback
कर रहे हैं ना
can
इस साइड.
really put
हाँ.
the emphasis on stacking
मेन
it
दिक्कत तो वो भी है.
Gravino here is going to be forced back. Timing quite on his side, but the paranoia came out enough to act as a relief valve. Flickless might try and work this angle with him. Not affected by the C's, but sprayed down as those bullets were intended for Gravino.
That was very, very dangerous for Flickless. He was getting stalled up by those bullet tags.
ये छोड़ दिया. B छोड़ दिया. B खाली.
He's
B खाली.
all
B
the way
खाली.
out of
B
B main,
खाली.
holding the exit.
आरा पीछे से बैठा हुआ.
They know
में
where
खड़ा हुआ है
Sen
आरा
are.
आउटफ्लो
They know
लेके
that they're going A.
I mean, this is just breaking conditioning for Sentinels, who probably just aren't used to being in some of these positions. Ara, in no hurry to push off that. Full trust in the rest of GX to lock this A side of the map down, but it's where push comes to shove. Zekin gets onto the side behind the box, but the shot came through.
भी नहीं दे रहे
And Cloud swings for the fences. 2 kills cleaned up. Now Ara decides to get a little active. Catches Zelsis out. Timing certainly works in his favor.
Nice,
will
flawless
step in when needed.
देख रहे हो
Flawless round and so many metrics there for GX. Untouchable on this defense side.
Yeah, they really do a lovely job of just fighting together on the site when the hit comes in. And second getting stalled up in the back box. That was essential for the win there.
वो देखो
And
ड्रम बजा
obviously Aura just getting the entirety of the map controlled by that outlaw, flanking out a B main and holding their exit. Yeah, that was somewhat important
ऐसा लग रहा है बास्केटबॉल
Just a
कोर्ट में बैठे हुए
comprehensively
हैं
great round from GX, who are running away with their pick.
यार फाइनल्स
Sentinels
में
are
जब
struggling to adapt why
अक्टूबर
they've
को होगा
not
ना
found a gear that
अगर
suits them
उसमें
against
PRX
GX.
रही
Aura has actually
तो
kept
मैं भी
this
बाजा
outlaw,
लेके
does
बैठ
have a
जाऊंगी
few,
फेस कैम करके
125 HP.
दुर्गा पूजा में मुझे मिलेगा
Zekken and John
दुर्गा
they're the
पूजा
ones
में
with
मुझे बाजा मिलेगा वो लेके बैठ जाऊंगी मैं
much faster from Sen. They're
मैं
going
भी
for that
ड्रम
three-prong
बजा के सपोर्ट
sighted Zek
करूंगी
splitting from multiple sides. Now how do they deal with the anchors though? West side's going to be dug in here, but Narek
पता
steps
चला
up
वो
on the
ड्रम
Guardian.
तो नहीं मिला वो भी 100-200 रुपए बोल दिया तो मैं वो जो ढोल बजाते वो लेके आ
And a nightfall now to catch the players rotate in. Two pings
सीधा
and
ठक
Boba tells the
बजाएंगे
whole
guys
story for Sentinels. This is a
आठ
pace adjustment from
होगी
Sen that GX were not
अरे
expecting.
वो सिम्मू को लेकर आ जाना सिम्मू के पास ड्रम है ना सोल में बजाना
अगर हार गए तो वो मैं सर पे पटकूंगी
Now it's on Cloud and Flickless to make their way through a smoked out Boba.
Last
Money
नहीं यार
damn good for GX and it might be worth going for it, but they are caught off the site. Cloud wants to wrap around, has a lot to say across the stage so far this game. He'd love now to show some bite with the
यार हम लोग
wide,
पे वो भी
nice
तो
swing.
होगा वो कोविड में जो करे थे खाली और सम्मान
Might just be him right
वो सब
now.
बाजा लेके
Bang
बैठ
is all
जाएंगे
over the place and Flickless is more than happy to put him out of his misery.
भाई
Unbelievable
9 हो गया
retake
9-2
from GX. It's Cloud just able to
मुश्किल लग रहा है ये
isolate.
वाला
He gets that
सेंटिनल्स के
1v1
लिए
against Zekin, ready for the swing from Narrate next. He is going insane on this map.
चेंज हो जाए ना वो हाफ टाइम के बाद तो मजा आ जाए टप हो
I
जाए
mean, it's crazy. The desk touched on it. By far the most experienced player on GX. 5 years of
ये
play.
छेड़
and
रहा है
he's
भाई
yet
ये
only
लोग एक
21
दूसरे
years
को
old.
छेड़ रहे
And has to be the leader of this team. And I love that we're seeing him give it back to Sen.
सेंटिनल्स भी लाइक हमारी वो हैंडल डिफेंडिंग तो
Celsius stood
बताएंगे
up after they won round 2, and since then Cloud has just been giving it to him. It's a 7-round gap between these two teams. And look at how far back Sentinels are playing early. They're expecting some nonsense. because Hunter's
लास्ट
Fury
राउंड है
is
ये
active.
ज्यादा से ज्यादा तो 10 to ही
Cloud doesn't give it to him though, not in that way. Sen will be allowed to work the map here, but is it just them being given more rope? Market probably the loosest held part of the map here for GX along with top mid now that pressure's come in. And after just an absolute all-star performance from Zekin on that map 1, here on map 2, he has been completely nullified by this GX defensive util, has really had no opportunities
दो
for
लोग
clean
है दो लोग है
entries.
नहीं जाना नीचे
No ping though being set up just yet. Looks like the Sober Dart comes in a little late. Flickless has maneuvered his way into the site, ready to throw out some util, but Sen are ahead of it. Alright, gets the jump on him there. It's going to be a relay bomb now.
अरे
Just
नहीं।
stuck to the ground, transfixed.
भी
Watches the sword fall. And there's Arna's
10
Fury
to.
that Sentinels are waiting on.
हट
In the last round of the half, Sentinels are unlikely to put much of a scratch on Giant X. Spike is heavily within enemy territory, and John
कौन
has
सी
to
उठी हुई
stand
पूछ रहा है
and face the music.
I mean, look at that setup
that they pivot into so quickly. Flickless set up to fault line through main. Off that,
गाइस अगर
Hunter's
आप लोग
Fury gets
चाहते हो कि मैं
significant damage
फाइनल्स जब
through.
होगा
Makes
ये
Sen
BCT
scramble in their
पेरिस का
positioning.
मैं अगर
They
फेस
have this
कैम में
double
बाजा
setup
लेके
in
बैठूं
elbow.
तो
What can Sentinels do?
50 कर दो चलो
What can they do? Sick.
Honestly,
The protocols have been incredible.
10 to
And
जो किया
so
था
many different set plays here for GX that have just kept
10 to
मैं बाजा लेके बैठ
Sentinels
जाऊंगी
off their
सपोर्ट
balance for the entirety of this attack side. This is GX
जर्सी
at
वगैरह
their
तो नहीं है
best,
गरीब है
without a doubt. It's on
बाजा
this
लेके
sunset map,
बैठूंगी
and it's with this play style. Let's now send it over to Lou, who's standing by with GX co-streamers
या
Lembo
50
and Sen.
लाइक्स 50 लाइक्स अगर हो गए
Et
फाइनल्स
je suis
में
ravie d'accueillir à mes côtés deux
मैं
stars
बाजा लेके
espagnols. À ma
बैठूंगी
droite,
सपोर्ट
Lembo, à
करने
ma
के
gauche,
लिए टीम को
Sandra, deux streamers Giantex. Guys, Lembo, Sandra, what a pleasure to welcome you here in Paris in those
ये अभी
beautiful
भी
jerseys
कूद रहा है
supporting
भाई
Giantex, of course. And we've seen that
इंटरव्यू में भी
on map
कूद
one
रहा
it was
है
a
ओ
bit
माय
tough,
गॉड
so who can you count on the most within the players? You know when times are a bit difficult to bring up the vibes in the team.
I think
चूहा खा
our
गया
little West Side
लाइक तो कर
because
दिया
he's the
लाइक तो
clutcher
कर
of the
दिया
team.
ऐसा क्या
I
होपफुली
think that's
50
pretty
लाइक्स हो
solid
जाए
too. What about you, Lembo?
पक्का हम लोग
For me,
बाजा लेके
Privilege
बैठेंगे
is
सपोर्ट
so important in the communication, and his calls are winner.
Already, thank you,
Yad. Compter finalement quand c'est un peu compliqué, ils ont perdu la map 1. Qu'est-ce qui remonte un petit peu l'ambiance dans la team? Et bah du côté de Lembo, c'est Westside.
मुझे 1 सेकंड देना मैं खाना लेके आई ठीक है मुझे दवाई भी
on a le facteur Westside pour les clutch et aussi pour les calls, on a Westside. Donc on va ensuite pouvoir leur poser la deuxième question. I wanted also to ask you because we know that French and Spanish fans are very passionate, you know. So what do you think about our French audience? How are the vibes so far?
I think Spanish and French people are the most enjoyer of the esports, the more passionate people cheering for the teams. We saw in many events the blue wall, and wow, it's excited to see them.
Really beautiful fan base, right? Donc on voit que les Français et les Espagnols sont tellement passionnés à propos de l'e-sport. Ils adorent ça, ils se déplacent pour les fans, etc. Et donc, qu'est-ce qui t'a impressionné finalement de la French audience? Et tout simplement, ils sont motivés, ils sont là, ils font du bruit, notamment le Blue Wall, les fans, Carmine. And now, let's see if GX can take the win on Sunset.
The energy in here is great. I think something special about coming out to France to cover some Valorant. They have a legendary crowd, so we know that. It's only going to get more lively, I guess, over the next few days. Let's talk this match, though. Coinbase Econ report for you right now. A couple of players we want to highlight. West side here. Remember, the Econ rating, it's a metric, right, that we measure with the amount of damage done as opposed to how much is spent on your loadouts here. So almost 2K down to West side, 88.1, which is really quite high. This guy's been really rock solid, man. He controls that B side of the map.
Destroying Bang so far in this game in particular.
Everyone has been, unfortunately.
Yeah, but he is obviously on the defensive side at his best. But now that we're heading over towards the attack for GX, honestly, it feels a lot like the defense in the way of they play incredibly fast. You know, compared to the average in Europe, they plant the spike 10 seconds faster than all the other teams in stage 2. They send it.
That's a nerd stat.
They have so many crazy fast executes where all of the utility sequences are perfect. All of their timings are hit. They're really incredible on this map.
Yeah, it feels like against GX, you have to kind of beat them on an individual basis. And that's been hard to do with all this util slanting engagements in GX's favor. Big stack here of B main set up for Sentinels. That allows the west side to be extracted early, but there's Cloud standing tall. John at least controls towards that Boba area. And there's Zekin tucked in his corner. Conservative approach here for Sentinels, but they are getting torn apart a little. Narrate leaked here by the bolts. Leaks finds Cloud as he gets around the corner, but it's gone low.
Was able to dodge.
Nice.
मेरा नेट गया क्या?
Dodge that out.
Screen nut है.
Spotted out by Flickless though. German
नहीं आ
unable
गया.
to win that last engagement. It's a much needed pistol round here for Sentinels. And it looks like nothing more than grim satisfaction on their faces. They're still reeling from that first half.
Yeah, I like their decision to go for such a heavy B fight. GX do like to go for a lot of splits, so they can just isolate a couple of those players in main and then try to refight elsewhere.
Last few bullets there from the right. Important round for him. Some confidence for the young gun wouldn't hurt.
Second trying to keep the spirits high there. GX, no investment on this round too. Maybe if Narrate can collect a few kills, Sen could work towards an early nightfall.
GX been pretty proactive here, getting some information about mid, but that tiles corner's been pinged already, and it'll be Bang to take contact.
Conversely for GX, if they can try to maybe around the world get the orbs, they can get towards that Rolling Thunder early. They've been able to get one so far.
Economically, Sentinels never really able to get in the game on the first half. That's evidenced by Zekin leaving it with 4 kills.
Except for when they win the eco on round 2 and then get subsequently eco on round 3 and the economy is cooked.
Pretty slow, very default coded look here for GX, of course. Hoping for something to be offered up by Sentinels, who are pretty patient. But they're definitely more lean into the B direction. They'll have anchoring presences here, including John once more ready to shut him down from Boba. Prowler from mid. That's now cleared. GX basically contained by this util usage and now hitting the paranoia as they try and get out of market. John's there, Bulldog sings out, good damage. Cloud on the side, somehow able to win these very unlikely scenarios, but Ara is contained by Bang. matches his freak, so to speak, and Cloud at 19.
Nice.
It's caught on the side.
Okay.
Bang knows he's coming and is
And
trained
yeah.
on that corner. Still not enough to get him out of there. Cloud getting some pretty ridiculous 1v1 moments.
Array.
That'll be
Nice.
Sentinels convert on the pistol one.
GX will be super happy with that.
10-4.
They get the spike down, they get a couple kills, and it's Cloud, who's now one away from getting a Hunter's Fury. That's easily going to be the first ultimate that'll be used in this game. You'd have to imagine, right? So not too bad for them.
I think this team has drawn criticism from some of the attack side calling from Cloud, and he's maybe sort of less experience being pointed at, but yeah, this is not the start that we're looking for on the attack side anyway. Now we get to see a little bit though of what's cooking, what's under the dome for Cloud. You mentioned that Hunter's Fury just
इसका कीबोर्ड कितना टेढ़ा है वो लोग ऐसे ही रखते हैं.
There's going to be some aggression from SEN towards
मॉनिटर देखना आप
A-main.
कुछ लोगों
GX
के
could go
एकदम
for a
पूरा
bit of a
बैंड
fight
करके
here.
एकदम मुंह के पास
But it's
बैंड
just
करके
a
पूरा
safer
नीचे
cross setup
इन लोग का अलग
for the Sentinels
पोस्चर होता
defense
है.
at the moment.
This fault line likely set up reactively here or to set Ara up.
And now they can get more aggro with it, especially with that drone getting the information.
Okay. So it's good reactive fault line that comes out there from Flickless just to stop Sen pushing up. They really don't have any deep elbow
मॉनिटर
presence.
का
Look at them pulling
देखना आप
back
कुछ
on A
लोगों का
entirely.
मॉनिटर कैम जब मतलब वो फेस कैम जब दिखाएंगे मॉनिटर
Slowing
देखना
things
बस.
down, getting into elbow right now.
ये
We don't really
देखो
have information at top mid
फ्लिकलेस
Sentinels here,
का
so at
देखो
some point
पूरा
you're going to have to
बैंड
start
होके
looking over their
नीचे से
shoulders
उसके
there
आंखों
at
के
least.
पास है. देख रहे हो?
Just giving that part of the map up.
Honestly, feels uncharacteristically slow
हाँ,
right now
देखा
for
है,
GX.
देखा?
Hoping that
ऐसा
someone
ही
from
होता है इन
SEN will
लोगों
maybe
का.
overextend. That Prowler's going to get the information on Aura in the corner.
I'm looking for decisive calling on this execute from GX. Waiting until, of course, some of that key util cycles back.
Yeah, they
वो
get
लोग
that
टेढ़ा
ball back
रखने
up,
का
and now
रीजन
it's
वो
go
होता है
time.
कि वो लोग WASD की होती है ना उसके आसपास की यूज करते ज़्यादा. तो वो लोग टेढ़ा रखते हैं. फिर बाकी कीज का यूज नहीं करते.
मेरा तो मैं भी रखती हूँ सीधा मैं नहीं रखती. जब खेलती हूँ मेरा कीबोर्ड टेढ़ा ही होता है.
Second timing gets the opening with the outlaw.
Relay bomb might make his heart on the side. That's John downed. West side sharp as attack, folks. And Cloud
बाप रे 11-4.
will hold his ground there on the side.
नहीं हो सकता.
8 right
थर्ड
now.
मैप तो
Yeah, we've had 15
Oh
rounds
my
of play,
God.
right? 14 rounds of play.
That is
मेरा
an
सीधा ऐसा क्या
outrageous
सीधा मैं नहीं
sideline.
रख
Thought it would
सकती.
be
मैं
hard to get seconds
आन
on that
रेस्ट
one,
पे
but
रखती हूँ ना वो
he
चेयर
might
के.
just do it.
तो मैं सीधा रखूंगी
Okay,
तो
so-
मेरा
okay.
पूरा
Yeah,
हाथ
some
स्टिफ हो जाएगा.
Interesting classic moments as well. The first couple of rounds kept him in the game.
I love how Westside repositions for those fights there.
Dude, John got
Posts up,
rolled.
gets that kill on there, then immediately
Map
gets back
3 जा रहे
to
हैं
play
अपन.
off contact so he can swing Link. Really intelligent stuff from him.
Going from, bottom of the table in kickoff stage 2 to literal world caliber should be studied. GX, it's unreal how they've come alive. And now we're finally getting to see what they're made of in the second map of the series.
John has the trip set up for backside control. We'll see if they try to make their way out at all. Second, I know John does get that catch.
Pushing हो
In
गया.
the corner. Still a lot of side control for
मेरा
GX. Now
टेबल
they are
पे
deep. They
स्पेस
can
कम
anchor
हो
in the
जाती
post
है.
part.
लाइक
Fabinho very
लैपटॉप
mindful of
बहुत
that sort of
स्पेस लेता है.
off-timing
ऐसा
push out
क्या?
of Boba though.
And Zelsis, he does have that full kit to get back in.
मैं
There
टेढ़ा
it's
में
some
काफी
prowess
ज़्यादा
to play with the
comfortable हूँ.
C's as well. Sen have all the tools.
Hunter's Fury though. Cloud going to try and preempt this now and spots out Bang by the looks of things back towards spawn. John tagged out, has the dodge away. Some damage done. Sentinels are against the clock. Need to get in here. Stinger there for Zelsis. Looks like 4 lines avoided by Flickless. He tries to get ahead of the game. And so far not too shabby, but Second is up on the side and demanding some attention. Brought down by Cloud. And Narrate's going to step up in his absence. Does Bang. Tough job. Someone's going to do it.
मैच पॉइंट आ
And
गया.
Flickless puts the round to bed. 12-4 for GX. Just dominant on
खत्म
Sunset.
अब नहीं है.
If Sen can't get it
बाप
done there,
रे,
they can't get
बाप
it
रे.
done at all on this map.
सिंक
It
में
feels
सपोर्ट कर रहे.
effectively
देखिए
over. GX just 1 round away. They're a 4-on-5. Sen have all of the initiator tools to get back in. Full kits used from both of them, and that's still not enough. Even then, Flickless not in the ideal position for that 1v1.
Doesn't matter.
Adjustment wins it out. Mental play from him.
I
क्लाउड
feel like
खुद
Haven is
22
such a wild
पे है.
card map to look towards our third here. Sentinels have to have put in some extra work there. When GX get to control the tempo, they look head and shoulders above.
Sen have just had no inroads on this map whatsoever. And it feels like the
इतना ऊपर
second they
कैम
find
कैसे
some
लगाया
kind
हुआ?
of advantage,
ये कैसे किया?
GX just
ये
absolutely
नया
storm
आविष्कार
them
कर
in
दिया
around,
है.
and it is done. Their game plans on this map are just genuinely fantastic on both halves.
It's going to work mid again. Pretty underboard. Sentinels
आगे
here.
तो
Zekken
पूरा
opts to
दिख
go
रहा है
out, look
कौन
for
कहाँ
something.
पर.
The setup was
GG लग रहा है मुझे.
Cosmetic stun. Just one tap
अरे
them.
पूछ
Cool.
के बाद.
That is crazy.
8 and 16.
And now after pressuring mid, GX is going to go back, meet up with the rest of their
Zekken
teammates
ही
in
गया
B
बस.
main and try to close this game out.
Two pretty one-sided maps back-to-back if this round goes the way we expect it to. Some volatility has been introduced into this series. Okay, TP there from Bang. They get some set up in Boba nice and early. Johnny's in that corner, and Ara not able to fully clear it. Still suspicious, mind you. But John will have the drop on the side. Cloud with the plant now. Going to be forced out of the cubby by that after shot, and John's going to have to get active. Another side of the cage set up. He does not want to show himself. I get it. But Ara and Cloud already racking him up. And John eventually falls. Delta's P's in, gets one with a rolling down.
GG's.
GG. That's very.
We go match 3-1-1
I'll be honest
score.
with you. Invisible. GX absolutely flatten them. Straight out of the
कूद रहे हैं,
gates.
let's go.
It's a code hanger that leaves the American squad absolutely reeling.
360 ACS for Cloud, who drops 23 for 9. That is an outrageous performance from the IGL for GX. Their gameplay on that
बढ़िया
map
खेला
is
Giant
phenomenal on both sides. The game plans that they had coming into this are beautiful.
Lot to talk about here. We'll go for a quick
बहुत
break, then we'll
बढ़िया
bounce
खेला.
back, and the
1-1
analysts are going to get us
score.
ready for a map 3
मैच
decider
3
in
कौन
this
सा है
opener.
वैसे हेवन क्या?
Yo, say nice try.
मैच 3 हाँ है.
ही मजा आया. आपने बोला था जायंट टेक जीतेगा. Oh my god.
Oh.
यार सेंटिनल अगर प्राइम में होती ना तो वो भी G2 की तरह ही होती है, अनबीटेबल.
और
PRX की तरह भी.
Game changers. It's
क्लाउड ने बढ़िया खेला यार. 22 किल तक पहुंच गया था 12 राउंड.
It means so much to us.
पता नहीं सेंटिनल को क्या हो गया. बहुत हो गई.
पहले जब मतलब ये रोस्टर नया बना था, बैंग और नेरेट क्या खेलते थे दोनों एक साथ.
और
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Not hating but I think SEN was good. तब दूसरी टीम्स इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी. हाँ, वो प्राइम था SEN का.
Are your Valorant esports instincts next level?
इवन हर किसी के मुंह पे यही होता था, लाइक सेंटिनल के साथ मैच करना है. सेंटिनल
It's a
मतलब
Twitch
प्रो
desktop
टीम्स के
extension
मुंह पे.
available exclusively on official VCT broadcast channels. With Shot Call, you and your
Game
friends
has
will be able to
evolved
call
a
your
lot.
shots,
People
score points,
are
and earn
very
rewards.
skilled
Here's
right
how to
now.
play. During the official champion streams on Twitch, open up the Shot Call
स्पेशली
overlay on
जायंट
screen to
टेक्स.
make
पहले
real-time
ऐसे
predictions by
टीम्स का
answering
हम लोगों ने
questions,
शायद
whether it's
मतलब
predicting
इतना
a
मतलब
forsaken
वो भी
clutch
नहीं
or
करा
correctly
होगा.
calling a site rotate before it even starts. You'll score points, climb a live leaderboard, and have the chance to win prizes. Play along seamlessly with Shot Call's built-in notifications, or open the extension in full to check your progress and see how other viewers are guessing. You can call the shots during Valorant Champions Paris starting on September 12th. Tune in, try it out, tell us what you think.
स्टार्टिंग में दूसरी टीम खराब होती है तब सेन हेड द एज. वही ना. आपने अगर वो सेंटिनल के चैनल पे एक वीडियो आया है, मतलब खुद को जो रेट किया है ना, वो टरिक भी था वीडियो पे. उधर एक क्वेश्चन था रिटायरमेंट के बारे में. उधर आई थिंक जॉन क्यूटीज, जैकन, ये सब 1-2 खुद को ऐसे रेटिंग दिए थे. तो ये प्रो लोग अगर रिटायर मतलब लेंगे तो खत्म. Now people have improved their skills. वही. दूसरे रीजन में इतना कंपटीशन भी नहीं है। पर जीटू ने आके ही पूरा तबाही मचा दिया है अमेरिकाज में। पैसिफिक में 4 टीम्स क्वालिफाई हुई एंड जेनजी नहीं है। वही ना यार, वी मिस मिस्टर 4K जो बोल रहे थे माइस माइस। हाँ बट सेन के अलावा और कौन सी टीम है? एनर्जी कभी के लिए कभी नहीं है। माई वी आर भी आउट ऑफ फॉर्म वही। लाउड भी फॉर्म में नहीं। ये में भी FNC होती है या TH? ये तो अभी TL जायंटेक्स लाइमलाइट में है। हाँ क्या आप फ्रैंकलिन काम करते हो क्या? फ्रैंकलिन में नहीं, मैं फ्रैंकलिन में पढ़ी हुई हूँ। बीट्स तो है, बीट्स तो है। क्या आप उलूबारी वाले फ्रैंकलिन में काम करते थे क्या? मैं उधर पढ़ाई करती थी।
In true Giant X fashion, they don't look the best on map 1, but they hit back
पढ़ाई करती थी, काम नहीं करती
on
थी।
map 2, which means we will be going
कोर्स
to a
किया
map
था
3.
एक्चुअली,
Cuba
पढ़ाई
not
भी नहीं
having the
बोल
greatest
सकते।
time, but he is telling
प्रोफेशनल
everyone
कोर्स।
to buy the GX bundle. Let's go! I'm not biased at all. Go on, join me, join me.
You know what? I'll
Join
admit.
me,
I'll admit when our team is bested. We've been owned. I fear.
And holy smokes, were they bested?
Yeah.
It looked brutal. I mean, there were so many parts of the game where it felt like you had a lot of these players who historically do step up when things look bad. John delivered. He did his best.
Aviation या hospitality
drag
aviation.
them over the halfway line, but everything after that was just rough.
And yeah, and there's a reason why EMEA fans are so excited
Big
about Flickless
fan,
playing
अरे welcome to
Agents.
the
He was so good
stream,
on breach. It actually
Surupika,
annoys me that they took him off
Hagemaru,
the road.
oh my
You
god,
never know what could
Hagemaru.
happen. But this is just classic
ये
Flickless.
मुझे पसंद, बहुत कार्टून पसंद था, बट ये इतना आता नहीं था टीवी पे। बहुत प्यारा लगता था यार हागेमारू। ये मामूरी में देखिए आ गया, बहुत प्यारा कार्टून था ये।
In what 17 rounds?
Yeah.
In 17 rounds.
कुछ मतलब हाइप कार्टून जैसे कि लाइक क्या बोलते डोरेमोन, ये सब को छोड़ के ये सब जो साइड में आते थे ना, ये ज्यादा नहीं आते थे टीवी पे, कभी कभी आते थे, बट बहुत पसंद है मुझे। परमैन हो गया, हागेमारू हो गया, बहुत पसंद है। आपका इंस्टा देखा अभी, ऐसा क्या? गाइस कम ऑन लाइक करो सब।
Continues to prove how good Giant X are with the pistols.
Yeah, and there was something about watching that round play out where you saw the first pick by Giant X and went, I don't like this. This has bad feeling written all over it. And sure enough, that bad feeling never really dissipated. It never really went away.
And then I think we ended up seeing them get to run a lot of these set plays later on. A lot of these aggro looks here. A little crunch maneuver, seeing the neon through main. While
Map
goes
भी
down
heaven
the
है ना?
tiles. And I think even once they
heaven
froze, right, they didn't fall out of space. A lot of teams would take
Love
that fight and
from
fall away.
old
Giant
man
X
and
just
Anuj.
stuck to
Thank
their
you
guns
so
up in
much,
there. It was this
Hagemaru.
brawling
कैसे
and
हो आप?
that despite
Welcome to
doing
the
so well.
Yeah,
stream.
and I think there were two, maybe
Thank you
three
so much for
big looks
joining.
like this, but then they also had a bunch of these little like micro traps at the beginning of the round where Groovy farmed. He had so many good moments. This is the second one that I'm referring to, where they were very intentional about taking the fight to Sentinel's doorstep, and they couldn't find a way to
Guys, come on, one more like
what
for
I love
40,
about
I
these
think.
rounds, so
Jaldi
we
kar
just saw
do.
round 7 and round 9. And it's both of these early aggro plays. The calling from Cloud I love because in round 8, it's when Sentinels played that painstakingly slow round where they almost lose on time. They plant with like 10 seconds left.
Oh, yeah.
And it's surrounding that Cloud goes go, go, go.
Yeah, well, let's not live in the past because we're heading to Haven. This is going to be the decider. And again, GX have such a old school way of interpreting this map, and it works for them.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I think matching
Agent
up against
Kika
Sentinels
hai,
that have started
Viper,
incorporating the
Neon,
Viper that's getting a little bit more
Killjoy,
popular,
Omen,
at least in
Dsouza.
Americas. What this
Breach,
game
Neon,
is going to be to me is
Cypher,
all about A main
Dsouza,
control. Usually Breach
Omen.
is an agent and with the Neon
पिछले
too,
वाला
you
ही
can
ये
dominate
lineup
the
है
fight
ये.
over that space. But the Viper wall that typically you're going to be seeing John QT put down is going to be that one that slices through a lobby. And I think there's going to be a big test whether or not Giant X can prove that they can force out Sentinels from that space
Giant
early
X
on.
का win
Otherwise,
rate
it gives
ज़्यादा
Sentinels
है.
so much control over the map.
I think on the other side of the map, you'll expect Giant X to take control of C long.
नहीं,
I
Sentinels
think you were
का
the one who were
ज़्यादा है.
mentioning it. They're very comfortable
But
with the
comp
flash
pick
dash
ज़्यादा
or
है
the
Giant
slide, I
X.
guess.
Yes.
But that idea of establishing control early on, very similar to what we saw in Sunset. The thing about Haven, though, is that it's a 3-side map. It feels a lot bigger. There are less places to get.
तुम्हार इंस्टा प्रोफाइल पिक्चर देखी दो आरो तुम्हार बहुत दुनिया लगी थे पिक्चर
But all I'm going to say
इतना ही
is,
आसाम में
GX, if you
सीखा
can
ऐसा
hear me,
किया
they're gonna
बहुत
go
बहुत
B.
धन्यवाद
They're going to go B. Be
Bread
prepared
खिला
for
रहा
B.
है.
Hubert the
Yes,
baguette.
Uber and Wire, please give us
Hubert
something more.
Academy
Save
that's
us.
Okay, well, I don't really see the problem with trying to provide Cubit with sustenance. That is pretty reasonable. I don't think he's got the anatomy to down a baguette, which is fine.
बहुत
Maybe
आपने
puts him,
बढ़िया ऐसा मिस
at a
बोला है.
disadvantage out here in Paris, but hey, at least Kaplan is trying to feed the guy. I think he'd like to see more Sentinels rounds, though. I think that would be very beneficial and sustaining for Cubit. Very few of those at one Sunset. I understand he's looking a bit emaciated, a bit starved. Sentinels, look, I mean, I'm going
Sentinels
to
का
talk about that
attacking
last
है
series of their
पहले.
playoff run in NA. They looked dead. They struggled to bounce back from the beating they
वैसे
sucked.
तुम लोगों ने
Sunset
कभी
looked just
Marvel
like that.
Rivals
So
खेला है?
do they
हाँ,
have what it
खेला
takes
है.
to dig deep here and show us a great Haven?
वो मैं तो
Well, we haven't
पहले
seen
मैच
much of
में
them
वो
on
खेली
in
थी वो
stage
शार्क
2.
वाला.
They have gone to this double controller comp. Aura
तुम भी खेले थे क्या
cover.
एनवी?
Zekin wants to go in
हाँ,
off that
मैं भी
recon.
साथ में खेला था.
The door, Zekin bypasses
चले
it
थे
entirely.
स्काइलर करके
Decides to
था
get it up, drawing a lot
उसने
of
ही
attention
बुलाया
now.
था.
They're going to make the dive here through Garage. West
वो
side
मैं
finds
वो
Zelsis.
खेल रहा था वो कैरेक्टर मशीन गन वाला
Lost on a
कैरेक्टर
rock,
खेलता उसका
no
नाम
chance
याद
to
नहीं
recover.
मुझे अभी.
And the site's
स्ट्रीम
swarming
करने
with
का
red.
सोच
That's
रहे
just
हो
a
आगे जाके
sheriff bullet
किधर
penetration
हाँ
going
मार्वल
through
राइवल
default
इतने
box.
लोग देखते नहीं है ऑफ
Now
स्ट्रीम
some
कभी
players from
खेलेंगे यार
GX on
मार्वल
Zelsis. He
राइवल
doesn't want to
एक्चुअली
take that
बढ़िया
duel right
गेम
now,
है.
though. He can just take things easy,
He
slow
sees it
down.
coming. That paranoia doesn't hit narrate, so he can stand and be the first to the action. Not Grabinho on Flickless again, surely.
मैं ज़्यादा वो हीलिंग एजेंट जो होते हैं ना फिर मैंने आयरन मैन बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से खेला था उड़ उड़ के मुझे लगा अच्छा खेलूंगी बट अच्छी लॉबी लग गई
Still, a mildly
उड़ उड़
forest
के
round
खेला
for
था
Sens
मैंने.
fans. That could have gone either
ब्रूट
way.
खेला है.
That was
आई एम ब्रूट.
an interesting little
पहले
round. I
हम
mean,
लोग
that's
खेल
a
रहे थे
pretty
तभी मालूम
classic
कितने
move off this
पहले
one.
वो
Try to
कौन
sell
सी
that
हाई
B fake
हाई रैंक
Neon
लॉबी आ
to
गई
get
थी
in,
पूरी.
get out,
आयरन मैन
moving
मजा
into
आता है.
the
मैं तो
C-split
स्पाइडरमैन
barrage.
जीतने का ट्राई
Drone
करी
tags on the
थी.
west side, and then
मैं
he's lit
स्विच
up
करती
that
रहती हूँ
box.
एजेंट.
Cool.
मार्वल राइवल में ना स्विच करती
That's
रहती
a
हूँ.
nice part of having the sheriff, though, on these pistol rounds, is that you can
सबसे
actually
ज़्यादा
shoot
मज़ा
that
आयरन
default
मैन
box.
खेलने में ही आया था. डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज भी मैंने खेल के देखा था. फिर मैंने क्या
Dangerous as
बोलते
always,
हैं
but Sentinels.
शार्की वाला वो जो
Okay.
शार्क वाला उसमें
Nice little
कंफ्यूज
pivot
हो
there
जाती थी
into
मैं.
C.
अंदर कब जाना है बाहर
Cute
कब आना
बहुत
है.
है वो,
ब्रायू
शार्क.
हेलो
Paranoia
वेलकम टू
from
द स्ट्रीम
Grabinho.
यो यो
If
यो.
there's noise long, gonna throw that
তোমাৰ
out.
লগত
Players
কেতিয়া
ready to
একেলগে
swing,
गेम
but
खेलिব
that
পাৰিম
seems
इन
like Sen are
फ्यूचर.
probably going to be dodging
आपको
that
समझ में
unless
आएगा एसएमएस में
they
रिप्लाई.
go for maybe a late
মই
six split
যেতিয়া
again.
ষ্ট্ৰীম কৰোঁ ভেলোৰেণ্টৰ তেতিয়া মই পাৰ্টি কোড দিওঁ চবেই জইন কৰিব পাৰে জাগা থাকিলে তেতিয়া একেলগে খেলিব পাৰিম.
Used on that C-long position though. So tough
मुझे
to stop
इग्नोर किया नहीं यार मैंने पढ़ा तो
the
आपका
spikes
यो
being left very much a default with the
कैसे
Sentinels
हो
and
आप
they are so
वेलकम टू
good.
द
I mean, I
स्ट्रीम.
think Cloud has kind of put the fear of
आयरन मैन
God in
मजा
here
आता
about
है.
turning
आयरन
up
मैन
in
मस्त
random places
उड़ते
on those
उड़ते
eco rounds. So Sen
फेंको
have to be,
बुलबुले बस हाँ वही.
they have to spend that much
फिर
more
मेरे साथ
checking
खेल
these
लो गेम.
random
अरे अरे
corners.
आगे मारूक का ऑफर आया है
really thoroughly. Yeah, they've gone ahead and worked all of long. Completely silent. After that, drone was early, second caught, but quickly gets that shot off before going down to the classic.
No stone unturned for Sentinels on this A side of the map, and Zekin barely gets out of that one alive.
Now though, GX are going to have to play the A side retake, always difficult with Nothing bought
यार
up.
मार्वल राइवल
all
का
the
भी
breaching
खेलेंगे
tool
ऑफ
is
स्ट्रीम ही
expected, but the
सही
gamble stack does not
ऐसे ही
eventually.
मजे के लिए जब स्ट्रीम ठीक से दियो अच्छा
Zeus even
दियो
waiting on
का
this
मतलब बहुत
late little
रेस्पेक्ट
wrap
जैसे
through
हिंदी में होता है
B.
ना
I have to say, it's tough for me to kind of rank where
तो
Sen
दियो
are at
आप
with
में
Haven in
आता
terms
है
of their map pool
ठीक
right now.
से
Map
दिया
pool is
दोस्तों
something
में
that
ऐसे बोलते हैं
Kaplan
मतलब
discussed
तुम बोल रहे हो
heavily as
आपसे
an
ऐसे
aspect of the
आपकी
game that
जगह
they
तुम
need to
ठीक
work
से
on
दिया
heading into these global events to
मेरे
actually
पास है
get a
वैसे खेल
trophy.
सकते हैं ऐसा
And
क्या
they
है मुझे
played
तो
Haven
डाउनलोड
twice in the
करना
second
पड़ेगा
stage. It was against C9
खेला है
and
मैंने
2G
बट
in
अभी
the
याद नहीं
regular
है किसका क्या था भूल
season
गई हूँ मैं
part.
फिर से
They won both games, but just a very small
ऑफ
sample
स्ट्रीम ही
size.
खेला था मैंने
So I feel it's very
अभी
hard to
कुछ नए
evaluate where
कैरेक्टर्स
they're
आए
at
ना
at the
मैंने
moment.
देखा उसमें
For
कुछ
GX,
अपडेट
they've
आया है
had
वो
उसमें
पता
moderate
नहीं
success. They're sitting at a 3-2 record in
मैंने
stage
देखा है
2.
उसमें
Beat
अपडेट आया
Navi
है
a couple
कुछ
चलो
times here.
2-0 सेंटिनल
So
ने
it's
अच्छा
really
स्टार्ट
tough, I
किया
think,
है
to try to match
नए
this up.
कैरेक्टर्स कुछ इंट्रोड्यूस हुए हैं
And I think also we've got to take this map into context of the rest of the series. What we've seen so far from GX when they get that lead, when they start to build that momentum. They look to be really good at just strangling you out of a game. And on the defense side, we've not really seen anything special from them yet. No real set plays.
अरे
This is the
हमारे
final
साथ
round, but they
और एक
should
बंदा
start to
खेलता था ना
rear
मार्वल
their
राइवल्स
heads. The Sentinels, of course, love to sting a
जो
ball out.
वो
नहीं नहीं
निरॉन
उसका
मर्फी
Zelsis does fully invest
हाँ
into getting that
वो लेता
vandal.
था क्या बोलते हैं वो लोमड़ी लेता था लोमड़ी
हाँ वो
Broken,
हीलिंग वो
taking the
रकून वो
opportunity
वाला
to
लेता
spam
था
through that
हाँ
standard
रॉकेट क्या नाम
A-long
है उसका
dark
रॉकेट
that
रॉकेट हाँ
Sen can use
रॉकेट
to
ही
claim this space easily.
4 लोग एक साथ खेलते थे अपन
So far,
बट
and this is
उसमें ना उसके
small
क्या
sample
बोलते
size of
हैं
rounds.
जैसा मूवी में उसके
GX are
डायलॉग्स
a
बहुत
little
बढ़िया
less
है
proactive.
कॉमेडी है
Again, it's a 3-site map. You're spread a little bit more thin.
मुझे तो
Losing
मेरा
a player on
फेवरेट
the extremity
कैरेक्टर
hurts a
वही है
lot more
डॉक्टर
than it would on
स्ट्रेंज ही है
Sunset, for example.
डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज
हाँ
एंड
Always
कैप्टन
play someone else to
अमेरिका
back them up.
और हाँ मैंने वांडा भी खेला
2-1-2
था
or
यार
even 3-1-1.
Sen have
मेरे साथ
moved
कब
all the way back to
खेलोगे
the C
डुओ
side, which was
मेरे साथ
vacant.
कब
Westside wants to
खेलोगे
get in backside.
डुओ
Will
मैं
anyone
अगर
actually be
आपके
here in
साथ
time to
अकेले
assist
डुओ
him,
में
though?
आ
He
गई
wants to break the
आप
recon. It might
परेशान
come
हो
in on
जाओगे
that top
कि
left side, but
स्मोक
it
को मैं
doesn't.
कैरी
It's
करूँ
just a
स्मोक
drone,
को मैं
yeah.
क्या बोलूँ
Okay, well, they've got presence though. You'll notice that he's been joined by Gravino. Plenty of GX players here now. They're going to be lit as they come around the corner. Zekin, though, tracks back and then forward. Almost had the better of Ara.
चलो
But the
ट्रेड
guys a
हो
little
गया
too quick
है
with it. West side, backside, caught out. And
क्लाउड
Cloud
अभी
not
अकेला
inside.
बचा
He
हुआ
is
है
still making his way over. And has the unenviable task of making his way into
मेरे
C.
पास है अभी वैसे
from
खेल
defense
सकते
spawn side.
खेलेंगे चलो तो मैं
GX
फिर से
are
वो
able to
याद दिला
rotate
दिया
everyone into
मैं वांडा भी
backside.
खेलती थी
Sen really slowed things down, but then eventually I do feel that kind of played to their advantage.
जल्दी से
They
एक
get a lot
एचपी है
of clean fights. At the end there, Cloud even caught by Narrate.
भाग गया मर गया बचा
Lovely little kill, and is now just one away from getting that Hunter's Fury in terms of the orbs.
0-3
Bonus round converted for Sen.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, it's this late recon comes through. And GX, they really, feels like they kind of try to overfight there. You know, with that
बढ़िया
double
राउंड
swing
निकाला
coming
है ये
back default, and it sends patience getting into the site. It does pay off. Getting that recon
मैं तो
thrown
सबके साथ
back site
खेलती हूँ
after
यार
the drone
यही
had
तो
given
बोला
them
था
front
आपको
sight.
रिप्लाई में
PTSD?
मजा आता है मुझे सबके साथ खेलने में मैं नूब हूँ
That's
भले
a deep cut, John. Any knowers? Okay, so sending out pretty slow. They work slowly enough that Ara's able to get in there as well. GX maybe just not ready for that tempo.
Now on this round, GX looks like they maybe want to explore down mid, try something more proactive, which has not been the case for them so far on Haven, in contrast to the style that they had on Sunset.
I'm not surprised to see Sen waiting for a push out of mid, for example. And actually, GX are more interested in trying to allot the correct number of resources to the side that they think Sen's going to land on, as opposed to trying to get early info pushes. They're not doing any of that so far. Again, the weapons don't really maybe allow for it. But they've made a gamble stack
आप
that
लोगों का
it's
फेवरेट
unlikely to pay
कौन
off
सा
for them.
कैरेक्टर
And
है
honestly,
मतलब
that lurk
मार्वल
wall over on the
वगैरह
B
से
side of the
बताओ
map will keep a few of them there.
This game as well, I will say it's an interesting clash of styles with the two approaches here to Neon. Westside has made his way.
मैंने वो
Backside
भी
was
खेल
just
के देखा
cleaned
ना
up,
हेल्प
yeah.
वगैरह
It's this double
Wolverine.
controller with the Viper that has really
Spider-Man
been the
भी तो खेला था
trend
तुमने
in Americas
Spider-Man भी
versus
खेला
the
था।
very classic approach to running Neon on Haven, where you're running
इसलिए
double
Spider-Man ने
initiator
आके
with Breach
बहुत
and
मारा।
Sova. And I think a lot of people do have
वो उड़ उड़
concerns
के
when they
मारता
see teams picking Breach
और मैं
guys,
ऐसे ही उड़
ये
गई थी
Sunset
बटन
right now.
स्पैम
And I
कर
do think that's valid.
और गाइस ये
What
ग्रूड बन
GX have
करके
shown
ग्रूड
real
बन के
proficiency
आई
with
एम
that
ग्रूट
agent still,
ग्रूड
where the
मैं आई एम
sequencing of
ग्रूट
utility is really
बोलती रहती
effective. The
ग्रूट बन
timings are
आई एम
usually
ग्रूट
impeccable. Honestly, they're certainly going to have to be if they want to win this map against Sen, who are going to be at 4.
I think the KJ choice over the Cypher is an interesting one to examine. The turret lets you usually on the attack side watch for any pushes out of garage, and lockdown is pretty awesome to force retake circumstances on that A side especially, which is so hard to get back into. But GX here don't really see any way to make an inroads on the map.
नहीं होगा चलो
Particular way late in the round.
मारते हुए गए
No, it'll be GX perishing to the blast and
4-0 good start for Sentinels. Let's go.
0-4.
Let's see if GX can
यार
finally
ग्रूट
stop
खेलने में मजा आता है जो
this run of rounds the Sentinels have been on, winning both the pistol and
और
the bonus.
ग्रूट और वो रॉकेट आई
Obviously
थिंक वो
gives you
सर पे कौन
a
बैठ
crazy
जाता है
advantage in
मछली
the
वाला या
series.
रॉकेट
The economy is finally
दोनों
going to
बैठ
place
सकते
where
हैं
Aura can
ग्रूट
pick up
के
that
सर पे बैठ
operator.
जाता है
We definitely highlighted that on
ये
the
जो
previous
रॉन
maps, how
जो
that
था
is
ना
really a linchpin
वो
for
किसी
this
रैंडम
GX
ग्रुप के
success
वो
on
कर गया
defense.
था सर पे
Him just being able to
उसने
control
देखा
space
रैंडम
somewhere
वाला
so they can
ग्रुप अच्छे
rotate
से खेल ही नहीं रहा
elsewhere
है
with the
चिल्ला
rest
रहा
of
था
the
उतार
players.
मुझे
Now it is a little tough at times when you're playing against this Viper. Having to deal with the wall does make the angles on A bit more difficult to work around.
I definitely feel like the texture of the game changes drastically when Aura has a scope weapon in hand.
Alright, that trip front sight going to be broken by the shock dart. Drone in first from there, right? Similar to what
कैमरा
we've
को
seen
ड्रोन ने
before,
देखा
slower
ड्रोन ने
approach.
कैमरा को
Droned
देखा
in
क्या
recon
बातें
has been
नजरें
the
मिली
cadence. Backside, we're just going to see some of those corners cleared, and Sentinels have seen or not seen.
आरा के पास ऑपरेटर है
Yeah, they want to slow things down. The rotate
Ara
has been
कभी
drawn
नहीं
very fast towards C.
हारा
They
जब
obviously saw
स्नाइपर उसके
GX
पास आ रहा
willing to do that on a previous round when they sent that sequence of utility on the C site. So now they're going to maneuver their way elsewhere. I think this is some really good calling from John. This B site is pretty open. Cloud wants to get in there.
Dangerous though. Yeah. Knew there'd be some utility to draw over. Cloud overextends onto the side. It was ultimately a fake for Sen. Something that's been in their wheelhouse a lot in the past. GX though,
Oh,
that
nice.
was for real, and they get punished for it.
They have just been
Ara
baited
भी बचा
into
हुआ है
all of these angles. Aura is absolutely going to be
Save
saving
up.
this off. Really excellent calling there from John, I feel. Just activating that same early util on C that drew all the rotates on the bonus round that they converted.
Oh,
Wow,
no
he's even going to
way.
catch this kill onto Aura.
It's free, man.
But then drawing the rotates,
Nice.
pivoting to
Sentinel
B.
अच्छा खेल रही है
But then after they're delayed by that aftershock, they turn around. All of those GX players who were drawn out, baited out, they collect the kills, pivot to C where
और
they
करो
left.
safe off.
Zelsis inserted deep. This was a really excellent round from Sen.
And also a decent time to make the fake plant play on B happen. Still the GX, maybe that's something that also has come up to them in VOD review because it is something that Sen likes to mix in. Just a point of tension in this game where for whatever reason they are convinced that it's worthwhile winning
आपके साथ दी
and they underestimate
बिल्कुल
their
बिल्कुल
opponents.
खेलूंगा आपके
Big
साथ
punish as a
बिल्कुल
result.
यार पार्टी कोड दे
Crowd
देते
definitely
हैं
a lot
ज्वाइन
quieter.
कर लिया करो ठीक है
In this map, now needs to get the troops ready. This Pipson is going to dial in, see what needs to be fixed in this timeout.
What's made GX so effective on defense
Time
is
on
their
fire.
ability
Shine.
to call
तो फैंस को क्या हुआ
around
फैंस
fully
दिखाई नहीं दे रहे
disrupt
आजकल
the plans of the attackers.
किसके fans?
So far, that just hasn't happened.
No,
It-
they're
it's
trying to
been-
gamble stack sides.
They've been trying to gamble on some of
And
the
they're
eco
putting-
rounds, and they've been trying
कुछ
to
एक दो I
flood
think
on the
Sentinel
buy
fans
rounds.
के
We
साथ
saw that
झगड़ा
on
हो
the
गया
bonus.
होगा तो
We saw
बैठने
that on
से
this one
मारामारी
too. They all
चल
tried
रही
to flood back C, right?
कैसे बोला तूने
And
1-1
so far,
का
that hasn't
score
been
है
effective.
इसमें
It's just resulted in John having free reign across the map to lead his team and execute the plans perfectly.
How safe is it though to be pushing off these sites as individuals or duos for this early info, for this disruptive potential? There's been no defensive pops, right?
Hello.
There's been no sort of very aggressive early round movements here for GX. In fact, they're not even working the map much for information passively.
At some point here, I would like to see them do something active towards mid.
I think we're going to get it
mix
now.
that in. And yeah, I do think they're going to do it here with this
ट्रिप्स
half
लगा
buy that
दिए
they've got
पहले नहीं
going.
लगाई
Now, there's no KJ turret set up to see this.
Oh, wow. So that's a recon paranoia with a stun from Aura into window. All of Sendo, they're stacked up towards the C side. Side is going to be totally free.
He's
You
back.
get- yeah,
Nice.
him teleporting up top while Zekin runs in so they can
Boss,
double
yeah.
face back sight, but it is not going to be held by a single GX player. It is indexed in that mid play.
Yep. I like the set play, give a lot of map control over, allow to contain, but there's no pressure coming from C Long because there's KJ util that can obviously read it as it comes.
This round is as good as done. Nice shot from Zekin. This side was already
He's back.
on
Zekin's back.
such low
Nice.
HP.
Nice.
Ara and Cloud. Don't have a lot to say about this round, I suspect. Just as likely to disappear in a puff of smoke. Set up inside garage here, and once again there will be a player late in the round for Sentinels trying to punish this. Look at it in Zelsa's direction. And yet Cloud whips on him.
Nice.
Pretty unconvincing stuff for GX there. Set play attempted, no result yielded.
Certainly not mad at the attempt, though. I want to see them go for plays like that.
Yeah, but how does that condition them now?
But a little insult to injury. Zelsa's even at the end there with a kill and the death. Now has a lockdown for this buy round. They have the Hunter's Fury with the lockdown to put GX on an eco again.
GX have to play ahead of that lockdown potential. They still have an op to hand, I would think. At least the option to go for one.
Maybe if, Cloud is one away from his Hunter's Fury, so that's the natural counter to the lockdown if he can get an orb somewhere. This time, Sen, they want to go very fast towards A. Cross from Bang, but he's caught. He's stunned.
Okay, well, Sentinels conditioned to a little bit of a slower early round from GX and don't really see the mid-pop from them in the previous one, so think they can still play in that fashion.
And there's a stronger A fight from GX. I do like to see that, but this is a good response from Sen. They have gone so quickly towards this C side. Can GX flood in to support West side now?
West side, Tax gets the perfect drop. Second is lit inside that cage.
2v4.
Too easy for the Cypher, and finally West side gets himself onto the board kill-wise. John, timing would have hoped for, I suspect.
नहीं वो कोच का जगह खाली है ना उधर
unsuccessful in trying to crack the remainder of this seaside open. Finally, Giant X get on the board on Haven.
Signs of life. I like how they played that round from start to finish. It's that A fight, very aggressive. Fault line comes through, recon into lobby. It was on a round where Sen wanted to go for an A fight of their own. They are completely caught off by that breach until, and then GX recognizing that there was that fast pivot to C coming. Westside gets all the way to flat, gets the cages up, allows his teammates to flood back in. That's a perfect defensive round.
A good example of how the util perfectly facilitates.
And now look, they want to get aggro towards mid again. It's that play from before the relay ball paranoia. And they takes the space back though.
हमें लालच देने के लिए अच्छे से खेलो रे बर्गर पिज्जा मिलेगा.
Just impales himself on his own sword by the looks of things, but there's that Hunter's Fury that comes off for GX, a big part of their early aggressive play. Zek's going to get across the window, lucky to be alive, but could still be spammed down as Corbino wants to push up outside of lobby. Chaotic early round, leaves Sentinels down to 2.
Yeah, Westside stayed fully committed out of garage, caught off Celsius, and now the neural theft
buddy.
Reveal these remaining 2 players. It's a 1v1. Oh, second round looking very different. A crucial pickup for Flickless.
GX, they have got all the info. John can't get anything done outside of the purview of GX. They know it all. Now, those thin walls may be his undoing. Flickless wants to step up.
Empty.
And John doesn't have the mechanics to answer. GX up to 2 rounds. Finally, we're starting to see some of their personality from EMEA's number 2.
Surge of energy coming into this team after an absolute drought. This is the play they ran on that prior half by. This time Sen were in the region they needed them to be towards window. It's that Hunter's Fury that Cloud throws in to get the trade when Aura goes down. Hits Bang as well, brings him to half HP. And they're pushing out of A, and they're pushing out of garage. That was that play exactly as intended.
And Aura considered,
they drew it up.
Aura considered picking up an op a couple rounds ago. Opted for the rifle. The GX haven't really needed to play a passive line hold game. They want to brawl and do it again.
They want to fight for this A lobby.
किल करता है.
He gets the second even.
भाई Giant X वाले लॉकडाउन हो गए क्या?
And Bang is revealed, able to take 2. That's all he's going to get. That's the best he can do to give John a shot in this round.
इनका एक भुजिया वॉरियर करके वो है.
Organization पता नहीं क्या काम करती है. Consecutive round they've given away to the defenders.
उधर मतलब क्या बोलते हैं technical head of the department
suddenly capture the pace of the game and take it over. Feels like these past 3 rounds have been faster than an entire buy round from the beginning of this first half.
Manoj
John here has to keep it simple.
Staff है.
Not surging out in that long direction. Has to make a correction here for Cloud that he's in mid-air. IGL seals up another round for GX.
Yeah, and we
like he said after the first, 5 more to go. And managed to cut this lead in half.
5 also the number of ults that Sentinels have coming into this next
But
hell, they've had a lot of them for a while. They haven't even had a chance to use them because GX are just sending it on them.
I think Bang is trying to find a way to play in response to this raw aggression from GX. And it kind of amounts to him cowering in a corner while his team gets mowed down, and him with trigger discipline able to take 2, and they're not convert any further. It's got to be a timeout here for Sentinels.
Yeah, it was a cool position to get into, but then SEN continuing to fight in lobby and just getting shot down by Grabinho playing down there in short.
We are getting what we asked for, though. We wanted to see GX disrupt Sentinels in these early rounds.
Yeah,
push up, make it hard for Sentinels to work the map passively, and then
dinosaur pe bet what
was being less populated by defenders. They just have to keep this up now. This is good. And Sentinels are the ones that have to pivot now. They need to start
GX वाले फैंस को देखो कोई ढोल लेके आया है को कूद रहा है अभी डायनासोर वाला कॉस्ट्यूम आ गया प्लेयर खुद विंगमैन का टोपा पहन के बैठा हुआ है
Yeah, I mean, what, 5 minutes ago?
वो भी like काम कर रहा है
SEN walk in the park. They were up 6-0. Every round was so effortless.
Yeah, let me tell you.
And now they're forcing the timeout.
I be taking Sean Cuties super
right now, so they better have their wits about them. 5 ults though. It's a good number. See around here or there.
Manus बैठा है ना शायद इसलिए कुछ बोल नहीं सकते वरना मैं बहुत कुछ बोल
GX, they have a play to go down long. There's going to be a recon going in towards that seaside of spawn, fault line, relay bolt, Aura running it down, and John is just stuffed into that corner on account of the util. You know, they know where he's going to have to reposition to.
Sentinel's obviously planning a pivot based on where that spike's been left. Zelsis needs to stay alive for this lockdown. Going to be a factor in this round. He has to know Westside is playing close. Wins it out. That is an important correction. A flick to the head. That downs the enemy Cypher. Down is A-side starting to crumble. Crack for Grabinho. Emerges with 2 very important kills. That is going to put GX to the shot in this round. A real one now as Aura gets close, wants to challenge it. Bang, cannot keep up. It's too pacey. Headshot, no dink onto Aura. Doesn't.
Second को ult नहीं निकालना चाहिए था.
गलती कर दी.
Will claim the final frag.
काफी late हो चुका
wanted to use his own ultimate, but while activating, is just rushed down by Aura.
Yeah, he's lost it now.
Who opens the round, closes it. It starts off another early round active play. This is just what makes GX GX and such a cool team to watch. John is isolated on that seaside map. And then of course SEN feel like we just need to accelerate into A.
अभी तक 6 में ही है Sentinels.
Also, massive credit to Grabinho, by the way. That 2-piece he had was so sick. Without that, the round is lost.
And it's crazy how frequently
बोले ना वो जो audience गायब थी
even in these like eco scenarios.
Yeah, again, and started so slow, map 1, Grabinho, but he didn't let it get to his head. He is stepped up both Haven and Sunset.
Some part of the map, Aura has been taking liberties for the last 4 rounds in a row, and it's no coincidence that those have been defense side wins. SEN have also lost a little bit in that ult battery now. Still have a lockdown. They just have them now to get to the stage in the round where they can slowly work the map and set it up. But this won't spot Aura out. Honestly, this is an insane spot to be set up.
This is crazy. There are 2 Sentinels players
right
now.
Surely. John, please! Oh, he just doesn't know what hit him. Narrate there under extreme pressure as well. Zekin trying to respond, but Bharat gets out here. This is masterful.
He can just leave. Look at the A site, by the way. There are 2 SEN players in there. How has that happened? GX were fully expecting a seaside hit.
But they're not going to get across for free. They've got to get past Cloud, and then final boss Aura is waiting there towards mid-window.
This is so bizarre. I mean, look at the
30 seconds
on the map.
Time short, bang, deep in the spawn. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
They still need to get the spike to his
side. It's going to be Aura. They can't get past him. Second slides in, and he takes matters into his own hands. Spike recovered, but a pivot, a wise one across the map. We'll send them to see. A side got little info, but can sort of guess that it's bereft of defenders. Zekin has to stick this, no choice.
Time नहीं है, plan करने को.
Caught by the trip, doesn't matter. Going to get the spike down. Now, how do Sentinels position themselves here? Lockdown thrown on default. Yeah, GX, they really don't have an opportunity to break it, and Zekin wants to take the space that it's creating.
Doesn't want to overpush there. Cam dealt with. Delsus also has to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, now GX, they have to think someone could be positioned in garage right now, surely.
They're not checking for it. No one's... Okay, Westside is watching it. Will you see the barrel? Yes, wins it out. That leaves Zekin now. Oh, God, you hate to be in this spot. Has to play long in the post plant. Tough to really spam this down. Gravino on spike, and Zekin's not 100% sure exactly where he is. He's going to have this.
Oh, निकाल लिया round भाई Zekin ने 4 kill.
Gets the Vibe Merchant on his feet. And Merchant sitting in the crowd.
You've got to be joking. No one from GX could connect the shot, and Zekin sprays them all down.
Jeez, they needed to come up for air though, didn't they?
I mean, that's how this run of rounds for GX ends. They're in a 3-on-1. They got the lockdown out.
Well, they needed
वो अगर घूम के डिफेंस करता ना हो जाता था.
जब PRX 4v1 round नहीं कर पाया.
Not how I wanted it to happen, but I'll take it.
Well, this can just be credited
हाँ,
to the
वो
individual.
जो Brimstone ने मारा था ना गार्डियन से वो वाला ना.
Still in that Hunter's Fury. Also, if they ever get to a post
बढ़िया
fight, which
था
would be
वो.
tough, they'll have a pit. GX uncharacteristically played this round slow to start with. Bang, same sort of bait play. Onside paranoia, but Ara's there. The champ is the real deal.
क्या बात है?
That immediate bolt thrown down.
हाँ, वही वाला यहाँ भी
needs to get out of the way of the
नहीं
drone,
कर
but it's a
पाया.
little bit too slow.
Viper's peak here.
और साइफर ऐसी जगह पे खड़ा हो गया था, मतलब लाइन ऑफ फायर पे आ गया था प्लान करके.
Leaving John behind to keep this pit up. But eventually he's going to leave too.
गया ये.
Side on the angle. No, Celsius is coming. He saw the barrel, and now he can use that cage to get back towards Plat. Wants to reposition, but a little bit too early. No one there to help.
Really exposed himself. Really showed too much leg there, Wyatt. And Zekin Franklin was waiting for a drift at the back of the site. The cyber cage wasn't enough to obscure him.
John, low HP, narrate, wins that out.
8-4, off the gas so far for Giant X.
ऐसे कॉर्नर में कौन जाता है? वो उधर ही जा रहा है. हर एक राउंड आप रिवाइंड करके देख लो, वेस्ट साइड उसी कॉर्नर पे जाता है. अगर वो साइड में है और उसको एक को मार के उधर जाता है. Heavy comeback लगेगा.
A late half recovery for Sentinels. They bounce back, but it takes this man on your screen.
आप अगर रिवाइंड करके देखोगे ना, वेस्ट साइड उसी कॉर्नर पे जाता है. तो सेंटिनेल्स ने रीच कर लिया. केज भी उधर ही डालता है और एक केज भी प्लान जहाँ पे होता है उधर ही लगाता है.
Let's take a quick break and we'll be back with more of this decided map after this.
Enemy remaining. Scanning ahead.
6-6 पॉसिबल था. हाँ वही 6-0 था. 6 में अटक गए थे, तब कमबैक हुआ, फिर से जीतने लगे.
6 कर्स था.
मे बी ही थॉट केजे अकेला है तो पोजीशन चेंज किया. नहीं, पहले राउंड में भी वही स्पॉट उसने ग्रैब करके रखा था. कम से कम 2-3 राउंड वो उधर से ही फ्रैग निकाला कुछ और उधर ही जाता था. उधर अगर नीचे रहता ना, वो एक स्टेप पे चढ़ गया था. उधर नीचे अगर रह के क्राउच कर देता तो और एक फ्रैग उसका हो सकता था, क्योंकि केज ऑलरेडी ट्रिगर्ड था. नीचे दिखता नहीं, वो मतलब ट्रैप ही हो गया था इन द सेंस. उधर ही रुकता तो नियॉन तो भाग के आके स्लाइड राइट करके मार देता, और इधर भी आता तो भी मतलब मारा ही जाता. हाँ, नीचे रहता तो एक किल मिलता शायद. तो हाँ, वही क्राउच करके थोड़ा सा ये देखो, कॉस्ट्यूम देखो.
डायनासोर.
वही वो कवर से खुद के ओपन में गया. हाँ, उसे शायद लगा था अगर एक और मिल जाए तो बढ़िया है. वो और थोड़ा सा सटक सकता है ना, दीवार पे उधर सटक जाता, नहीं तो पूरा ही चेंज कर देता, क्योंकि टीम कॉल दे देती इधर से मारा.
4 rounds on the defense side is going to have to be enough.
And that round 11 should have been a win for GX. That should have been their 5th on the board. They brought it down to that 3 versus 1.
Dinosaur वाला costume
that
लेकिन
second
मजेदार
one
है.
in miraculous fashion. And you can kind of see on the Coinbase Econ report that his report quite good on account of he's getting a lot of kills. He's doing a hell of a lot of damage.
That head-to-head against Cloud is a pretty good result, accounting for many of Cloud's 9 deaths over that first half. Someone who was frankly taking the game over on Sunset. It was like 20-5 at some point. It was pretty absurd. can see the spend to damage ratio is what gives Zekin such a high econ value. And again, it's tough not to point him as the protagonist on this map. 13 kills, 7 deaths after that first half. A disgusting 1v3, 1v4 moment for that round 11. Keeps them with their head above the surging tides.
And now SEN, they started this map winning the pistol and then winning the bonus. That gave them that early 4-round lead and all of the momentum. GX goes without saying, but they desperately need to win this second half pistol to stay in the game.
Chalo pistol round.
Less of a gamble stack approach here for SEN and more just distributed heavily in that A direction. The wrinkling here is actually going to be fruitful.
हाँ नाम नहीं लो वही
One player
इसी
pretty
से
far
तो
into A long,
हारेंगे
and Ara has already set
इसी से
foot
तो
over the
हारेंगे
threshold of A.
Bang just ready to throw out that paranoia off some sound cues. Util exchanged, but no gunfire. Everyone slowed down. Everyone stalled out.
There's a lot of Util drawn out of the defenders, Wyatt.
Wow,
Larry here forced to fight. Westside
Hey,
will get
Bang
away and
इतना
avoid
low
shock
कैसे हो
dart
गया?
reprisal.
West
All of A
side
main
को
is
उसने
populated
damage
by
किया।
attackers.
SEN at the moment have
Red
much
भी low.
reason to leave, though. At this noise cut, at this time,
Wrong
now
side,
they do.
guys,
It's that B
rotate.
side that could be open, garage could be open, and GX have just picked the absolute perfect moment to
Push
get
हो गया,
in,
plant हो गया।
exactly as SEN give it up.
Or SEN pick the worst moment to give it up. It really depends how you want to look at
Glass half full, half empty.
Yep.
Depends on your point of view.
Well, I think either way it's about to be spilled over the cobblestones, Wyatt.
And now Flickless does have that fault line back, so he can throw that out towards main, stall
Narrate.
out the SEN retake.
Narrate can't really drop out of heaven here. He is too low. And then having to play the retake after making the right call on the side, it's not too bad. Ara with the stopping power of back truck. Deals with Zekin at least, but Zelsis is there. Narrate here from up on high. Judging the peasants, he will drop down onto the box, but makes some noise. He gets a bit of damage on Flickless, but not enough to write home about. And it's John Fibgravino. 32 points of health left for the Moroccan mastermind. He needs to step up. He sees the shoulder of
Time
the
नहीं
other,
है।
but Gravino doesn't give him enough to work with.
बढ़िया खेला
GX, get that pistol locked up.
let's go
They needed it with absolute desperation, and they got it. Perfect timing window to get into the site.
Party with the
They were
lead.
staying on A, they were staying on A, they were staying on A, and after enough noise cut, had to be concerned about that B side. The moment they leave, it's taken by GX. Flickless posts up in hell with that standard breach util, that line where you can throw the fault line into spawn. And by the time SEN get in, numbers are depleted, and all Grabinho had to do was even just waste time, and they would have won that out in the 1v1 clutch. Or, of course, with the Outlaw. Always has it that second round.
And now, of course, we gamble stack. It looks like Westside and Cloud just down to Ghosts here to facilitate for their duelist. Be equipped as well as possible in the early stages. The double swing potential here as Narrate shows shoulder, but sees Ara coming. Might try and play off some of this util. And, well, the Outlaw does his job. Just flattens these underarm targets. Westside, yes, that's nice.
And lovely little shot. That aftershock good as well to push Narrate out earlier. Ball line comes through a little bit too late, but yeah, don't think John will be getting away from this one.
Now we call that taking responsibility for what we start. Ball load basically chunked him down to minimal amounts of health.
just
Zelsis here will look to
round
simply exit
या
hoping
round
to
मैटर
get some
करता है
value. Even trade
एक
himself
दो
up.
फ्रैक तो दे ही सकते हैं ना
Never not shilling. You gotta respect it. Also the homage to Sufat BB, his quote-unquote boyfriend.
का जलसी हमें बोल
As
रहा
was
है
discussed
बाय
in the
द
press conference, he was expressed some, you know, regret that Wolves couldn't be present here. And I think seeing how they showed up in Toronto,
मीत
many of
आप
us
पे
would feel
पैसा
the same.
बहुत कम हो जाएगा नेगेटिव बैलेंस एकदम
Just going to wait out to go down to the spike explosion unless maybe Ara does go towards that B side. Oh, just going to run towards spawn. Hold up.
Thank you.
Potential for an orb.
Bye.
All right, makes it a noise.
Yeah.
There it is, Elsis. Not too
मैं
shabby.
बोली थी
Elsis
देखो
around with it
एक दो तो जा ही सकता है कोई
Ara down,
दिक्कत
but
नहीं
the
है
outlaw was given over to
अभी
Flickless
तो
to
हमारे पे
preserve
बोनस
that,
राउंड
so
पे
no
एक
harm,
दो
no
वेंडल
foul
बाय
really
कर
for the
पाएंगे
attack
ना
side.
तो समझ रहे
Which
हो
is awesome.
दिमाग
Good util here.
दिमाग
GX.
सही टाइम पे
Nothing
सही वर्डिंग्स का इस्तेमाल
unbelievable,
करके
but
मैंने
just
जिताया है
The standard ways of getting players out of
अभी
those angles
नहीं
and
तो वो
clearing the
लोग
sight
जो
lines
गन
all
था उन
works
लोगों
out.
पे बुलडॉग वगैरह वही गन पे
As
रहते
clean
ना
as they needed it to be, they saved the crucial guns.
दिमाग लगाना चाहिए
And now
इसलिए
on
ये
this
कूदने
bonus,
लग गए लेट्स गो
we're able
लेट्स
to
गो
buy up a rifle for Aura, Guardian for Westside. All things considered, not too bad of a bonus buy here.
Cloud actually has
देखो
the
मैं
outlaw
बोली
this
कि
round.
2 वेंडल आ सकते हैं हाँ
Solo A main player.
देखो फैंटम और वेंडल लेके आ गए
GX were showing some
Easy.
real desire to get into that B site, but they slow things down. John forced away.
There's a nano swarm in the default location that would also slow them up. I think I'm trying to get some early util out of Sentinels. It's never a bad call.
And you would imagine the alarm bot in that spot will often be broken by a shock dart from Cloud. That's usually the standard. Zekin does spot out Aura in Garage. GX are getting a lot of map control right now, but Aura goes down to Zelsis.
Yeah, just to send try and get 3 players on C. They've realized that they need to get in that B direction, and that's nice from Zek and Grabinho's. Mostly been good for their first one in this series.
Yeah, this is GX taking a lot of liberties on their bonus round. Going for some individual plays to turn the tides. Cloud going to be able to plant in this default spot, but now in the 3 versus 5, what can GX do realistically?
Only Bang and Zekin susceptible to the one shot from the Outlaw right now.
And of course,
play it safe.
You know, when you're retaking on this B side, that's where this Viper wall can come in handy as well. It's just a natural smoke for main.
Narrate takes a hit for that, tries to get him through the wall, but Flickers finds Zekin on the other side, getting him from the Garage side of the map, and Zelsis will be slowed up to that effect as well, caught in the fault line. But John says no more breach util, no more breach in fact. Down Flickless, puts center the player advantage, but now they're going to deal with this setup from Cloud, and Bang was the only player not set up to deal with that. Defused goes Zelsis, living dangerously and punished as Westside executes him with a pistol.
भाई कमबैक हो गया गंदा वाला
Simply no way GX should be allowed to get away with a round win. 3 versus 5, they convert. SEN
bonus आ गया
coming into this. I mean, ambitious little spam from Narrate. Flickless is just open holding the angle. Zekin peeks out. Celsius wasn't ready to be there for a trade.
वही B planting में ना बहुत advantage होते हैं
They're trying to
plant करो open बाहर चले जाओ.
You can't tell me your protocols for dealing with the post plant on B aren't ironclad at this point, at this level.
I guess in a way, there's some justice that both teams win the pistol and the bonus round. So it'll come down to honest gun rounds as to who will win this game out. Oh my gosh, nice shot from Aura, putting them in position to convert here.
Light armor gets you there.
Window तक जा सकता है, spam कर सकते हैं वही.
Representative of the North American region, I won't lie. Ara now with the
scope weapon back to hand.
He's already thinned out the herd of Sentinels players.
ये round पे तो Sentinel पे buy नहीं है, 2 stinger है खाली.
Bang, Zekin working his way forward, wants to close the gap with that stinger, of course. No one actually in this B site.
एक बार plant हो जाए ना निकल जाओ.
Bang got in.
Aura wants to just draw out a little attention, a little spam, maybe find out if someone is hiding wrapped around the drone's view.
This Gara spot's starting to become a little more relevant now, Wyatt. As is a commitment here by GX towards the B side of the map. Bang sees Ara coming a mile off and is able to down him. John, patient, collected. And he'll have himself a frag. Second now with that fast lane, trying to get Grabino direction. It's a bit of wayward, ham-fisted. And Zelsis is now finally on the wrap, but this spike's headed on to B. They are going to end here. West side though in a safe corner. Grabino has the line covered and Zelsis only has a classic. This is looking terrible for Sentinels.
8-8 हो गया है guys इधर.
Upgrade that weapon. Flank from West side was perfect. Bang does a great job backside getting that first kill, and then Zekin hit a really quality relay bolt that connected onto multiple players. How many times has Grabino got a stunned kill, by the way, in this series? It's like the 3rd time we've seen him do that.
Yep. Well, considering he only needs 1 bullet to kill someone.
Yeah, just hit him in the head. Just don't miss.
Yeah, the guy has been very resilient to any form of disruption. And GX, honestly, like a decent pivot after things start to go a little haywire at B. They don't leave the site. Just a little reposition.
Spam being exchanged. Cloud, if he can get this orb, is going to have the Hunter's Fury. So GX, they want to get that C-long control, smoke it off, make sure they have that tool.
Ara with a judge here.
And the overdrive, of course.
Yep.
So it can just
B पे इन्होंने
use
पूरा
both of them when he
setup लगा
pleases.
के रखा है,
After shot to
turret
break
गया इधर.
a common turret position will do so. So
Exact
that's some passive
KJ
info
में
gain
ये
that Sentinels
gut
would have had on B
समझ
now
के
removed.
down.
Yeah, now John has to watch it. He's giving it to him. Okay.
बहुत बुरा लगता
RS
है
as well.
सीधा 40
It's probably a little bit more than I
सेकंड का
expected.
टाइमर आ जाता
Well, he's from the fast lane and
Tarak
plays. He's got no interest in
वापस
trying to
आने में
recover that weapon.
40
Overdrive
सेकंड
will
लगते हैं
suffice
फिर
for
जब
him late in the
डाउन
rounds,
होता
but
है
push ultimately comes to shove.
मजा आया
Now, what is the move? Paranoia and
Judge
Breach
से
Fields
पटक
used
दिया
on A to try to draw these SEN players away from the C site, where GX are intending on going.
Westside knows he's going to get some action because the alarm bot is now no
Post
longer
plant
effective
ज़्यादा
inside
बेहतर
Garage.
होता।
Zekin's got to take it up himself.
And
Post
Corbino, he
plant
had that from the
ज़्यादा
shadows, so
बेहतर
he can
होता।
use that paranoia on A and get right back to the pack on C. So they have full ready to get in that site. And they've got Westside, this late lurk through Garage. Flickless might even be a second player. Maybe Westside goes first, takes contact.
The timing here is beautiful. Westside so
Bang
patient,
अकेला
so
बचा हुआ है
calculated.
1v3
Emerges just as John had his back turned.
9-8
Here
ले
come
लिया है
Giant. They are
Giant
storming into the rest of the map. Looking really adaptable on this attack side.
Yeah, Giant X are always going to come
मुझे
in
नहीं
with some
लगता
kind
अभी
of
जीत
cool
पाएगी।
set play around their ultimates. They've always
Well
got them.
played,
This time, it was working
Maintaining
into
your
C long,
feet and
posting up aura. You head to
Senta
Riko, you're going with the judge. That is miserable. But then from there, it's GX.
वेस्ट साइड ने लेकिन
running their
बढ़िया
own
होल्ड किया है
breach over
एग्रेशन
towards
वगैरह
A long.
नहीं
They use the stun,
बाहर
use
ही
the
होल्ड करो
paranoia to
क्योंकि
draw
उधर ही
all
देख
that
भी रहा था
attention
सेकंड
from the shadows. Corbino right back to C. They hit into that site with the Hunter's Fury. Every time GX have the ult rounds, they're
Time
always
out
going to
है
throw
अभी
something
Sentinels
unique
का।
at you. They're always going to have a cool set strat.
Timeout here called by Sentinels. They have the resources to have a modest buy coming into the next round, but it likely will feature some smattering of Guardians and maybe not full util. This is
अभी
about
बैंग
the round.
वगैरह
This is
खेल नहीं
as
रहे
important as it gets for the North American squad.
के लिए इतना अच्छा
Can they reverse their fortunes now? But so far they've
शुरू
struggled
में
to
जब आए थे बहुत बढ़िया खेल
adapt to what
रहे थे
GX are
बैंग
throwing at them. It's just a play style that they're a little unfamiliar with, as was evident with those 4 defense side rounds won by the EMEA squad.
They just get completely worked across the map. I mean, they absolutely bought into that fake. Second was in Garage, sure, but he's just smoked off. He can't do anything.
ये नरेट कितना नर्वस
Really
है
getting
हाँ
a lot
वही
of
ना
what they want here. The push up into Ara's position,
स्ट्रेस हो गया
pre-judge pick.
उसको प्रेशर में हगास हो रहा है वही
It being on a killjoy of all people, which meant that Westside could actually, pull a
फिर से
player
आई
into
थिंक नरेट
Garage,
की तरफ से अर्ली
further
पिक
thinning the
होगा
defensive
देखो
setup
एक
for
ही उधर
Sentinels.
लॉन्ग पे देख रहे हो
Cannot afford to lose to Senti so early.
Now, Sen, they have basically fully invested into this. Not the best weaponry, not the best armor either. But they do have this Viper's Pit to just control all of that short A side. And GX, they could just try to heavily index and fighting through long if they really want to get into A late into this round. And it does require the attention of a second SEN player to stay on A. Someone needs to be looking at long. John needs to know what's going on.
Can't play off the site now.
So Narrate has to be back at A jump spotting for eternity, basically.
And I understand that Sentinels do not want to have to retake the A side of the map, but
B का
like you
साइड
mentioned,
थोड़ा
it leaves them
हल्का
a
है
little
B का
limited
साइड ले सकते
elsewhere.
बस एक का रहता है
I mean, look at how passively Bang is holding B.
2-3 बार तो ऐसे ही मर
Only
गया
the Killjoy util on the C side, but there's going to be early warning there, at least for Zelsis.
पता
who's
नहीं
not
वो
offered himself
रिकॉन
up
नहीं
as
दे
a
रहे हैं
free
यूजुअली
frag
मतलब
early.
सोवा लोग सबसे पहले रिकॉन फेंकते हैं
Bot spotted out. They're going to accelerate into this. I don't know if Sentinels can respond quickly enough. We're about to find out. Straight to the Nana Swarm they go. Some spray air out from Zelsis. Ara took a hit, but most of that is decay down from the poison. Westside, though, has eventually fallen. Zelsis, his spray through that smoke yields a kill.
Flick quite low on HP as well, but one away from the Rolling Thunder. If there's a way that he can find a kill, that could certainly be enough to convert on this 4 versus 5.
Every other SEN player also one orb away from
Pure
ultimate.
Kaliu, I guess Watchparty है
No
हबो
other swings in that as well. There's no
होगा
response. Ara doesn't linger for long enough either way. Gravino in trouble though, getting hammered out by that molly. Flickless has to stand tall on the side. His teammate is on the other side of that smoke, so needs to ping them out.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're doing it again. Hunter's Fury.
I mean, surely Cloud doesn't repeat the second from back here.
Doesn't quite have a beat drawn on the spike location.
इसीलिए मतलब
And
वो
also
जो
when I
रिकॉन
said,
बन
oh
रहे
no,
जंप
it was because Flickless used the ult, but he died before it went off, so he lost it.
9-9 okay
That
9
is brutal.
I feel like that happened to Zekin a few rounds back. When he tried to pull out that overdrive and died.
Yeah, it did. But I mean, how it's more painful with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh yeah.
Alarm bot rule.
Real rough for GX now.
6 snake bite in the corner. I think that forced.
Yeah, that forces Gravino out.
Sentinel को
Gravino out
चाहिए
in the open,
like
yeah.
जैसा
He had a paranoia ready as well for the choke, but he just had to run
आखिरी
out.
उम्मीद
Not too shabby from Sentinels. That's the round they needed.
यार प्राइम सेंटिनल होती तो इतना मतलब क्लोज आने ही नहीं
for a
देता.
second with Zekken pushing down mid, but not going to happen.
All the KG util over at A, so Sentinels don't have to over-invest in holding that site right now. It looks like Yselsys is going to drift off of it pretty early.
And I have a drone
हाँ
from
वो
Narrate that's going
seriously
into
भरता है,
A-long.
but
It's of
Alex
course
जो
not going to
भरता है
spot
ना,
anyone
वो
out. So
सिखा के
they can
भेजता है कि ऐसा
definitely
ऐसा करना है.
remain
और
confident in just playing other
सेंटिनल
sides of the
का
map.
पोस्ट जो है वो थोड़ा
Yselsys might be
एग्रेसिव
hoping for
सही
a
में हो जाता है.
lockdown mid-hit here to
कि
disrupt.
कैसे नहीं निकल रहे राउंड, कैसे नहीं हो रहा है,
Yeah,
ऐसे
with this
सही में
Zelsa's
वो
position,
करता
he's
है.
keeping the
एलेक्स
alarm
का वो
bot online, and
एग्रेशन
he's
है,
also
बट
in
वो
position
सिखा
for the
देता है
lockdown if they
सबको.
need to retake on
आपने
A.
देखा
So Sen,
होगा जब
they're just
वो
cool
क्या
playing over
बोलते
towards
हैं,
this C side. Second
फेज
back
2
side.
का भी
They might call
फाइनल
for a
था,
narrate
12th में
100 here
अटक
from
गए थे.
spawn.
एलेक्स ने टाइम
Zekken
आउट
no
बोला,
holding on
उसके
it.
बाद
Might have hit
जीते
this
हैं.
TP, heard this TP come in. There's Cloud
उसने
Spot.
उधर
Yep,
वो
Hunter's
गुस्सा
Fury gonna
वगैरह
come
नहीं
from the spawn
दिखाया,
side. Carino walks in
उसने
the
लाइक
sideline of Zekken.
बता
Reveals
दिया कि
himself,
ये
even
ये
though it
हो
was
रहा
John
है.
that took the kill. Now looking to anchor. Is
एलेक्स
Hunter's
बस
Fury
म्यूट
slowly
पे
picking
गुस्सा
up the GX,
करता
but
है,
they are committed to this
वॉइस
site.
फॉर्म
Zeken's
में
more than happy to
हाँ.
hear it. There's
आज
the
भी
step up from
बोल
west
रहा
side,
था,
and the anchors
चिल्ला
are
रहा था.
down.
Recon broken. Just Sen trying to get back in while the spike is being planted.
They
No,
know it's going to be
right
there
now.
Shock dart though, not enough to clear him out. Narrate is down as Cloud just finds the
केजे ने
timing to
एड कर
leave that
दिया
corner.
है.
The lockdown is going to give that control
भागो रे भागो.
back to the defenders. How deep into the site
This
can they
is
get?
just going to come down to spam.
बट थोड़ा जल्दी आना.
That's how we have our expectations set. Yeah, Sentinels don't have a lot to disrupt. Util-wise,
Cloud
You
gets that
Cuties
recon
लेकर
back
ही
and the
बैठे
fault
हो.
line is up.
Zelsa's lucky to be alive as he's able to get away. Recon doesn't reveal Bang, so he goes for it again. But look at the crosshair placement for Cloud. He basically knows
नहीं
exactly
होगा.
where Bang is. And they're
10
waiting for
9
Zelsa's too.
एग्जैक्टली वो रेट करता
Every
है, बट
contingency
एक्सचेंज
accounted
सही
for
करता है.
for
हाँ.
GX. And an important conversion here in round number 19.
उतना तो आएगा ही यार गुस्सा.
GX had a really quality second wave fight into backside. He was here with Westside, with Flickless, picking off that player towards
Nice
Flat. 'Cause
round.
initially it was Aura. He went in with one of those breach flashes, but goes down right away. Then there was a cage spawn. No one could flood, no one could help. Then they refight backside,
कूद रहे वो
claim the
लोग
kills on the
सर्कल बना
anchors. They force Sen into a bad economic spot. Look at what they've got remaining. Not very much. It's John with a hero rifle. He certainly had some heroic plays. He has gotten some pretty sick multi-kill rounds so far today.
It's time to dig deep. If you're an Americas fan, Stinger Ghost, Phantom. Not the most compelling arsenal. At least this stack on A might prove fruitful. GX have shown less of an interest in bouncing off the sides. They tend to commit once they dip their toe in. This breach util, though, is going to be something that Sen have to contend with. It's dangerous to anchor against it, Wyatt.
But they are gambled correctly. 4 players ready to go here on this site. Did GX sniff it out?
Did they see the second player there? I think they've had enough. Well, Sentinels, how long does it take for them to read this?
Yeah, they don't want any of this site. They are out of there. Now with some
GX has
haste
very
moving
good
towards C,
chance to
totally
round
empty.
the cults
Going to be able to
नहीं
get it
होगी
for
Sen.
free.
हाँ.
Yeah,
अच्छा खेल रहा है
look,
Giants.
Zelsa's is going to hear a fair bit of this, and he'll know. He's even
Push
pushed
C
ahead of
करके
the
वापस.
Viper wall on the B side of the map, so might looking to wrap around. Full retake for Sentinels with Overdrive and
वापस
Phantom.
नहीं हो पाएगा.
Despite, unfortunately, having wasted that breach ultimate, the rolling thunder a couple
Level.
rounds ago, Flickless has made a lot of progress towards getting one for the end of this game. Could be used at a pivotal moment to close this out for GX, but right now they have to win this 5-on-5 retake. They have the better weapons to do it.
So far, West Side's able to get clear of that paranoia, but Flickless was impacted. Here's the push backside. Ara, just the player you want to stem the flow of
Nice.
Sentinels players. And they get absolutely bloody trounced.
GX just stuffed them in the choke, fighting together, swings from all angles, overdrive, and no value. Zekken has had no opportunities on this map to make anything happen with it.
Not this half, yeah.
No, he's played a trifecta of Neon games. His first one on Corrode was the best. But can he actually come to life at the end of this game to get Sen back in it? They're down 11-9.
इतना
Sen,
गंदा
who we
timing था
absolutely
Neon
expect
का
to be
blind
at Champions
response
versus a
दिया, पर
GX,
आया
who
नहीं
we
जब
still don't
चला
know how the
गया
hell they
सब
made it
खोली.
here.
And honestly, the work
वो
that
एक
GX have
और
put in over
था
the last
जहाँ
couple
पे
of months
मतलब
is
क्या बोलते
really
हैं
showing
आरा
through.
का
Oh, we certainly
ऑलमोस्ट
get it
मतलब क्या
now.
बोलते
Hunter's
हैं
Fury from Cloud
Red
coming
हो
into
गया.
that
होने
site, not
वाला
getting
था.
any tags.
आरा
GX
पीक
will
दे रहा
slow
था
things
उधर
down
उधर
but
वो
a moment
सेकंड में
relay
रियल
bolt.
खोल ली थी इतने लास्ट
Power
मोमेंट
through.
पे
Sen have
एनिमेशन
lost
तो
a
आएगा ना
really clear
खोलने का
info
here
though
we
off this
go.
overkill. And GX don't quite have the stall for the post plant. No controllers up the attack side here, and yet that allows Bang just to peer into the mix, see what is there. West side served up.
Chalo, nice.
They'll stay in the site.
3v4.
GX more than happy to fight tooth and nail for this space they've claimed. It's going to be John looking for a timing for a swing. Again! It's these refights in the site where GX are just better.
Khatam.
Now it's just Bang. Has to clear graffiti, but there's a crossfire from the drop. He gets that first up to Aura,
OT to
but
ja hi nahi.
the adjustment isn't there. It's as you said, GX, they're so ready to fight together when Sentinels are coming in. They hit all of the shots.
They no smokes, no paranoia, nothing to give them a material edge in terms of util. It doesn't matter.
It is straight up raw aim. It's Aura getting crucial kills, besting Zekin here on this final map of the series. This champion's debut versus one of the best duelists we've ever seen on the global stage. And he's outperforming him right now on Haven.
What a showing. 21 and 16. Outlaw to hand, overdrive in the back pocket. Should have been required. Match point here for Giant X. Sentinels have languished, and that's putting it nicely on this defense side.
They try to push Zekin down C. We saw that earlier from Giant X, but it just does not quite work as well for them. And now things have been slowed down. This execute ready to go off from GX. Flickless just one orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder narrate on the angle.
Gonna get a lot of action, and there's Ara once again. Steps up.
A bit too much action than he hoped for. Bang is committing to the backside anchor.
Pinged out. No, he's there. He's cut down so easily. It's on second again. Two kills will have to be enough for John and Zelsis to put it together.
West side on the run. Isolates John. It's all on Zelsis, miles away. Only has the stinger. Flickless even has the Rolling Thunder on account of the plant. This one is as good as done.
Not the auspicious opening that Sen City were hoping for as they took to the stage here in Paris. But it's much the same fashion that they limped out of America's playoffs with. Question marks over the map pool. Question marks over the individuals. Question marks over their postseason
मैंने भी यार बोला
prospects.
था कि Giant और Sentinel close जाएगा
At least for now.
Up against the GX
जब
team
PRX
that finished
का वो match
7th,
चल रहा
8th
था
in
मैंने बोला
kickoff,
था
9th, 10th stage 1. They bring in Aura, they bring in
किसी ने I
Flickless.
think chat
And
पे
they just
लिखा था
won their first
Sentinel
game as champions.
one-sided
And it just turns out that
Nice
Giant X
one,
and the Goliath
GG's.
are parable. Sentinels
बढ़िया बढ़िया खेला है क्या बात है W एंटी सेंटिनल्स इधर जीत गए हैं जायंट एक्स क्या बात है पहला मैप लेके गया आपका PRX और अभी जायंट एक्स मतलब मिक का प्रेडिक्शन बिल्कुल सही था उन्होंने पहले ही बोल दिया था जायंट एक्स जीतेगा ब्रीच ने 2 राउंड्स पहले उसका अल्ट मारा था मौज कर दिया ये W इंडिया W मजा आ गया अभी इट्स PRX वर्सेस जायंट एक्स और XLG वर्सेस सेंटिनल्स योर पिकम्स आर गॉन वही ना कोई बात नहीं वैसे भी तो वो बड़ी है 100% किसका भी नहीं होता है
क्यों तुमने वो लगाया था क्या PRX और
वो लगा दिया था भाई
हाँ मैंने भी वही लगाया है मेरा भी गया
सेंटिनल वालों को मैं माफ नहीं करूंगी मेरा पिकम
वैसे एक और एक बंदे का गया टेंस का भी गया टेंस में भी जो तुमने जो लगाया था ना वो वही टेंस ने लगाया पता है पूरा
वाह मैंने पहले लगाया था टेंस ने उसके बाद लगाया था
हाँ वही बोल
कास्टर का
रहा
भी
हूँ
3 लोग का सही वही ना
And they were able to beat them in this fashion.
Sen City खत्म हो गया यार
set showing from Sentinels is going to haunt them. We're still iffy on
जब
that map.
मतलब मैंने
No
प्लेज ऑफ
expect
में
from them.
सेंटिनल को देखा था ना उससे पहले मैं सेंटिनल पे मैं भी अंधा भरोसा करती थी कि हाँ सेंटिनल है तो है फिर मैंने प्लेज ऑफ में देखा कि कैसे वो लोग मतलब बाहर हो रहे हैं प्लेज ऑफ में तब से मैं थोड़ा देखी कि नरेट और बैंग जो है अच्छे से परफॉर्म इतना ज़्यादा नहीं कर रहे इसीलिए मैंने भी PRX वर्सेस वो मैप पे बोल दिया था कि क्लोज होगा टेंस ने तुमको कॉपी भाई मैंने सच में पहले मैंने पिकम्स करे थे मैंने स्ट्रीम पे भी दिखा दिया था वो स्ट्रीम से पहले ही कर ली थी और स्ट्रीम पे मैंने दिखा दिया था। मजा आया। WR स्टार्ट। बस होप कर रहे थे कुछ हमें राइट की तरफ से सरप्राइजेस वगैरह मिलेंगे, न्यू एजेंट के बारे में हो या फिर एक कुछ म्यूजिकल इवेंट वगैरह। ऑब्वियसली आई ट्रस्ट यू मोर देन यार हम सब लोगों ने अंधा वही देख के टीम का फैन बेस देख के ही सिलेक्ट किया।
भैया अगली बार मैं खुद को लगाऊंगा।
I wanted to ask you, it was a bit complicated at the start, you know, like first time on an international stage.
चलो गाइस मैं भी जा ही रही हूँ, मेरा तबीयत इतना ठीक नहीं है, गर्मी लग रहा है मुझे एक्चुअली। चलो गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन। मज़ा आ गया। PRX ने स्पेशली दिल खुश कर दिया पूरा। वही टीम जो थी मैं देखने के लिए बेताब हो रखी थी और मज़ा आ गया ओपनिंग डे पे ही। ऐसे ही वॉच पार्टीज़ होते रहेंगे हमारे इधर। ज़रूर आना, अपनी टीम को सपोर्ट करना, हमसे बात करना, बहुत मज़ा आएगा। अभी के लिए बाय। मेरी तबीयत इतनी ज़्यादा सही नहीं है, मुझे लिटरली बहुत गर्मी लग रही है, मेरा नाक बंद है, तो मैं चलती हूँ, ठीक है। बाय गाइस, टेक केयर। इट्स मी प्रियंका साइनिंग ऑफ फ्रॉम टुडे स्ट्रीम। GGW PPRX एंड जायंट एक्स। क्या बात है W। लेट्स गो वैलोरेंट चैंपियन पेरिस। मज़ा आएगा ना। बाय गाइस, टेक केयर पुकीज। बाय, सी यू।